while most people can only fuse with one monster. He, on the other hand, can fuse with as many as 9.99 million monsters. The first monster he fused with was none other than the legendary Emperor Demon Ra with a royal bloodline. Despite awakening such a powerful gift, he was still mocked by everyone as a useless failure, simply because the world's evaluation system was too primitive. It couldn't even begin to measure his immense potential. At that moment, his consciousness arrived in this new world, and he snapped his eyes open, still trying to get a grasp on his surroundings. A strange message suddenly popped into his mind. It turned out this world was called Blue Star, a land of martial prowess. A world that is frequently invaded by monstrous beasts through mysterious portals. These terrifying beasts have already destroyed several nations. Through long years of battle, humanity developed the Beast Gene system. By injecting the Beast Gene, you can unlock your potential and become a powerful warrior. This is the only way to save human civilization. And so, Blue Star entered an era where martial power reigned supreme. The protagonist, Ihi, a young man who traveled here from another world, is now a warrior prep student preparing for his final exams. He lost both of his parents in an accident during his sophomore year, which shattered his motivation to study and train, leaving him at the bottom of his class. As he wondered what to do next, the teacher, with a confident stride, stepped up to the podium and said, "All right, everyone, are you ready? We're about to start the gene modification injections. Remember, everything you've worked for over the past 3 years, building strength and cultivating martial energy, is for this moment." The teacher then added, with a pointed look, "As for those who haven't taken things seriously." He couldn't help but think, "This is ridiculous. I've been putting in the work. Why should I feel guilty? But since I've taken over the original owner's responsibilities, it's time to clean up his mess." The teacher then led the class to the gene injection hall, where several metal boxes were neatly arranged on a table. Inside these boxes were the gene awakening serums, which contained the raw genetic data from all the monsters. After injection, one of the monster genes will be activated. Generally, the stronger the physique, the stronger the monster gene that awakens. The teacher gently reminded, "Don't be nervous. After the injection, remain calm and accept the power. When I call your name, please come up and collect your serum. Chen Peng Fei, Miao Yunua." One by one, the students in the class began to receive their injections. After the injections, their skin began to steam, and everyone screamed in agony from the intense pain. He hesitated for a moment, but then quickly shut his eyes and plunged the needle into his body. However, after waiting for what felt like forever, he realized that there was no excruciating pain like he had expected. There was no change at all. The teacher, noticing this, said with a hint of confusion, "Ihi, it seems like you're not reacting." Ihi shrugged and replied with a grin, "Teacher, did I get the fake serum or something?" At that moment, Wang Tong Tong, who had already awakened, walked over smugly, laughing. "Look at this. It doesn't seem to have awakened at all. A warrior who hasn't awakened is like a bird without wings. Isn't that game over for you? But I guess that works out for you. You won't have to be a warrior and can just go home and wait to die." Wang Tong Tong often bullied the weak, and seeing Ihi's timid nature, she would pick on him every now and then. He was about to snap back, but suddenly felt his heart pounding violently. At the same time, a system interface appeared in his mind, displaying Infinite Monster Template acquired. Host, E. System rating, B. Martial Arts, 9th set of Student Chi Cultivation, Mountain Fist, Hard Qigong. Monster templates extracted. He quickly shouted at Wang Tong Tong, "Move aside." But she arrogantly replied, "What's the matter? So what if you haven't awakened? Stop pretending. Leave? Why should I?" He gritted his teeth, enduring the changes within, and said softly, "If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." In the next moment, Ihi awakened, and it was the Emperor Demon Ra bloodline ability. Wang Tong Tong, who had been standing right in front of him, was blasted away by a powerful shockwave, crashing to the ground. Most of the other students were also thrown back by the immense shockwave, with some even vomiting from the overwhelming pressure. However, two students were unaffected and secretly thought to themselves, "Is there someone stronger than me?" Just then, the system interface displayed Awakened A-Class Template Emperor Demon's Wrath. Bloodline abilities: Azure Breath, Thermonuclear Pulse, Nuclear Energy Absorption. Evolution form: Emperor Demon's Wrath. Template compatibility fully unlocked. Compatibility 3%. As the system prompt echoed, his heartbeat reached its peak, and a flash of eerie blue light appeared in his eyes. He stared in disbelief at his fingers glowing with blue light, muttering, "Is this the golden finger the system gave me?" The students around him were equally shocked, whispering, "Was that really Ihi? Did he just blast everyone away with his energy field in an instant?" Wang Tong Tong was even knocked unconscious, and she had awakened the second-tier monster, the Flame Lizard. What exactly did Ihi awaken? Ihi, feeling a little embarrassed, said, "I guess my awakening caused a bit of a commotion. I told them to step aside, but they didn't listen." Just then, the school's broadcast echoed. "All third-year students who have awakened, please proceed immediately to the testing hall for a gene awakening and martial arts level assessment." Repeat all. Inside the testing hall stood 10 high-tech cylindrical machines, and as each student stepped inside, the large screen on the podium would display their name, class, martial arts level, and the awakened monster gene. Li Xin Yuan from our class awakened the third-tier monster bloodline of the speed blade insect. He's really lucky. He was just an average student before, but now he's number 1 in our class. Chu Zhou is definitely the top of the grade. Not only is he a level 9 martial disciple, but he also awakened the Ice Dragon, one of the top bloodlines in the 3rd tier. Looks like the valedictorian of our city will be him. Did you see what Miss Lu awakened? Holy crap, a rare 4th tier bloodline, the Ghostly Phoenix. Provincial champion. If a 4th tier monster's Real form showed up, it could destroy a whole city. Warriors would be like ants in front of them. Only masters could stand a chance. Listening to their discussions, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The monsters they awakened were classified into tiers 3 and 4, so why was his A-class? Soon, it was his turn for the bloodline assessment, and the noise in the room grew even louder. With that shockwave he just released, he might be destined to become a big shot. If he plays his cards right, he'll definitely latch onto someone powerful. The crowd watched him approach the testing machine like he was a celebrity. The crowd automatically parted, for in this world, strength was everything. His overwhelming potential had naturally earned everyone's respect. The students murmured excitedly, "It's Ihi's turn." With the energy field he just showed, his level has to be high. What kind of bloodline can release such a powerful pressure after awakening? This guy's definitely something. Soon, his information appeared on the screen, but to everyone's surprise, only the basic details were listed. Everything else was a question mark. Class 7. Ihi. Martial Disciple Level 3. Beast Bloodline Unknown. Laughter erupted among his classmates. Martial Disciple Level 3? My little brother in middle school could beat him. Unknown bloodline? He probably doesn't even have one. Ihi, however, paid no attention to their mockery. Because everything was going just as he expected. Emperor Demon Ra's bloodline wasn't detected. But what had show up was the prompt for the infinite monster template. While his template level was different from his classmates, it meant that as long as he met certain conditions, he could draw from an unlimited number of monster templates. Doesn't that mean he could become the king of monsters? He then went to ask the teacher for a leave of absence. The teacher frowned and asked, "What? You want to take leave to study at home and return after the exams? Do you really think I'll believe you'll go home and actually study?" He responded earnestly, "Teacher, I really want to improve. I know I've fallen behind, and I need special training. If I don't keep up with everyone, I won't make it." The teacher said seriously, "Ihi, you know the only way to become a warrior is to go to university. I understand you've awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. You won't be able to pass the entrance exams. So, Get ready to repeat the year and come back next year. Don't rush. Ihi, excited, replied, Teacher, only by rushing can I improve. Maybe you don't understand, but now that I've awakened a powerful bloodline with hard training, I'm sure I can succeed. You see the sincerity in my eyes. I would never lie to you. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, saying, Your eyes do seem sincere. All right, but next year you'll still have to come back and repeat the year under my supervision. After sincerely thanking the teacher, he left the school and headed for the Warrior Center in the city. On the way, he thought to himself, he had used his parents' house as collateral for $600,000, plus the compensation from their accident of over $1 million. Now, he had a solid starting fund. There were two options to increase his strength. One was to improve his warrior rank. The other was to enhance the compatibility of the Emperor Demon RA template. In the information of the Infinite Monster template, it showed that each template starts with a compatibility of only 1 point, but the Emperor Demon RA has 3 points. Where did the other 2 points come from? The only answer is that the Emperor Demon RA template absorbed the power of the Gene Awakening Serum, providing an additional 2 points of compatibility. This means that in this world, Gene scientific serums can enhance template abilities, and compared to the long and grueling training of warriors, spending money to increase template compatibility is clearly more suited for him. So, he needs to hurry and buy a serum to boost his genetic power. After swiping his student ID, he walked into the Warrior Center. Since loading the Emperor Demon RA template, he had gained a unique perception ability, life magnetism. He could clearly sense the burning vital energy and the beast roars in the bloodlines of the warriors around him, like a furnace inside them. This intense life signal made his heart pound, but it wasn't fear, it was the urge to conquer. After all, the legendary Emperor Demon RA was the king of monsters in their world. Unfortunately, he was still a rookie and could only hold back the combat bloodline of Emperor Demon RA, forcing himself to endure. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would show this world what it truly means to be the king of monsters. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Little one, don't peek into others' business. You must have just awakened your beast gene, right? It's normal not to be able to control your power. What brings you to the Warrior Center? A gentle older sister smiled and asked, Beautiful sister, sorry, I didn't mean to. I came to buy gene serums, but this place is so big. I can't find where to go. Could you help me with directions? The woman smiled and said, Gene serums? You want to use them at this stage. He thought there might be some taboo about it. The woman explained, It's not a big deal, but gene serums are expensive and they can easily lead to drug resistance, meaning their effectiveness will decrease over time. To maximize their effect, warriors usually wait until their bloodlines are developed to their peak before using them. He asked, How much does one gene serum cost? The woman replied, At your stage, you'll only be able to use the basic consolidation type serum, which costs about $400,000. He was shocked, thinking to himself, That's so expensive, my savings would only buy me 5 at most. He immediately asked, Do you happen to know anyone who can give me a discount? The woman handed him a business card with the name Huang Yuli, Level 4 Martial Disciple written on it. She smiled and said, Here, take my card. With an introduction from an experienced warrior, you might get a discount. He politely thanked her and then parted ways. Soon, he arrived at the Warrior Hospital and spent $1.45 million on 4 gene serums. With the remaining funds, he purchased some basic equipment and weapons. Warriors earn a lot, but they also spend heavily. This trip had turned him from a comfortable middle-class guy into someone living paycheck to paycheck. Once back home, he couldn't wait to inject the serums. As the light blue fluid entered his body, flowing through his veins and reaching his limbs, he immediately felt his blood start to boil, as if a massive beast was roaring joyously inside him. After injecting all the serums, the compatibility with the Emperor Demon RA template increased from 3% to 7%. His physique also rose from a level 8 to 15, reaching Martial Disciple level 7. So, this is what improvement feels like. Nice. But every time I injected a serum, my physique would rise by 2 points, but the last one only increased it by 1. It seems that as my body improves, further enhancements will become increasingly difficult. But this isn't bad. Just a few minutes of injections, and I've achieved what would normally take others 3 years of hard training. This is still just my normal physical condition. If I activate the power of Emperor Demon Ra's bloodline, I might just have a shot at becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exams. If even with an advantage I can't surpass those geniuses, then this boost is really underwhelming. But for now, I'll start planning for the next step, heading into the Secret Realm. The rifts to Secret Realms are divided into 6 levels, from S to E. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters inside. In an S-level Secret Realm, the monsters are completely uncontrollable by humans. If they invade the real world, the destruction would be catastrophic. He had entered in City's 3rd E-level Secret Realm. To his surprise, there were fewer people here than he expected. Perhaps it was because the Secret Realm had been developed for so long. After all, it was an old secret realm, and the valuable treasures had already been taken, leaving only some weak monsters for new warriors to practice on. He signed a death waiver at the entrance and received his ticket to the Secret Realm. Soon, he arrived at the rift. The rift was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, and it appeared to be a blue-gray, fluid-like substance, with sparkling white particles flashing within it. He was extremely excited about his first journey into the Secret Realm, thinking to himself that this was the beginning of his path to becoming the king of monsters. With that thought, he leaped and jumped right into the rift. After landing safely on the ground of the Secret Realm, he looked up at the sky and immediately saw 3 gigantic planets hanging above him: Kanglin Star, Onway Star, and Taijin Star. Together, they formed a magnificent trio of planets in the sky, a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. He couldn't help but marvel. Although I had read about the appearance of the Secret Realm in the textbooks, experiencing it in person is something entirely different. It's truly spectacular. As he took in the otherworldly scenery, he noticed something creeping up behind him in the grass. It was a first-tier monster, the saber-toothed rabbit, known for its violent temperament and ability to hover. The moment the saber-toothed rabbit leapt, it was as fast as a bullet leaving the chamber, its sharp teeth aimed directly at his jugular. However, with Emperor Demon Ra's sensory abilities, he had already noticed the rabbit's movements. He quickly dodged, then, using his momentum, grabbed the saber-toothed rabbit by the head and crushed it with a pop. After its death, the body rapidly carbonized and turned to ash, leaving behind only a thumb-sized white monster core. He looked at the monster core and thought, white, ordinary quality. It's worth about 1,000. Not bad, though. I made 1,000 in just a few minutes. The average person works an entire month for 3 or 4,000. However, collecting too many first-tier monster cores wouldn't do him much good. It would be best if he could find a second-tier or higher monster. No sooner had he spoken than a second-tier monster, the corpse moth, suddenly burst out from the ground. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself, well, that was quick. He drew his weapon and prepared to take the initiative. With a single sword strike, he hit the corpse moth. He'd studied the monster encyclopedia before, and compared to the monster's steel-like back armor, its underbelly was clearly more vulnerable. The foul-smelling green blood shot out, splattering on the ground and leaving a corrosive mark. The corpse moth curled its body into a ball, and its blade-like insect limbs rapidly slashed toward him. He immediately used his mountain fist technique. His fist, like a cannonball, slammed into the corpse moth, and its speed faltered after the hit. The corpse moth then launched 2 side-like fangs at him. He was startled. He didn't expect the corpse moth's mandibles to be capable of firing. He narrowly avoided the attack and quickly distanced himself. With his current martial artist level, he couldn't handle this monster. After all, he lacked the powerful martial arts techniques as support. Even his deep martial energy and vitality couldn't fully activate, barely reaching half its potential. Ultimately, it was due to the original body's poor foundation. Realizing the situation, he decided to activate his cheat, The Emperor Demon's Wrath bloodline. Activate. In the next moment, his skin turned deep blue, his pupils glowing like sapphires, his arms covered in a layer of tough scales. His vitality exploded several times over, and a gust of energy stirred around him. His claws became monstrous, like those of a beast, and with one swift motion, he grabbed the corpse moth's head. His palm closed like a hydraulic press, and the corpse moth's tough shell cracked under his force. He then performed a swift sweep, and the corpse moth was immediately split open from its belly. With his physique now at a massive 21 points, facing the second-tier corpse moth was a complete walk in the park. After deactivating his transformation, his skin reverted to its normal human form, and his pores began to release heat, with steam swirling around him. Looking at the short sword he had just bought, now corroded by the corpse moth's venom, he couldn't help but feel helpless. He had spent $250,000 on this gear, and it couldn't even handle a second-tier monster? What a ripoff. The quality control was terrible. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly. Realizing this was his first monster hunt, the energy expenditure was massive, and now he was starving, but he hadn't brought any food with him. Just as he was fretting about not having any food, he suddenly smelled a delicious scent. He looked at the corpse moth's green monster core, which still emitted an enticing fragrance. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to swallow it, sensing his body's instinctive craving. Without hesitation, he gulped the monster core down. The crystal-like hard core transformed into a soft liquid once inside him, quickly turning into a warm wave of heat, feeling like he had injected a gene serum. Every cell in his body seemed to rejoice. Furthermore, the compatibility with the Emperor Demon RA bloodline increased by 0.3%. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, he had spent hundreds of thousands on a single gene serum, and it only boosted his compatibility by 1%, but his second-tier monster core had increased it by 0.3%. A few monster cores could be worth an entire serum. The white core dropped by the saber-tooth rabbit should at least boost his compatibility by 1%. Realizing this, he started to tear up, thinking, damn, I wasted so much money on gene serums. But then he decided to channel that frustration into motivation. Tonight, he was going to hunt like crazy. After a moment of thought, he used his life magnetism to sense the positions of nearby monsters. The next day at noon, he walked out of the third secret realm, carrying a sack full of monster cores. As he walked, he thought to himself, once the compatibility reaches 9%, swallowing more white monster cores won't increase it anymore, so the rest will have to be sold for money. He arrived at the trading post and pulled out a total of 20 white monster cores and 4 green ones. The clerk stared at him in disbelief and asked, "No way, a high school student gathered this many monster cores?" According to government regulations, warriors must hand over 10% of their harvest. To get 1 green monster core, they had to give up 5 white ones. After selling everything, he exchanged them for nearly 200,000 Summer Kingdom coins. With 9 days left until the college entrance exam, he found himself back at City's 4th D-tier secret realm. A warrior team was already there. One team member said, "Captain Lin, this time we should be about done with the Blood Jade Flower bounty mission, right?" "Second-tier warrior Lin," he replied. "Last time we came here, we found the general location of the Blood Jade Flower, but old Chun got hurt, so he won't be joining us this time." 2 other team members expressed concern. "But we only have 5 people now? The regulations say we need at least 6 to enter a D-tier secret realm." Captain Lin pointed behind him and said, "No worries, I contacted an agency, and they introduced us to a new warrior. Are you the Martial Disciple level 9, Patterzilla?" E nodded, thinking to himself, because I'm still a student and can't directly enter a D-tier secret realm, I had to use a black market agent to get a fake identity to join the team. They charged me 100,000 coins for that. What a scam. Lenny looked surprised. Patterzilla? That's an odd name. He replied flatly, I couldn't use the original name, or I'd risk infringing copyright. Lenny sighed and said, well, whatever, it's just a code name. With your Martial Disciple level 9 status, You don't have the qualifications to enter a D-tier secret realm. Our team will give you the chance to observe and learn, but make sure you don't hold us back." Seeing his serious expression, he thought to himself, "At least he's being clear about the responsibilities before the mission. That's more reliable than someone throwing me under the bus later on." After preparing, the six-person team got into the off-road vehicle and drove straight into the rift of the secret realm. This time, as they entered the secret realm, they found themselves in a vast desert. The bounty task they were given was to find a rare secret realm plant called the Xiaoyu flower. This was their second time entering this particular secret realm. Last time, they had successfully located the general area of the blood jade flower, which was guarded by a second-tier monster with a champion-level bloodline. The off-road vehicle kicked up a long trail of dust across the desert, with sandstorms swirling all around. Sitting in the vehicle, he thought to himself, "Last time it was the rainforest, this time it's a desert. It seems that the secret realms aren't connected to just one world." Suddenly, several mole-like monsters poked their heads out from the ground. They followed the vehicle, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. One of the team members, Huda, was a man of few words. He immediately threw several crystal iron throwing darts. Each dart hit its target, striking the heads of the mole monsters with precision. The martial energy within the darts instantly seeped into their brains, shattering them. After a short while, the vehicle came to a stop near a small oasis in the desert. The blood jade flower Lin he was looking for was located in this oasis. Since the monsters in the oasis were very sensitive, the sound of the off-road vehicle's engine would give them away, so the group decided to get out and continue on foot. As the team leader, Lin he began assigning tasks. "Xiao Xia, you'll release the shockwave grenade to draw the monster out. Xiao Wu and Huda, you two will set up the traps. Old Lu, you'll provide suppression fire. I'll handle the front lines. Patterzilla, you stay back and observe." He nodded, saying, "No problem." After the tasks were assigned, the team got to work. The shockwave grenade soared into the air, releasing a thunderous sound. At the same time, a wave of higher-tier monster energy was rapidly released, causing some of the nearby monsters to think their territory was being invaded, drawing them toward the group. Soon, a massive rumble echoed from the oasis, as if thousands of wild bulls were charging. A 10-meter-long second-tier monster, the Earth Dragon, roared as it smashed through trees and charged toward them. At this moment, Huda shouted, "New guy, watch out! The monster's coming!" The nearby team members immediately activated the traps, and a large cloud of tranquilizing gas engulfed the Earth Dragon. This special gas, made specifically for monsters, was potent enough to sedate a whale with just a small vial. Lin He, who had been waiting, leaped high, wielding his ton-heavy alloy sword. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, and with a single strike, he decapitated the Earth Dragon, sending blood gushing out like a fountain. The team assumed the Earth Dragon had been dealt with. Lin He sheathed his weapon and prepared to continue the search for the blood jade fruit. However, just then, the Earth Dragon suddenly raised its massive paw and slammed it toward Lin He. Fortunately, he had been on guard, instantly reacting. He launched his full-power mountain fist technique, finishing the Earth Dragon off and saving Lin He's life. The team was shocked. They hadn't expected that He, a first-tier martial artist, could possess the strength to shake a second-tier monster. Such power earned their respect, and they no longer saw him as a liability, but as a valuable teammate. After defeating the Earth Dragon, the team found the oasis completely clear. Soon, they arrived at the center of the oasis lake, where the blood jade fruit awaited. The blood jade fruit was a rare item that only appeared under very low chances. It was said to cleanse a warrior's body and enhance their physical potential, making it highly sought after, though it rarely appeared in the market. Just as Lin he was about to celebrate, Huda from the team unexpectedly attacked with a poison dagger, stabbing it into Lin He's abdomen. The other team members exclaimed, "What's going on here?" Lin He swung his arm in a desperate move, shouting, "Huda, what the hell are you doing?" Huda quickly retreated, dodging the blow. At that moment, a bald man who looked tough as nails stepped forward, sneering, What's going on? Can't you see? He's obviously up to something that could make him rich. He was surprised that they all knew this man, Ho Peng. Xiao Wu angrily explained. Ho Peng. He specializes in robbing warriors of their loot from the secret realms. And now he set his sights on us. What a bastard. Lin He, clutching his bleeding abdomen, looked at Huda and Ho Peng in pain and anger, growling, "The blade's poisoned. Huda, you traitor. How did you know about this?" Even my teammates only learned the blood jade flower's location after entering the secret realm. At this moment, Ihi calmly said, "It was the throwing darts. You left the information on the darts." Huda sneered, "You're clever, Patterzilla, but you're still just a student, right? With the exams coming up, why aren't you studying and instead choosing to follow these scumbags on this trip?" Ihi cracked his neck and replied coldly, "Yeah, the exams are coming up, and I've got a top spot waiting for me." Ho Peng, furious at Ihi's arrogance, shot a dart straight at him. He easily caught the dart, smirking, "You're barking so loudly like a disgusting fence sitter. Now that's arrogance, so loud. I think it's time to clean up the trash." He then crushed Huda's dart with one hand. Ho Peng, watching this, turned to Huda and said, "This kid's got some guts. Huda, I'll be taking his head." Without hesitation, Huda launched a barrage of darts at Ihi. Ihi grinned coldly, the battle intent in his eyes flaring like a wildfire. After several secret realm fights, he had long grown accustomed to the bloody struggles between warriors. He quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the incoming darts. Huda seized the opportunity to get closer, spinning in the air. A sharp blade extended from his boots, and his long legs swung down like a giant axe, aiming to slice Ihi in half. He didn't dodge. He pressed his finger to his forehead, and blue energy immediately gathered at his fingertip, releasing an atomic breath. The blue beam instantly pierced through Huda's heart. As Huda's broken body fell to the ground, everyone froze for a moment, forgetting to continue the fight. Ho Peng, both surprised and furious, questioned, "Who are you? Which powerful family do you come from to be able to use gene techniques?" He coldly smiled at Ho Peng and replied, "I'm from the Emperor Demon RA family. Do you want to beg for mercy?" Ho Peng, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Ihi, realized this situation was beyond repair. His blood surged, and the pressure of a second-tier warrior weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them gasping for air. With his bloodline activation, Ho Peng's body swelled several times in size, turning into a terrifying little giant. His massive frame and surging blood energy gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure, fully transforming him into a beast-like monster. He charged at Ihi, moving like a tank, with a blast of wind behind him. In the split second that followed, Ihi crouched low, swiftly flipping to the side to dodge. His fingers shot out again, releasing a blue particle beam aimed at Ho Peng's vulnerable ankle. Ho Peng screamed in pain, bringing both his hands together and smashing them down toward Ihi. Ihi, with his agile footwork, easily dodged the attack. Surprised, he thought to himself, "A second-tier warrior really is something else. My atomic breath couldn't even melt his ankle bones." Ho Peng then swung his arms like massive wrecking balls, closing in on Ihi, as if trying to crush him with his giant hands. However, Ihi suddenly appeared behind Ho Peng. He then unleashed his fists, charged with intense nuclear radiation, pounding one blow after another into Ho Peng's body, each punch injecting lethal nuclear material into his system. With Ho Peng's second-tier warrior body and his bloodline enhancement, he could easily withstand my punches, but he definitely couldn't handle the continuous nuclear magic attacks. Soon, the internal organs in his body began to liquefy into pus and blood. Ho Peng, writhing in agony, glared at Ihi with hatred, accusing him of using poisonous gene techniques, cursing that such evil warriors would eventually be punished. He scoffed at him and raised his fist to end his life, thinking to himself, "The number of people cursing me will only grow, but what's he really worth?" 9 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and today was one of the grandest days in the Summer Kingdom. The national college entrance exams were finally here. In front of a nationwide live broadcast, the host began speaking to the candidates, first wishing them success and then explaining the exam rules. The exam was held in a tournament-style format, taking place in the Central City Sports Arena. Students would compete in pairs, and the winners would advance to the next round, with the whole event lasting 3 days. The first 2 days were for the preliminary rounds, and only the students who advanced could participate in the third day's exam. Each student had to compete in 3 matches during the prelims, and those who made it to the finals would continue to fight until the top scorer was chosen. The host emphasized that the candidates carried the future of humanity on their shoulders, urging them to showcase their strength for themselves and for the future of mankind, before officially announcing the start of City's college entrance exams. As the host's voice faded, the candidates began to step onto the arena. On Arena 6, the match was between Yi and Wang Tongtong. But at that moment, Yi had still not arrived. The host announced that, according to the rules, if Yi was not present after the match began, he would be disqualified. Wang Tongtong stood on the arena, smug and satisfied, thinking to herself, "The Gene Conference made me lose face, a shame I'll carry for life. I was planning to humiliate Yi with my flame lizard, but that pathetic fool is hiding and won't show up. How disappointing." The audience murmured, "How pathetic. He's too scared to even show up for the exams? He's probably hiding at home, trembling. Someone like him shouldn't even be in high school. He should just go sweep the streets." At that moment, the referee blew his whistle and said, "Time's up in City First High School, Yi." Before the referee could finish speaking, the crowd suddenly felt a powerful presence approaching. They all looked up and were shocked to see a person in the air. What kind of immense power could allow someone to fly like that? Just as the audience below was debating, the person suddenly landed on the arena, and the immense force caused the entire platform to shake. When the dust cleared, Wang Tongtong was still confused, and the next moment, a foot was about to slam into her face. With that, Wang Tongtong was kicked off the stage. He watched Wang Tongtong fly off and muttered, "That was close. Almost had to come back next year." As Wang Tongtong was knocked out of the arena, unconscious, the host loudly announced, "Yi wins." Yi scoffed, saying, "That's it? This was too easy." The audience couldn't believe it, shouting, "Yi is seriously strong." One kick and his opponent was done. The way he entered was so cool. Is this what they call a kick from the heavens? At that moment, the system displayed. Yi's total physique is 226, and his compatibility is 20%. He proudly said, "As a thank you, Captain Lin gave me the blood jade fruit. It took some time to improve my physique, but now you're about to see some real action." After defeating Wang Tongtong, he continued to battle the others. 3 matches, 3 wins. Each one ended with a single kick, no hesitation. The audience went wild, shouting, "Yi is like one kick man." As expected, the host announced, Yi from City First High School, 3 wins in a row, advancing to the 3rd round. Down in the stands, a crowd gathered around Yi, asking for his contact information. Some are recommending their own schools, and a reporter asked, "Yi, do you have a dream university in mind?" Upon hearing the question, Yi's eyes flashed, and he confidently replied, "Sorry, I'm aiming for Huadu University." Hearing this, the crowd around Yi suddenly scattered. Yi sighed, saying, "What? You don't believe me? But I can't blame them. Huadu University is the best martial arts college in the Summer Kingdom, one of the top 5 in the world, a holy land for all warriors. Cities like in City only allow the top students to enter that sacred place. But it's fine. Martial artists are judged by their strength. Once I'm the top scorer, we'll see what they say." At that moment, the examiner noticed Yi's performance and approached him, asking for a retest of his martial artist level. After a quick scan, the examiner was shocked and exclaimed, "Just half a month ago, Yi was a martial disciple level 3, but now he had reached level 9. Upon further investigation, they found that he had frequently visited E-tier secret realms after leaving school, So they asked him why he ventured into such dangerous places right before the college entrance exams. He casually explained, "It's to settle myself. My father left me a message before he passed. He said that to surpass humanity, you have to stop being human. So I've been going to secret realms, battling and breaking through my genetic locks." The examiner froze when he heard he mentioned breaking his genetic lock and immediately said, "I need to report this right away." After that, the examiner rushed off. He couldn't help but feel like he had somehow become a subject of intense scrutiny. On the day of the tournament, he stepped onto the arena once again. This time, his opponent was Luo Xian from city's third high. He was a martial disciple level 8 with the bloodline of a rare second-tier monster, and both of his parents were warriors. He looked at Luo Xian with boredom and motioned for him to make the first move. Luo Xian, feeling belittled, couldn't help but feel some anger rising within him. He immediately activated his bloodline and used his martial skill, Thunderclap Claw, accelerating to top speed. His heart beat like a supercar engine, and as he ran, his body accelerated again and again. His sharp claws slashed toward He's throat, and the finely honed martial skill cut through the air, creating sparks and a sonic boom. If it hit, even a martial disciple level 9 would be killed. However, he never expected that. As his arm came near, he effortlessly grabbed it. He casually commented, "Nice energy, but it's nowhere near that bald guy's charge." Without hesitation, he delivered a palm strike to Luo Xian's head. The immense force knocked Luo Xian out cold right on the spot. He then arrogantly said, "Are there no decent contestants?" The host quickly announced, "Another victory with one strike, and this time, he defeated the seed player, Luo Xian." Dozens of high-speed cameras focused on He, capturing shots from every angle, and the live broadcast was buzzing. Viewers couldn't stop talking, some in awe, saying Luo Xian looked so fierce, and in the blink of an eye, he's on the ground. He's strength is on a whole different level compared to the other candidates. In this martial arts-driven era, He's overwhelming display of power stirred the passion of everyone watching. Chu Zhou watched as Luo Xian was carried off the stage by medics, his eyes filled with fierce determination, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "As expected, you're the one I've been rooting for. I'll definitely defeat you in the finals." The head of the Huadu University admissions office, having watched He's impressive performance through the live broadcast, demanded to have all of his information within half an hour. Just after he finished his match, the second group of the qualifiers was already in full swing. This match was even more heated than his, as both competitors were top-tier beauties with larger followings, making it even more of a spectacle. One of them was Kai Shaoling from City Second High, a petite girl with an incredibly sexy figure. She flipped her long golden pigtails, giving Lu Qingzhu a provocative look, and remarked that she hated the robotic expression of Lu's family's young lady. Lu Qingzhu didn't respond. Instead, she simply bowed slightly and greeted her, her face expressionless, as if she didn't take Kai Shaoling's challenge seriously at all. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. With the aura of a martial disciple level 9, Kai Shaoling instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingzhu, sweeping a kick towards Lu Qingzhu's neck, threatening to slam her to the ground. Lu Qingzhu still made no move, lightly waving her palms, causing the air around her to thicken, becoming as viscous as a swamp under the influence of her martial technique. When Kai Shaoling's kick met the air in front of Lu Qingzhu, she felt as though her leg, which could tear through military-grade steel, had instead sunk into soft cotton. Under the diminishing effects, even the high-speed cameras could only capture Kai Shaoling's white leg moving in slow motion, visibly decelerating. Kai Shaoling, furious at Lu Qingzhu's immovable expression, intensified her attack. She cloaked her body in martial energy, minimizing air resistance, and blurred her form into a shadow as she circled Lu Qingzhu, waiting for the right moment to strike a palm to Lu Qingzhu's side. But as her palm neared Lu Qingzhu's waist by just 3 inches, it suddenly couldn't get any closer. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Kai Shaoling tried to retract her hand, but the air in front of her exploded with unimaginable suction, preventing her from pulling back. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu made her first move, extending her slender fingers, which now shimmered with a jade-like light. The warriors watching the live stream had their eyes widen as they recognized the move, the Hunyuan Jade Finger from the Xian Huang martial technique. To see a student about to take the high school entrance exams mastering the Xian Huang technique was astonishing. Such martial talent didn't need to be proven through exams. This alone could guarantee a direct admission to Huadu University. Standing closest to Lu Qingzhu, Kai Shaoling could feel the terrifying energy from the Jade Finger, realizing that if she didn't pull out her trump card now, it would be her last chance. Without hesitation, she activated her bloodline, Shadow, Tiger King. A massive shockwave exploded from her body, shattering the air around her. Lu Qingzhu, however, didn't choose to withstand the blow. She lightly tapped the ground with her foot, her body swiftly sliding a dozen meters to create some distance. The examiners in the stands held their breath, eyes fixed on Kai Shaoling, amazed. A king-level bloodline is hard to control, and the Shadow Tiger King is known for its brutal power. This girl's future is boundless. The awakening of the Shadow Tiger King's bloodline placed a heavy burden on Kai Shaoling's body. She exhaled hot air and struggled to speak to Lu Qingzhu, challenging her to display the Phantom Crow bloodline. Lu Qingzhu, ever the woman of few words, spoke her first line since the battle began. "This is enough." Kai Shaoling, completely enraged, shouted, "Do you think anyone below a warrior can challenge me?" Her body moved like a vicious tiger, her fierce blood energy coiling into a torrent behind her, her palms slashing through the air toward Lu Qingzhu. Facing the brutal strike, Lu Qingzhu softened the blow with grace, her hands moving like she was playing a piano, the invisible threads of her technique gradually reducing Kai Shaoling's force until it disappeared entirely. Kai Shaoling's attack failed, and she immediately drew on her immense blood energy, dispelling the invisible threads around Lu Qingzhu. With her small body in midair, she kicked again. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu activated the Xian Huang technique once more, Hunyuan Jade Finger. The jade-colored tip of her finger collided with Kai Shaoling's fierce kick, and the two powerful techniques clashed, shattering the specially made arena beneath their feet. The arena erupted in a cloud of dust. Tens of thousands of spectators watched with bated breath, waiting for the final victor. As the dust cleared, Kai Shaoling was the first to appear. She was covered in blood, stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Lu Qingzhu, however, stood like an ethereal fairy, her hair slightly disheveled but otherwise pristine and composed. With just his martial skills, he completely dominated Kai Shaoling, who also had a martial disciple level 9 and a king level bloodline. Lu Qingzhu's powerful display instantly exploded the live broadcast room. Viewers were amazed by Lu Qingzhu's strength. Some even claimed she was the top scorer from its city, while others leaked that Lu Qingzhu had awakened the fourth-tier bloodline of the Phantom Crow, a talent so rare that most warriors would be unable to defeat her. After Lu Qingzhu's battle, the rest of the matches, though still exciting, seemed dull in comparison. After several rounds of elimination, the final 8 were decided. From City First High, there were me and Lu Qingzhu, 3 from Chuzhou, 2 from City Second High, and 3 from City Qingfeng Private High. The finals of the top 8 were about to begin, and Yi stepped up first to draw lots. He drew in A. A 2-meter-tall, muscular giant glanced at him and revealed his own draw, which was also A. "Looks like we're set to face off." His name was Shun Guan from Qingfeng Private High. He nodded and introduced himself. Xinguan said we were the second match, so let's watch the first match first. He looked simple and straightforward, with hands as big as fans, pointing toward the big screen above the arena. The first match was Luo Shi from Qingfeng Private High versus Chuzhou from City First High. Shun Guan casually started chatting with Yi, saying that Luo She was incredibly talented, a repeat student who was specifically aiming for Hwada University this year. He had great mastery over his bloodline awakening, but still stood no chance against Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, right? He's from your school, in City First High. You must know him. At that moment, the host announced the first match of the top 8 qualifiers. Chu Zhou from City First High wins. The principal of Qingfeng Private High heard news and angrily said, "Damn, they lost right at the start." At this point, he asked, "How does Luo Shi compare to you?" Shen Guan grinned and said, "I'm a martial arts president at Qingfeng Private High, level 3. Honestly, my 2 teammates combined couldn't even match me." Then he suddenly turned his gaze toward Yi and said, "But to be honest, I think you're my biggest rival in this exam. I've always had an extremely sensitive sense. I can feel that you're like a dormant volcano with a beast hidden inside you. Let's go. It's our turn." With that, Yi and Shen Guan walked toward the arena. The host announced the second match of the top 8 qualifiers. Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High versus Yi from City First High. The quarterfinals of the Onqing Combat Trials, a high-stakes battle for elite university selection, were reaching a fever pitch. At the sound of the referee's call, Yi and Shen Guan lunged at each other, fists exploding forward like thunderclaps. Their blows collided midair, unleashing a shockwave that echoed like a detonation, the very air trembling from the force. Blood trickled from Shen Guan's nose, yet he grinned with manic delight. Nosebleed? Is that the manifestation of your bloodline power? Fascinating. A golden aura surged around his body, forming a shimmering shield of battle energy that blocked out the surrounding radiation. "So, Yi, this is the extent of your strength." Yi didn't respond, but a blazing light ignited in his eyes, the calm before a storm. Shen Guan let out a snort and stomped forward, the floor cracking beneath him. Then witnessed the legacy of the Shun family, our ancestral art, form intent fist. Antler strike, his fist thrust out like a charging stag's horns, sharp and unstoppable. The speed of the technique was blinding, faster than the eye could follow. In an instant, a devastating blow landed squarely on Yi's chest. He let out a gasp, blood spraying from his mouth. His body was flung dozens of meters back, crashing hard at the edge of the arena. Shen Guan didn't let up. Bare rotation. His massive frame seemed to swell even further, then hurled himself forward like a collapsing mountain, aiming to crush Yi beneath sheer brute force. Facing Shen Guan's avalanche-like assault, Yi crossed his arms to block. The moment they clashed, the arena floor cracked and collapsed under the pressure of their collision. In a sudden feint, Shen Guan retracted his fist, and with a blur of movement, appeared behind Yi in an instant. Grabbing him by the waist, Shen Guan roared and hurled him skyward with raw explosive force. Dropping into a crouch like a stalking beast, Shen Guan's face twisted into a predator's snarl as he let out a guttural growl, like a tiger about to strike. He launched himself upward, intercepting Yi mid-air in a full force tackle. As they collided, his form shifted again, like an eagle dive-bombing from the clouds, slicing through the air with 3 visible shockwaves. Yi slammed into the ground like a meteor, cratering deep into the earth as dust exploded outward. The relentless combo left Yi overwhelmed, with no room to retaliate. Landing with a flourish, Shen Guan crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Now that was satisfying. On the sidelines, medics prepared to rush in. After that brutal form-intent fist combo, even a veteran fighter would be half dead. But suddenly, Shen Guan froze, a chill crawling up his spine. He felt it, like standing before an ancient monster. His instincts screamed at him to retreat. From a settling dust, a massive, scale-covered arm emerged. Then Yi stepped forward, transformed, his body now towering, monstrous like a humanoid Godzilla. His voice rumbled low and powerful. "You're strong. That's why you get the honor of witnessing this form first." Shen Guan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He stood frozen, stunned by what he was witnessing. Beast form manifestation. Your bloodline awakening reached that level. The beast form, an ultimate transformation that only those who have fully mastered their bloodline can attain. It unleashes the true might of the ancient beast slumbering within. He had never imagined that in this remote city of Anqing, there was another prodigy who could rival the likes of Lu Qingzhu. As Yi's monstrous form stabilized, a blaring alarm erupted from the energy monitors beside the proctors. These devices could track the fluctuations of awakened combatants in real time. Radiation levels spiked to catastrophic levels, completely maxing out the instruments. The proctors, eyes narrowed, quickly released dense energy barriers to contain the surging power. The crowd gasped, then exploded with excitement. Did you see that? This is Yi's awakened form? What kind of bloodline is that? Anyone know? I'm from First Academy. They say his bloodline's classified as unknown, but how can that be unknown? He glanced around as he heard the murmurs. So, this world didn't know about the Imperial Megalithon. That meant no one here could recognize the bloodline he had awakened. Meanwhile, Shunguan's nose began to bleed again. The radiation now surpassed what his energy shield could handle. He clenched his fists, realizing he had to finish this fast. With a roar, Shunguan triggered his own awakening. A blinding aura surged from his core, golden patterns arcing through the air like lightning. One of the proctors muttered in awe, "That's the Golden Simian King bloodline, a Tier 3 royal strain. What's going on in this city?" A golden radiance surged across Shunguan's body. With a deafening roar, his frame expanded to nearly 3 meters tall, towering like a gilded war god at the center of the ring. He launched a devastating punch, the motion fluid and serpentine. This was Serpent Strike, a deadly move from his inherited martial art, Form Intent Fist. He responded instantly, stepping forward with mountain-breaking fist. The technique appeared simple, but the sheer force behind it was terrifying, like a landslide hurtling toward its target. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, the air exploding between them in a violent shockwave that pushed spectators back. Power-wise, Yi's awakened form had completely surpassed Shunguan. Shunguan was blasted backward, and even his golden hide, said to deflect bullets, cracked under the pressure, blood seeping through. Were it not for his last-second energy redirection, his entire arm would have shattered on the spot. It was the first time Shunguan found himself overpowered in a direct clash. But rather than back off, he charged in again. His arms twisted like twin serpents, coiling around Yi in an attempt to hurl him through the air. But he might as well have tried to lift a mountain. Yi remained immovable. Changing tactics, Shunguan crouched low, muscles coiling tight like a loaded spring. With explosive force, he launched upward, legs tearing into the ground. Then came Elephant Stomp, another Form Intent technique. Boom! The impact rocked the entire arena. Shockwaves shattered the stage's surface as if an earthquake had hit dead center. As the dust cleared, every spectator stared at the arena in stunned silence. The beastly figure, still standing tall, hadn't budged an inch. "Now it's my turn." Yi's voice was low and steady as he pulled his embedded leg from the cracked floor. Blue energy rippled around his fist, distorting the air with intense heat, as if the very atmosphere was ready to combust. But just as he was about to strike, Shunguan suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. "Yi, I surrender." He froze mid-step, visibly confused. Wait, what? The surging energy he'd been building had to be pulled back. According to the rules, he couldn't attack once his opponent officially conceded. The dark blue scales faded away as he returned to his normal form, the transformation fully undone. "Victory goes to Yi," the referee announced. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded. In a world where strength was everything, a climactic battle had just ended. With a surrender, Yi became an overnight sensation. His follower count skyrocketed in real time. Highlight clips like the monster who made his rival kneel and one punch to godhood spread like wildfire across social media. Comments poured in. Yi is this year's number one. No contest. Forget Lu Qingzhu. Yi's on another level. Back at Qingfeng Private Academy, the principal's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Luo, she failed, and I invested everything in Shunguan. He glared at Shunguan as he walked off the stage, shouting, "You surrendered? Do you know how much money we pumped into you? Ungrateful brat. You're not stepping into any university until you pay us back." The principal barely finished his sentence when Shunguan calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Though the gesture was light, Principal Qingfeng suddenly felt a cold chill run through his entire body. Shunguan's gaze was steady, his voice sharp as steel. "I couldn't take that last punch. Had I tried, I would have damaged my foundation. I conceded for my own good. If you think that's cowardice, then why don't you go take that hit?" He stepped closer. "As for your academy's investment in me, I'll repay it. But don't forget, you can't threaten someone stronger than you." The principal swallowed hard, voice trembling. "All right, why you make a good point." With the second match over, the tournament moved forward swiftly. Of the final four contenders, three hailed from Onqing First Academy. Only one came from Second Academy. But the Second Academy student had been completely overshadowed. The crowd barely noticed him, turning him into a forgotten extra. Meanwhile, the First Academy's headmaster was grinning ear to ear. The semi-final draw began. He stepped forward first, unfolding his slip. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a gaze pierce through the crowd. Looking up, he locked eyes with a girl whose pupils gleamed like obsidian, Lu Qingzhu. In her hand was an A as well. Semifinals match 1. Yi versus Lu Qingzhu, Onqing First Academy's ultimate showdown. The stadium erupted, and the live stream went nuclear. Holy crap, we finally get to see it. Onqing's most anticipated clash in entrance exam history. Yi, smash her, bro. No way. Lu Qingzhu's the real deal. She's mastered 2 Xianhuang tier techniques and demolished a tier 3 royal bloodline candidate. And she hasn't even revealed her full bloodline potential yet. Don't forget, Shunguan was a tier 3 royal too. He had to awaken mid-battle to beat him. Lu's got tier 4 blood and high-level martial mastery. This might be Yi's biggest challenge yet. Agreed, makes sense. Nah, Yi's got this. The internet was ablaze with debate. Who was stronger, Yi or Lu Qingzhu? But they wouldn't have to argue much longer. The semifinals of Onqing First Academy had officially begun. Yi versus Lu Qingzhu. The moment the referee gave the signal, white mist surged around Yi like a storm, his aura boiling over as he instantly entered his awakened bloodline state. The power rolling off him bent the very air around the arena. But Lu Qingzhu wasn't fazed. Her martial techniques weren't just powerful. They were unconventional, elusive, and nearly untouchable. Brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to land a blow on her. What made her even more dangerous was her strategic mind. He knew, if the fight dragged on, he'd be at a disadvantage. So, he made his choice, go all out from the first move. Lu Qingzhu remained expressionless, her voice as calm and cold as steel. She met Yi's blazing gaze and said, "Yi, I hope you're strong enough to make me take this seriously." Suddenly, Yi released a large amount of steam, enveloping the entire arena. The audience below was instantly confused, with a mist clouding everything. They couldn't see what was happening. The host immediately added fuel to the fire. The genius of the Lu family, Lu Qingzhu, faces the dark horse of this year's competition, Yi. How will she respond? Let's wait and see. Could this be Yi's bloodline awakening? Yi kept his eyes locked on the silhouette of Lu Qingzhu through the smoke, knowing that he couldn't afford to be careless. Lu Qingzhu's martial skills far surpassed his own, and with her mysterious techniques, no matter how powerful his strength, it would be difficult to harm her. This martial genius also had an exceptionally high battle IQ. The longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So he had to go all out from the start. One blow to end the fight, no second chances. A tremendous amount of energy gathered in Yi's right fist as he launched his mountain blocking fist. Lu Qingzhu didn't expect Yi to come at her so aggressively. She quickly crossed her arms, channeling her martial energy for defense. But Yi's speed was so fast that he left a series of afterimages in front of her. Then, Yi suddenly swept a powerful kick toward her. The audience was discussing it. Did he just use a deceptive trick? Lu Qingzhu was speechless. This guy really said he was using his fists, but in reality, he was using his steel whip. At that moment, Yi shouted, swinging his fist and appearing directly above Lu Qingzhu, his eyes glowing with intense energy. The audience was no longer calm, and they murmured, "Poor Lu Qingzhu, despicable Yi, using such tricks, showing no martial virtue." In martial combat, one must never hesitate to use tactics. Lu Qingzhu could only once again cross her arms to defend herself. The audience couldn't help but hold their breath for her. Oh no, Lu Qingzhu's rhythm was completely disrupted by that move. Now wasn't the time to show mercy. Yi kept attacking with one strike after another, not giving her a chance to retaliate, hitting her like a punching bag. The audience saw clearly that Yi's pursuit was too fierce. Lu Qingzhu had no chance to escape. But what happened next left them even more confused. Yi actually used his martial energy to push Lu Qingzhu back. Didn't that give her a chance to counterattack? But the next second, what awaited her was the claw of the Imperial Magic Beast. He wasn't foolish. How could he make such a mistake? With a flash, a powerful wind blade swept toward Lu Qingzhu, showing no mercy. Lu Qingzhu widened her eyes. This move was a palm strike embedded with martial energy. She quickly leapt into the air, elegantly dodging, moving like an angel. Then came a loud crash as the claws collided with her defensive barrier. He appeared once more above her, flashing an evil grin, his hands swirling with immense power. "Lu, don't run away." Then came a storm of ferocious attacks, like a torrential rain. Lu Qingzhu was starting to question her own life. How could he not be tired from such a high-intensity attack? His stamina was incredible. She couldn't help but envy him. As for herself, she had mastered two powerful techniques of the Xianyellow martial arts. One was a defensive secret technique from the Lu family, illusory shadow of floating flowers. And the other was an offensive technique, mixed Yuan Jade Finger. If she could use either of them, she could break free from Yi's relentless attacks. Unfortunately, Yi didn't give her any chance. If this continued, Lu Qingzhu would soon be knocked off the stage by Yi. With no way out, Lu Qingzhu decided to stop hiding. Suddenly, a feather appeared on her fist. Yi's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. Finally going to use your trump card? A long cry echoed throughout the arena, signaling the awakening of the bloodline, the Netherworld Sparrow. A humanoid bird soared into the air. Its purple wings flapped as pieces of feather floated down. This was the bloodline awakening. Lu Qingzhu was revealing her magical beast bloodline for the first time, the Netherworld Sparrow. Yi, you'd better be careful. I can't control my power in this form. Yi grinned at this, knowing this was exactly what he'd been waiting for. After all, he didn't want to unleash too much power and destroy her, as until now, he had only used about 50% of his strength. Now he would go all out. However, in the next second, Lu Qingzhu appeared behind Yi. She had actually used the Xianyellow martial arts technique, mixed Yuan Jade Finger, in her bloodline awakened state. He wasn't to be outdone. His bloodline from the Imperial Magic Beast stirred excitement in him. He roared and launched an atomic explosion fist, a tremendous boom resounding. A massive shockwave exploded behind them, shaking the entire arena. The audience gasped, so strong, so intense. I can't open my eyes. Lu Qingzhu also let out a gasp. Her eyes widened, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Both of them seemed unharmed, but behind Yi, strong currents of electricity were still flickering, and the ground cracked like a spider's web. Yi's body began to change, with pieces of dark blue scales gradually covering his face, his mouth now brimming with destructive energy. Lu Qingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of danger and thought to herself, "What's happening?" Yi's beast form seemed to be gathering power. the spine on his back raised, seemingly accumulating immense energy. This energy slowly transferred into Ihi's mouth until his entire back spine shone with blue light. In that instant, Ihi unleashed a beam of atomic energy, radiating an aura of destruction. Lu Qingzhu saw the powerful attack heading toward her and decisively folded her wings, tightly wrapping herself up. The next second, the terrifying wave of energy engulfed her in an instant. The bloodline power of the Nether Phoenix was activated by Lu Qingzhu in this life-or-death moment. Countless black feathers flickered, reflecting light like crystals as the blue particle beams collided with the purple-black feathers. It was as if they were reflected by mirrors, with a thick, concentrated beam of light being refracted into several smaller beams by the feathers. The light radiated outward from the black sphere that Lu Qingzhu had turned into, reflecting in all directions. Just as it seemed the light was about to shoot off the arena, the examiners tried to stop it, but they were too late. At that moment, a golden weapon enveloped the entire arena. All the light beams heading toward the outside of the arena vanished the instant they touched the golden martial energy, as though they were absorbed and disappeared without a trace. It was the mayor of Anqing, Huang Qing. The examiners tried to greet the mayor, but he raised his hand to signal them not to bother, saying softly, "Watch closely. Today, the strongest top student in Anqing's history will be born." About 15 seconds later, the atomic exhale ended, and Lu Qingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her two purple-black wings, after reflecting the atomic exhale to the extreme, were now melted and in tatters. Had it not been for her timely use of the martial energy floating Hua transformation, redirecting the remaining energy to the surroundings, she might not have been able to withstand Ihi's attack. Since her birth, she had been heavily burdened with the expectations of the Lu family. Under the family's pressure, she had no choice but to build the reputation of the Lu family's eldest daughter in battle after battle. While others praised her genius and strength, she was not interested in these titles. Perhaps even she didn't know why she fought. In fact, she didn't want to fight at all. Competing with others felt utterly meaningless to her. She simply followed her mother's wishes, moving forward silently, exhausted. He is truly strong. Facing such a strong opponent, it's only natural that Lu Qingzhu lost the match. She made this mistake. You should be able to seize it, quickly finish me off. Lu Qingzhu thought to herself, gently tapping her foot on the ground and striking Ihi with a palm. However, Ihi made no move, standing still, taking her blow head on. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. "Why aren't you dodging?" Ihi raised an eyebrow. Looking at her, "Lu Qingzhu, what happened to your fighting spirit? From the start of the fight, I could tell you weren't fully invested. Have you even taken me seriously? I intend to win this fairly, so give me your full attention." With that, Ihi swung his arm, sending a gust of wind towards Lu Qingzhu's face. Lu Qingzhu was hit by the punch and flew backward. Ihi quickly closed in, landing on her, his fists swinging wildly, continuing to hammer her face with powerful blows. Lu Qingzhu raised her arms to protect her head, looking utterly disheveled. She thought to herself that she had never been treated like this before. Now, in front of hundreds of thousands of live-stream viewers, she was being crushed to the ground and violently beaten. She had planned to give up victory to him, so why was he still relentlessly chasing her? "Don't hit my face, you bastard!" Lu Qingzhu's eyes turned red with fury, and she shouted, unleashing her full power to send Ihi flying. Ihi's eyes gleamed with fiery battle intent, expecting just this. If you don't want to get hit in the face, then fight seriously. Ashes swirled in the air as a pair of giant purple-black wings spread out, stirring up a storm. Lu Qingzhu's delicate face bore strange, otherworldly patterns, while her back sprouted what looked like a yellow robe-like tail feather, the power of her chirp sword echoing across the battlefield as she transformed into her beast form. After entering her beast form, Lu Qingzhu appeared cold and confident. "Ihi, as you wished, I will defeat you with my strongest form." A massive pair of violet-black wings suddenly burst open in midair, stirring up a raging storm. Mysterious markings spread across Lu Qingzhu's flawless face, while her regal tail feathers fluttered behind her like a royal cloak. From deep within her, a piercing avian cry echoed in all directions. He grinned. Finally showing your beast form? Now, this is getting fun. Not to be outdone, he unleashed his full power, his body wrapped in glowing blue energy, each weapon radiating atomic force, turning him into a walking reactor of destruction. This was his fusion of the Godzilla battle template with hardened martial arts, a technique known as nuclear radiance mode. With a deafening blast, the ground beneath him exploded, launching Yi like a missile straight toward Lu Qingzhu. Let's make this a real fight. Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. Her wings snapped wide, drawing in the surrounding air currents. She summoned a funnel-shaped storm laced with ghostly energy that could devour all it touched. The entire arena was swallowed in a spiraling hurricane as it roared toward Yi. He didn't flinch for a second. He launched himself like a torpedo straight into the ghostly hurricane. The instant he entered, a massive atomic detonation erupted in a burst of blue light, tearing through the storm. He surged forward with unstoppable momentum, heading right for Lu Qingzhu. Her face changed. Those eerie patterns shifted to a deep crimson purple. She let out a piercing cry, unleashing her bloodline ability, Spectral Avian Howl. The sonic wave distorted the air itself, spreading like a shockwave across the entire arena. He was instantly engulfed by the blast. His atomic armor flickered violently, nearly extinguished by the deadly frequencies. If not for his high-tier Godzilla-based lineage, that spectral screech might have torn him apart from the inside. But hey, two can play that game. You think you're the only one who can scream? The vertebrae along his spine lit up one by one. Atomic power surged through his body as he activated his ultimate move, Atomic Breath, full output mode. Determination flashed in Lu Qingzhu's eyes. She gave up all defense and poured every ounce of strength into offense. She refused to lose. This battle would have a winner. She unleashed her ultimate technique, Jade Core Strike, fused with her bloodline's secret art, Spectral Blood Lance. A brilliant column of blue energy roared toward her like a divine judgment from the heavens. At the same time, she pointed her glowing jade fingertip forward, condensing the crimson-purple energy of destruction. With her wings beating furiously behind her, she slashed forward, cutting directly into the oncoming atomic beam. The two devastating forces collided midair, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Waves of raw energy surged across the arena, shaking the very sky. The host let out a panicked scream. This isn't good. That kind of power, it's way beyond what two junior fighters can control. Outside the arena, the city mayor's expression darkened. He moved instantly. Either of these monstrous prodigies getting hurt would be a massive loss for the entire city, even the whole Federation. Gene Tree, Earth Pulse Barrier. As he shouted, the ground rumbled violently. 3 massive stone walls, infused with his battle aura, erupted from the earth, slamming down between the colliding attacks. But just moments later, those thick stone barriers were obliterated. A blinding white flash swallowed the arena whole. The crowd erupted in chaos. That explosion was insane. Wasn't that the mayor's wall just now? Yeah, Mayor Ma tried to stop the clash. If he hadn't stepped in, we might have been caught in the blast too. The mayor stood at the edge of the smoke-choked arena, his face grim. He had reacted quickly, deploying 3 Earth Pulse walls to blunt the force of the impact. But he hadn't had enough time. The walls were still forming when they were torn apart, leaving nothing to stop the full brunt of the collision. Who could have predicted that this year's entrance trials would produce not one, but 2 freakishly powerful candidates? If either of them was seriously injured, resignation wouldn't even begin to make up for it. Here, in this land, a martial prodigy held sway over the hearts of the people more fiercely than any celebrity ever could. At the center of the arena, Lu Qingzhu was once again gravely injured. Blood streamed down her arm. She dropped to one knee, her other arm badly scorched. Her once proud form now looked battered and broken. The power of her beast form had completely faded, but she refused to give up. She could still fight. That's when he stepped in front of her. He stood tall, completely unharmed. Not a scratch on him. The contrast was brutal. Lu Qingzhu was shaken. She knew her final blow had landed. Why did it seem like he hadn't felt a thing? He looked down at her and casually said, "If you don't get that nuclear radiation out of your system soon, you're done for." Lu Qingzhu froze, then let out a choked sound on the verge of tears. The injustice was overwhelming. "I never wanted to fight you this hard. Why did you keep pushing me? This is bullying." He knelt down, looking her dead in the eyes. "Do you really hate fighting? Or are you just too stubborn to admit you wanted to win? I could feel it in that last desperate attack. You were hungry for victory." Lu Qingzhu couldn't argue. He was right. In that moment, she had wanted to win. That desire had made her drop her guard and go all in. But what was happening to her? She'd always hated fighting. She wanted to lose quickly, didn't she? And yet, during that final clash, she felt something else. Something raw and exhilarating. That rush of fighting not for anyone else, but just for herself. He gently placed a hand on Lu Qingzhu's shoulder. "You lost because your mind was too clouded during the fight." Then, without hesitation, he absorbed the lingering nuclear radiation from her body. Lu Qingzhu looked down. The radiation and the wounds on her arm were rapidly healing. He looked her in the eye and said earnestly, "Even so, you're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. If there's ever another chance, I'd love to fight you again. No distractions, just a pure battle." Lu Qingzhu. Her cheeks flushed red at his words. Just then, the smoke over the arena finally cleared. Every camera zoomed in on the center stage. The host shouted excitedly, He's still standing. The first semifinal match is over. He of Anqing First High takes the win." Shortly after, Chu Zhou claimed victory in his match as well. The final showdown of the Anqing trials, the champions' duel, was about to begin. The host's voice boomed. "The final battle is set. He of Anqing First High versus Chu Zhou, also of Anqing First High." The livestream viewership surged, nearing 500 million. The grand finale of the Anqing tournament was underway. As a referee gave the signal, Chu Zhou stood ready, pressing his palms together. A chilling longsword slowly formed in his hands, forged from pure bloodline power. Cryoblade manifestation. He grinned. "Come at me." He may have just defeated the mighty Lu Qingzhu, but he wasn't about to let his guard down now. After all, Chu Zhou's battle intellect might just be the highest among all candidates this year. Chu Zhou's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward, activating the 7-star movement. His body blurred into a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of icy blades flew at He from every direction, cutting off all escape. But he was unfazed. Tracking the real Chu Zhou? Nah, smashing everything in sight sounded way more satisfying. He clenched his fist, muscles flexing like coiled steel, and eerie blue energy danced along his arm. Atomic detonation fist, fully charged. With a single punch, the ground trembled. A shockwave of pure atomic force erupted outward, engulfing a 10-meter radius in searing nuclear energy. Chu Zhou was forced to retreat, his mind reeling. This guy didn't even try to find the real body. He just blasted everything with overwhelming power. With Chu Zhou's level of defense, there was no way he could take that hit head-on. Honestly, was there anyone their age who could trade punches with He and walk away? Just look at what happened to Shengguan. But Chu Zhou wasn't the type to back down. If close combat wouldn't work, then he'd wear He down from afar. His bloodline surged. Frostworm awakening. Crystalline dragon scales bloomed across his body. His pupils turned into golden slits, and twin obsidian horns rose from his head. Behind him, a massive frostworm roared into form. its spectral wings stretching wide. His ice pulse erupted. Frozen winds howled across the arena, forming colossal ice spikes that surged into a towering tidal wave of frost, crashing toward Ihi. That's insane. He just summoned an entire mountain of ice out of nowhere. That frostworm bloodline is god tier. He looks amazing. Take down the evil overlord, Ihi. Go get him, Ice Brother. At that moment, Ihi was completely encased in the heavy ice forged by Chuzhou's bloodline. But Chuzhou didn't relax. He wasn't naive enough to believe the fight was over. His breathing grew heavier, unleashing that level of frostworm power had taken its toll. Suddenly, the crowd gasped. Look, the ice mountain, it's melting. In the next instant, a brilliant pillar of blue energy burst forth from deep within the ice, shooting straight toward Chuzhou. Chuzhou, ever on guard, was still caught off guard by the sudden counterattack. Instinctively, he summoned an ice pillar from the ground to launch himself out of the beam's path. Boom! The atomic beam smashed into the examiner's joint energy shield, sending ripples of force across its surface. The towering ice mountain began to melt rapidly, collapsing in on itself under the searing heat. From within the dissolving glacier, a deep blue figure emerged. Streams of melted ice never even touched his body, evaporated instantly by the blazing heat radiating from him. He had returned, fully awakened in his Godzilla state. Chuzhou exhaled slowly, a bitter edge in his eyes. The gap in their strength was simply overwhelming. He said firmly, take this. My final move. This is my absolute limit in martial arts. I was originally saving it for Lu Qingzhu. In the very next moment, a massive great sword of ice materialized in Chuzhou's hands, a sign that his bloodline power had fully awakened. The blade radiated a chilling aura, infused with a will that cut straight to the soul-cleaving sword intent. The first to react was the mayor of Anqing, his expression just as stunned as when Lu Qingzhu had used a Xianwang technique. Sword intent? At his age? That's unreal. Without hesitation, Chuzhou swung the sword with all his strength. Drip, drip, a few drops of hot blood splattered onto the ground. He had raised his arm just in time to block the strike, but a deep gash cleared down to the bone, ran across it. And yet, the wound shimmered with blue light, the flesh already writhing and beginning to regenerate. Maybe if you had a better sword, you'd have stood a chance. Chuzhou opened his eyes wide, stunned. He looked down at his broken sword and knew he had lost. How much of a chance did I really have? He asked, almost to himself. He smirked. A little better than the chances of a simp actually getting the girl. Chuzhou gave a helpless shrug and raised his hand to the referee. I surrender. Victory in the Anqing finals. Yi stands as the champion. Let's go, brother Yi. I knew you were built different. Chuzhou was strong, but next to Yi, no contest. The livestream chat exploded. Yi went from underdog to legend. This is the ultimate dark horse arc. At that moment, Yi's face flooded every media outlet in the city. Word spread fast. Last year, he was dead last in his class. This year, he crushed the top-ranked student and claimed the championship. Talk about a comeback story. And this year's exam, far more intense than any before. To rise above it all, he might just be the strongest martial champion in Anqing's history, maybe even ever. Outside the stadium, the crowd roared like a tidal wave. Ihi, 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 across the city and the millions watching via livestream. Everyone had witnessed the end of a grueling 3-day war. The champion of Anqing's 24th martial entrance trials had finally emerged. Ihi from Anqing First High. Rumor has it you came from behind, rising through the ranks late. Now that you've claimed the top spot, is there anything you'd like to say? He stepped forward, voice steady. First, I want to thank my teacher. When I was at my lowest, he didn't give up on me. His encouragement gave me the will to fight. Back in front of the live stream, Ihi's homeroom teacher wiped away tears. He felt overwhelmed with guilt. How had he overlooked this monstrous talent until just before the exam? He didn't feel worthy of the praise. And next, I'd like to, suddenly, in the front row of the audience, the school principal started waving wildly at Ihi. He held both hands in the air, flashing a big 2-0 gesture. 2 million. Ihi, promote our school a bit, and I'll give you 2 million in scholarship money. Ihi's eyes instantly lit up like dollar signs. I'd also like to thank my alma mater and our brilliant principal. Without his wise leadership, how could Anqing First High have achieved such greatness? And finally, I want to thank myself, he said with complete sincerity. Without my hard work, relentless dedication, and unmatched intelligence, none of this would have been possible. He said it with a straight face, absolutely no shame. Just then, the familiar system interface popped up, frowny face, congratulations, host. You have earned the title Top Scholar. Reward. 1 random template ability draw unlocked. Wait, Top Scholar is an actual title. He blinked, then grinned. So, the template has an achievement system too? That's a sweet surprise. Meanwhile, in the stadium hallway, a swarm of reporters had already cornered Ihi, cameras and mics closing in from all sides. Ihi, was there a lot of pressure winning this year's championship? How did you manage such rapid growth in just 6 months? Will you be applying to Capital Star University? He raised his hands in surrender, exasperated. Please stop chasing me. I really need to pee. But one sleazy-looking guy shoved a phone in his face, smirking. Quick question. Between Lu Qingzhu and Kai Shaoling, who's prettier? Or are you more into Xingguan? Or maybe Chuzhou? Nope, I'm out. He bolted like a rocket. He had no time for weird fan service interviews. After finally shaking off the media mob, he ducked into the empty basketball court, finally catching his breath. His eyes lit up with excitement. So the template isn't a one-and-done deal. I can unlock more through the system. This is insane. I'm loving it. Just then, a calm voice sounded behind him. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar. He jolted in surprise, spinning around, thinking another reporter had found him. The man took off his hat and smiled. Relax. I'm not with the media. I'm from Capital Star. Let's talk about something a bit more classified, like the gene lock. He froze. Gene lock? He hadn't unlocked any so-called gene lock. All his powers came from monster templates. Could this guy know his secret? Who was he? From what little memory he had of the original host, that term had only ever come up once, from his supposedly ordinary father. The man pulled a file from his bag and said with a smirk, Tell me, aren't you curious? Your father, a regular taxi driver. How would someone like him even know about something like a gene lock? He raised an eyebrow. Wait, could my old man actually be some kind of hidden expert? The man handed him the file. Due to your unique status, Capital Star has authorized the release of a restricted document. He opened it, and his eyes widened as he read. Project Prometheus, once a dominant force in Blue Star's biological gene research. After a classified incident, the institute was blacklisted by multiple nations. Its key researchers went underground, erasing their identities. The gene lock was among their most ambitious experiments. He slowly closed the file, realization hitting him hard. So you guys think my regular OL cab-driving dad was actually a senior researcher at Prometheus? And me? I'm one of their secret experiments. Please don't worry, the man in the trench coat said gently. The government isn't here to threaten you. I'm just here to inform you. After all, as the subject involved, you have the right to know the truth. He clearly feared he might panic and do something reckless. You're now part of a national-level cultivation program. Your safety is our top priority from here on out. He stared at him, deadpan. Bro, I'm probably calmer than you right now. Seriously. Then his face changed in an instant, switching to smug mode. Ugh, fame is such a pain. So much attention, so many questions. Society really is all about status, huh? The man blinked in silence, then turned and walked away without another word. As soon as he left, he rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling. Finally, he's gone. This exam run was a jackpot. Top university offer, $2 million in scholarship money, another 800k bonus, and most importantly, new template draw, here I come. He wasted no time summoning the system interface and hitting draw. Sure, he knew legendary tier templates like Godzilla were rare, but he couldn't help hoping for another miracle. A swirling black vortex appeared on the screen, filled with monstrous growls and echoing roars, like a cursed vault full of ancient beasts. He stared in awe, slack-jawed. A moment later, the result appeared. D-Class Template. D-Class Template. Colossus type, humanoid, bloodline abilities. Size increase up to 60 meters. High-pressure steam emission. Evolutionary path. Proto-giant hybrid. Compatibility, 1%. E's eyes gleamed brighter by the second. So, template abilities can stack. If I combine the Colossus-type humanoid with the Berserker Emperor Mothra, wouldn't that make me the true king of monsters? Meanwhile, inside a quiet villa, Brother Huolong, are you saying you're turning down all your missions? That's right. Cancel everything on my schedule. He hung up the call. The only sound left in the room was the faint audio from a TV broadcast. Huolong took a deep breath. His index finger began tapping the redwood table rhythmically. Tap, tap, tap. A dent soon formed where his finger struck. His younger brother, Huopeng, had been missing for over half a month. The search team sent in the Mystic Zone returned empty-handed. Not even a corpse, an experienced hunter of forbidden realms. Huolong didn't need confirmation. His brother was dead. Worse, the scene had been cleaned. No trace, no mistake. Still, the rescue team didn't come back empty-handed. At the last known location, they recovered samples, and testing revealed traces of nuclear radiation. Huolong's eyes stayed locked on the TV screen. It was replaying footage from the Anqing Martial Finals. The image froze, unleashing a blinding blue beam of atomic breath. Little brother, he murmured, I told you to stay out of the underground, to quit that life. Why didn't you listen? Before Mom passed, she made me promise I'd look after you. Now I can't even find your body. His eyes closed, weighed down with sorrow and guilt. Then the TV announcer declared, Final winner, Ihi of Anqing First High. Huolong opened his eyes slowly, bloodshot and deadly calm. Ihi, a rare genius, no doubt. Capital Star University will surely come calling. But too bad, they won't get the chance to see you enroll. Today, Ihi was planning to head into a Mystic Zone to test his new theory, combining the Godzilla template with the Colossus-type template in actual combat. But just as he was getting ready, he received an unexpected letter from Chuzhou. The contents read, Ihi, according to the Capital Research Institute, a new Mystic Rift is projected to open today at 3 p.m. in Red Tree Mountain on the outskirts of Anqing. The estimated danger level is C-class that I intend to investigate. Would you like to team up? Chuzhou. Yi's first reaction wasn't about the Mystic Zone. No, he was shocked Chuzhou still sent handwritten letters in 2024. Paired with his swordsman cosplay and archaic way of speaking, he was starting to seriously wonder, is this guy another transmigrator too? By 3 p.m., the once deserted Red Tree Mountain had become packed. Over 1,000 fighters arrived, among them, elite warriors and high-tier organizations. At the base of the mountain, he met up with Chuzhou, who now had a sword hanging from his waist. You've grown stronger. He was surprised at how sharp Chuzhou's senses were. After all, he had used some of his prize money to buy several gene serums, pushing his Colossus template compatibility to 35%. Sure, it was just a D-class monster, but it grew fast and worked fast. Definitely worth it. While waiting for the rift to open, the two chatted casually. So, Chuzhou, what university are you aiming for? Capital Star University. There was something off in Chuzhou's tone when he said it. He noticed but didn't pry. He simply smiled and replied, Guess that makes us future classmates. Just then, the crowd around them erupted. The Mystic Rift is opening. A piercing screech echoed from the rift. The next second, a monstrous bird with 3 twisted heads and pitch-black feathers forced its way halfway out of the portal. This was clearly a high-tier beast. It had muscled its way to the front and become the first creature to emerge from the rift. But unfortunately for it, What waited outside wasn't prey. It was over 1,000 armed warriors, locked and loaded. Kill! The mountains roared with the sound of unified battle cries. No one hesitated. The fighters surged toward the monster like a tidal wave, not caring one bit that it was still awkwardly stuck in the portal. The three-headed bird thrashed in panic, each head flailing as it tried to retreat, but it was stuck. Within seconds, its massive body was trampled and crushed beneath a stampede of blades, boots, and battle cries. As they say. The early bird gets the beatdown. Ihi and Chuzhou, blending into the crowd, passed through the rift right behind the wave of warriors. On the other side, they were greeted by a jaw-dropping sight, a forest of colossal trees, each over 100 meters tall, towering like skyscrapers piercing the sky. Suddenly, a thick, metallic stench of blood flooded Ihi's nostrils. He looked ahead. The entrance of the rift had already become a battlefield, with a mini beast tide crashing into the arriving warriors. Screams, roars, and the clash of steel filled the air, merging into a brutal, chaotic symphony of war. He quickly realized the warriors weren't just here to loot the Mystic Zone. They were holding the front line for a reason. According to the Blue Star Defense Act, all licensed martial artists have both the freedom to explore mystic zones and the duty to protect the real world from beast tides. Anyone who ignores that duty and lets a tide slip into the outside world, causing civilian casualties, will be stripped of their warrior status and tried in military court. For a warrior, the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Ihi and Chuzhou joined the front line, pushing back against the oncoming beast tide. Chuzhou activated his bloodline, unleashing waves of icy energy that froze the beast's legs in place, locking down the path ahead. Suddenly, a beast lunged at him from behind. In a split second, he launched his atomic detonation fist, blowing the ambusher into mist and melted flesh. "Watch your back," he said, completely unfazed. Then, almost lazily, he added, "These Mystic Zone beasts? Not a single one can put up a decent fight." Behind him lay a field of smoldering corpses. Chuzhou was stunned. He'd been carefully holding the line, and he had already wiped out an entire section of monsters. The creatures he killed weren't just burned, they were dissolved, as if every cell in their body had been disintegrated from within. That was the terror of atomic radiation, silent, invisible, and absolutely devastating. And now, for the first time in the open battlefield, Ihi, the walking nuclear disaster zone, could unleash his power freely. Roar! Scree! Beasts howled as they charged at him, only to melt into puddles of gore a few meters away, cooked alive by the sheer heat radiating from his body. On another part of the battlefield, warriors locked in desperate melee turned their heads, only to see that the warriors behind them were already relaxing and wiping sweat. Yo, what the hell? They done already? Did they bring in some high-tier merc? Nope. That's the top scorer from Anqing's entrance exams. The what? Wasn't he just a trainee? How's a kid soloing entire waves of monsters? You didn't watch this year's entrance exam broadcast? Nah. Who wants to watch high schoolers fight? Idiot. That high schooler could mop the floor with 10 of you. As the battle dragged on, exhaustion began to show on the warriors' faces. Then someone shouted, "Drive the beasts toward the top scorer." And just like that, the battlefield adapted. Everyone instinctively pivoted, using Ihi's nuclear radiation field as a natural kill zone against the monster tide. No one knew how long the fighting had lasted. But then, boom, a signal flare burst in the sky. Eyes that had gone dull with fatigue suddenly lit up. Decapitation confirmed. The Alpha Beast is down. We did it. The tide is breaking. Monsters are retreating. Don't let up. Finish them off. Chuzhou finally exhaled, relief washing over him. The first wave of Red Tree Mountain's beast tide was over to the 1,000+ warriors who had entered. Only about 800 remained. He strolled over casually, lugging several massive sacks behind him. His chill attitude stood out like a sore thumb amid the blood-soaked survivors. Phew. Hey, Chuzhou, real talk. I'm running out of hands here. How am I supposed to carry all this loot? With a thud, he dropped several bulging sacks of monster cores in front of him. Chuzhou silently handed over a silver black ring. My spatial ring. Use it. Whoa, nice. A space ring? Those go for tens of millions on the market. He eagerly stuffed the bags inside. I knew you were secretly loaded. Wusun's back. Thank the heavens. If he hadn't taken out the elite beast, we'd have all died out there. The crowd parted automatically as a tall, broad-shouldered man strode forward. Righteous energy radiating from him like a wall. He quickly realized. This guy was heading straight for him. Hello there. Anqing's top scholar, the man said with a warm smile. Name's Wu Sun, regional commander of the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps. I've heard what you did out there today. Outstanding work. Now tell me, would you be interested in joining our corps? It won't interfere with your university plans. In fact, you'll receive tons of benefits, gear access, and support. For someone like you, I'm ready to offer an S-rank member contract on spot. Wu San's offer immediately drew gasps from the surrounding warriors. The Silver Wolf Corps, a nationally renowned mercenary group, and their regional commander personally recruiting Ihi. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Becoming a warrior was an expensive path. Without faction support, few could go far. In an S-rank contract, even elite students from Capital Star University rarely received such treatment. Just then, a dazzling striped tiger stepped out from the crowd. On its back sat a striking woman with a bold, commanding presence. So that's why you rushed ahead? Wu Sun, she teased. Trying to steal the prize before the rest of us showed up? She turned to Ihi. Ihi, how about joining the Chengda Corps instead? We may be smaller than Silver Wolf, but if you join us, I'll personally guarantee you'll receive 15% of our monthly cultivation resources. No strings attached. Gasp! That wasn't an offer. That was basically giving him a stake in the guild. A high schooler. And they were throwing elite-tier contracts at him? Ihi, however, simply smiled and shook his head. Thanks, but for now, I'm not planning to join any corps. The woman chuckled, unfazed. Just as I thought, landing the top scorer was never going to be easy. No worries. Consider this our introduction. If you ever need anything, the Silver Wolf Corps is only a call away. The Chengda Corps, too, she added with a wink. We'll be ready. With the beast tide finally over, the warriors entered the free exploration phase. Chuzhou offered a suggestion. This is a giant forest. The layout's tricky. Let's climb to the canopy and scout the terrain first before heading deeper. He nodded. That was his plan too. He activated his nuclear radiance mode, atomic energy gathering beneath his feet, then blasted upward like a human rocket, shooting straight toward the treetops. Before long, the two stood atop a colossal tree, hundreds of meters tall, overlooking the entire mystic zone. Wait, what is that? He suddenly narrowed his eyes, stunned. Far off, near the foot of a distant mountain range, a group of gigantic humanoid figures was moving slowly. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, their silhouettes were unmistakable. Those things have to be, what, a kilometer tall? He murmured. That's beyond insane. Chuzhou was about to respond, but he spoke first, voice steady and filled with fire. Unimaginable? Nah, we're still young. Give it a few more years, and we might be the ones hunting them. Maybe even uncovering the truth behind this whole mystic zone thing. Chuzhou turned, slightly awestruck. When faced with such overwhelming unknowns, his instinct was fear. But Ihi, his instinct was to conquer. In that moment, Chuzhou understood. He wasn't just stronger in power. He had the spirit of a true warrior. Meanwhile, he himself was practically buzzing with excitement. Just you wait, you walking mountains. One day, all your monster cores will be mine. Suddenly, his life field sensor kicked in, giving him a full read of all living entities across the mystic zone. One spot stood out. To the southeast, a massive lake region, a complete blank. No life signs. Nothing. It was like a dead zone. A void. Now that's suspicious, he muttered, his eyes gleaming. The stranger the waters, the bigger the fish, that's where the real loot is. Without hesitation, he turned to Chuzhou. Let's go. Time to gamble big at the lake. Ihi and Chu Zhou quickly made their way through the giant forest and arrived at the edge of the mysterious lake. To their surprise, 3 people were already there, one of whom was someone Ihi recognized, Rainy. He called out, pleasantly surprised. Well, if it isn't Anqing's little champion, Huang Yuli replied with a teasing smile. Wait, you know our local top scorer? One of her teammates chimed in, grinning. Come on, introduce us already. We heard he was tearing through beast tides like a walking warhead. Rainy, how long have you guys been here? He asked. Not long. We just arrived. 2 of our teammates, good swimmers, went underwater to scout things out. Right as she finished speaking, a figure burst from the water surface. It was one of Rainy's teammates. Jackpot. Guys, we just hit the mother lode. Yu Yang shouted, clearly thrilled. Whoa, slow down. What kind of jackpot? There's a ruin down there. A real one. We're gonna make it big. He nudged Chu Zhou with his elbow. Why is everyone so hyped over ruins? Chu Zhou explained, in mystic zones there are these ancient structures, believed to be remnants of a lost civilization. People call them ruins. They say modern martial arts theories, and even parts of gene tech, were reverse engineered from discoveries made inside these places. Just then, Yu Yang finally noticed the 2 newcomers standing nearby. Wait a second. Who are you 2? Were you eavesdropping on us? The tension spiked until Huang Yuli stepped in quickly. Yu Yang, calm down. These 2 are Ihi and Chu Zhou, top scorer and runner-up from Anqing's martial entrance exam. Their strength is far above average. We should let them join us. Ihi casually clapped a hand on Chu Zhou's shoulder. Relax, man. We're not here to steal your loot. We're here to help you get it. Yu Yang narrowed his eyes. Fine, then how do we split the gains? We're not part of your team, so we'll take a cut based on contribution. We earn it, we keep it. He replied smoothly. Yu Yang was clearly annoyed, but he knew better than to pick a fight with 2 rising stars. He scoffed. All right, you're in, but don't try anything shady, got it? With that settled, Yu Yang led the way, diving into the lake. The others followed one after another. Thanks to their enhanced physical strength and lung capacity, all 6 warriors dove roughly 30 meters deep. There, Yu Yang located a marker he'd left earlier and led the group into a submerged cave tunnel. That passage leads to the ruin, he said. Once they surfaced inside the cave, Yu Yang immediately looked around. Huh? Where's Li Wei? I told him to stand guard right here. Maybe he found something and decided to keep it for himself. One of the teammates muttered, clearly irritated. Yu Yang pulled out his radio and tried calling Li Wei multiple times, but got no response. When you first got here, did either of you check for signs of monster activity? Huang Yuli asked calmly. Nope. Li Wei and I even deployed beast lure charges. Nothing showed up. Not even a single strand of fur. Li Wei's missing. Are we really sure we should keep going? One teammate asked hesitantly. After a brief silence, Yu Yang gritted his teeth and barked out. We have to explore it. Riches and glory are right in front of you. If you're too scared to reach for them, you'll be stuck at the bottom forever. Anyone afraid of dying can leave now. But if you want to get rich, follow me. No one moved. Even the teammate who had just expressed doubt stayed silent, that Yu Yang was right. If there was really a ruin ahead, no one was willing to watch someone else walk off with the treasure. All right then, he said. Let's move. With a heavy silence hanging in the air, Yu Yang led the way, and the group stayed on high alert. Every step deeper into the unknown. He switched on a UV flashlight, illuminating the path ahead on the ground, glowing faintly, were the symbols he and Li Wei had marked earlier. The team pushed forward, the tunnel narrowed and narrowed, until only one person could pass at a time. He, walking in the cramped space, narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced back at Chu Zhou. Their eyes met, and they communicated in silent lip sync. Something's off. Chu Zhou, yeah. The timing doesn't add up. Rainy said they got to the lake only 10 minutes ago. Yet these 2 managed to find this cave, swim through the lake, discover a hidden tunnel, and navigate all the way to a ruined entrance? That's not scouting, that's straight up wall hack. Chu Zhou whispered under his breath. Pretty clear we're being played. Want to warn your friend, and get out of here. But Ihi smirked, eyes gleaming. Relax that I've got a trump card. Soon, the group arrived in a massive underground cavern, easily the size of a football field. Dark green vines covered every inch of the floor, walls, and ceiling. But what made their blood run cold were the things entangled in the vines. Dim, lifeless monster cores and piles of ash where creatures had been reduced to dust. And no wonder the lake had been so eerily quiet. Something down here had already devoured every other predator. Huang Yuli's expression darkened instantly. Her voice was cold. Yu Yang, where's the ruin you promised? One of her teammates let out a piercing scream, pointing to the far side of the cavern. There, a mummified corpse suspended in the air, pierced clean through by thick vines. Judging by the clothing, it was Li Wei. Huang Yuli and another woman stumbled back, pale and horrified. Yu Yang, meanwhile, collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and muttering hysterically. The ruin. Where is it? It was supposed to be here. Li Wei's dead. How'd he die? The vines, the vines. Suddenly, clarity flickered in his eyes. His voice broke into a desperate shout. I think the vines got to me too. Run. Splat. His head exploded like a firecracker, sending blood and bone flying. From the shredded remains, several vines slithered out, twisting like demonic tentacles. Yu Yang! Huang Yuli screamed, her voice cracking with disbelief and horror. In that instant, Ihi acted, unleashing a devastating atomic breath straight at the threat. Boom! A blinding blue energy beam exploded forward, incinerating the upper half of Yu Yang's body along with the writhing vines that had infested him. I's eyes were cold, his tone even colder. I didn't expect a monster with this level of intelligence. It killed 2 fighters, took over one of their minds, then used his body as bait to lure in more victims. That's not hunting, that's strategic ambush, which means we're already deep inside its feeding ground. Crack, crash, behind them, massive stones and thick vines suddenly collapsed across the only exit, sealing them in completely. Chuzhou's gaze locked on the moving vines. I've read about this species. It's a tier 2 royal class monster, a ghost vine demon. Huang Yuli's breath hitched. Royal class? Those things aren't measured by normal tiers. We're all tier 1 at best. We can't handle that kind of power. He just cracked a wide grin, his white teeth flashing. Don't care what tier it is. Watch me blow it to pieces. Just as he was about to activate his Titan form, boom! The collapsed tunnel behind them erupted open from the other side. A figure emerged, cloaked in black, body shrouded in raging blood energy that twisted the very air. A trail of crimson smoke billowed behind him like a battlefield banner. I've come to kill you. Someone in the group gasped. That's Blood Cheese Smoke. He's a stage 8 martial artist. He glanced back calmly. Didn't expect someone would still be tailing me. Huolong frowned. Word had it someone used radiation to hold back a beast tide in the Red Tree Mountains that I knew it had to be you. I just followed the residual radiation. It led me straight here. To stay hidden, I held my breath, slowed my heartbeat, even feigned death in the underground caverns, but you still noticed and even blocked the path with boulders and oh wonder you're the one who nearly wiped out my entire clan. He looked genuinely confused. Who even are you, old man? You just barged in and started ranting. Do we even know each other? Cut the act. Huolong roared like thunder and launched himself at Ihi with explosive force. But his expression changed mid-charge. This wasn't some ancient ruin. It was a monster's den. No, this was the lair of a devil vine. He'd been lured here on purpose. Was this all Ihi's trap? Damn it. This was your plan all along. Huolong cursed. That devil vine drains energy and releases neurotoxin. If this drags on, I'm as good as dead. You sneaky bastard. The devil vine unleashed wave after wave of lashing tendrils, trying to tear Huolong apart. But his fists hammered through them like cannonballs, blasting every vine to pieces. Ihi, watching from the side, commented, Man, you sure talk a lot for someone we've just met. Shut up, Huolong roared. I came here to kill that bastard, not get tangled up with a bunch of weeds. Suddenly, Huang Yuli cried out, "This whole cave's gonna collapse from your fighting." "Move aside," Yi shouted. His body was suddenly coated in a rough, deep blue skin, like armor. Glowing cracks spread across his skin, pulsing with radiant blue energy. As he opened his mouth, the vertebrae along his back lit up one by one like a power circuit. Then, he unleashed his full power atomic breath. The blazing blue beam punched through the cavern ceiling, pierced the underground lake above, and shot straight into the sky. Water came flooding through the gaping hole, pouring into the cave. And just like that, an escape path was revealed. "Yuli, you guys go first," Yi shouted. "You're not going anywhere." Hua Long bellowed. His energy erupted, vaporizing all the nearby devil vine tendrils. Then he stomped the ground, launching himself like a missile straight at Yi. Chu Zhou drew his sword the moment danger struck. His bloodline power surged, and his soul-piercing sword aura froze everything in its path under a thick layer of frost. When his icy slash clashed with the fiery punch, steam exploded everywhere, blanketing the cavern in mist. "As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on Yi." "TCH, bold words, kid," Hua Long sneered. "I'm an 8th level martial breaker. You think a little frost is going to stop me?" But before he could finish bragging, he had already closed the distance and fired off an atomic blast fist at point-blank range. A blinding surge of blue light lit up the entire underground cavern. Caught completely off guard, Hua Long was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall with a thunderous boom. "Get out of here. That guy's too strong for you right now. Leave him to me." Hearing Yi's firm voice, Chu Zhou realized staying would only be a burden. He turned and retreated without hesitation. Moments after Chu Zhou left, the cavern began to collapse. Massive rocks crashed down, revealing thick, writhing devil vine roots. Yet facing both Hua Long and the encroaching monster, he didn't flinch. Instead, he raised his hand and bit down hard on his own flesh. On the surface, Huang Yuli and the others stood by the lakeside, watching as the water roiled violently. The rumble of collapsing rock echoed from deep below. When Chu Zhou finally emerged from the lake, Huang Yuli let out a breath of relief, only to realize he hadn't followed him up. Just as Huang Yuli was about to speak, a deafening boom ripped through the lake. A brilliant blue bolt of lightning shot skyward, lighting up the entire lake. When a titan transforms, the process releases an immense burst of energy, often taking the form of thunderous lightning. Especially in the case of a colossal titan, whose transformation produces the most devastating energy output due to its massive size. It's so destructive, it's often compared to a humanoid nuke, capable of leveling an entire military harbor upon transforming. And this time, the one transforming was none other than Yi, the atomic-powered human Godzilla. What erupted from him wasn't just light. It was a full-blown nuclear event. Hua Long was instantly incinerated by the blast, charred before he even had time to react. Torrents of lake water shot upward, flooding the air. Clouds of steam billowed as if the entire lake had begun to boil. Through the haze, the group vaguely saw a massive shadow flash by, but it vanished just as quickly, leaving them unsure if it was real or just their imagination. As they stood on alert, Yi crawled out of the water and shouted, "Chu Zhou, toss me some clothes." After changing, Chu Zhou asked curiously, "What the hell was that explosion?" He casually made something up? That mystery fighter? He blew himself up with a plasma bomb, took the devil vine with him. Chu Zhou scratched his head, "But I swear I saw some kind of giant in the fog." "Nope, just the explosion messing with your eyes," he interrupted quickly. After successfully brushing them off, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. If they ever found out he had a monster transformation template, things would get complicated fast. He did go a little overboard. The guy got vaporized, not even a corpse left to loot, and at least he managed to secure the Devil Vine's core. After barely surviving their ordeal, Huang Yuli and the others were utterly drained and ready to leave the secret realm. We'll head out first, Huang Yuli said apologetically. Sorry for dragging you into this mess. Not only was it a wasted trip for you, but you even had to save us. We'll make it up to you once you're out. Yi grinned. Come on, Yuli. Don't be so formal that let's just call it payback for the time you helped me. If you try to repay me again, I'll just end up owing you all over. Huang Yuli chuckled and dropped the subject. She waved goodbye and left with her team. Yi and Chu Zhou then continued exploring the secret realm. Thanks to Yi's powerful life field sensing ability, they racked up quite a haul. By the third day, feeling they'd gathered enough, they decided it was time to leave. Returning to the real world, they looked up and were stunned to see planes flying overhead. It's only been a few days, and this place has already been turned into a town with cargo planes. Man, the infrastructure speed in this country is just insane. He headed to the Relic Appraisal Center to have his loot evaluated and to pay the 10% tax. Sir, please be careful, the staff reminded him. If these items are damaged, it'll be your loss too. He scratched his head. Sorry, I brought too much stuff that if I don't start unloading fast, you guys won't be done by noon. No worries, sir. We're professionals, the staff assured him with a smile. With a sigh, he took off his spatial ring. And then he began pulling out bags one after another. As the staff watched Yi pull out the final bag, she couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Bag after bag. Is this a relic appraisal or a warehouse delivery? She asked nervously. Yes, sir. Is that all of it? He grinned smugly. All done, but you better start calculating fast. We've still got a whole pile of spirit herbs coming. After wrapping up the monster core appraisal, he moved over to the herb assessment counter. At this point, green and white grade monster cores no longer benefited him, so he sold them off for cash. The real treasures were the 5 blue tier cores from tier 3 monsters he collected during the Beast Tide, and the green core laced with golden veins, dropped by the tier 2 Royal Class Devilvine, his most valuable prize. After selling everything, his bank account balance shot past 20 million in Xia currency. Yet even staring at the endless string of zeros, he didn't feel much joy. Honestly, all that money still wasn't as satisfying as boosting his compatibility rate by just 10%. After all, in this world, raw power was the one true truth. Now the question was, how could he spend this money for the biggest upgrade? The gene serums available on the market were no different from low-tier monster cores, useless for enhancing either of his current templates. He let out a sigh. Even my templates are picky now. Seriously? They become more high maintenance than I am. He wanted higher grade serums, of course, but those were all under strict purchasing limits. And with his current clearance level, he didn't even qualify to join the queue. Still, there was another route to power: martial arts. During the college entrance exam, he had outperformed geniuses like Lu Qingzhu thanks entirely to the absurd stats from his Godzilla template. But in terms of actual technique, he couldn't even compete with the martial arts nerds. Time to change that, with some overpowered martial skills. And if anyone in his circle had the connections to get high-level techniques, it was the principal of number 1 high dot. He chuckled to himself. Time to pay a visit to the wise old man and drain his golden loot. Not long after, he barged into the principal's office. The principal calmly poured him a cup of tea. With years of experience and a sixth sense for student scheming, the old man instantly saw through him. This kid clearly wanted something. He casually pulled out a bottle of pricey liquor. Inside floated a rare ginseng herb. Rumor had it, no middle-aged man could resist this miracle brew that supposedly boosted vitality, stamina, and other things. After a few polite words, he cut straight to the point. Principal, I'm looking to learn some powerful martial techniques that I haven't entered university yet, so my only option is to reach out to martial families that you have any connections? The principal frowned. You've already been admitted to Huadu University. It's practically guaranteed. Why rush? You can learn all that stuff once you're enrolled. But I'm really hungry for growth, sir. Fine. Since you're so eager, I'll make an exception and help out that you're a special case talent. After all, an education should be tailored, not cookie cutter. Exactly, principal. Rules are dead. People are alive. With flexible educators like you, the academic world still has hope. The next day around noon, E's phone rang. It's done. You can head over now. Really? That's amazing. Thank you. Which Marshall family is it? The Liu family in Anqing. E froze. The Liu family, and they're willing to pass down their secret arts. This was going to be interesting. Meanwhile, on the streets of Anqing, a sleek black motorcycle worth over 2 million roared down the road. Riding, it was Liu Qingjie, the Liu family's young heir. He leaned low over the handlebars as the engine screamed like a beast, echoing through the city. Behind him, a blonde beauty clung to his waist, her hair whipping in the wind. Jieji, you're so wild. Puffed up by the praise, Liu Qingjie smirked and was just about to brag, when suddenly a bright yellow rental bike pulled up next to him. Yo bro, eyes on the road point one wrong move at that speed, and it steers of your loved one's time. Liu Qingjie felt utterly humiliated as a self-proclaimed motorcycle god. What the hell? Are you nuts? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Riding a junky rental bike and trying to race him, he growled, twisted the throttle hard, and his steel beast roared to life, blasting forward and leaving he in the dust. You, keeping up with me? Dream on, pal. Watching that tiny yellow bike shrink in his rearview mirror, Liu Qingjie felt euphoric. Nothing like putting some wannabe in his place. But then a strange, thunderous sound rolled up behind him, louder than his own engine. He glanced back. What the hell? That blue streak was Ihi. The guy had activated his nuclear leg mode, blue rocket flames blasting from his calves like a damn space shuttle. He was flying on a bike. Later, bro, Ihi flashed a smile as he zipped past, and then straight up launched into the sky, vanishing into the clouds like a human missile. Liu Qingjie and his blonde passenger were left frozen in disbelief. Wait, bikes can fly now. That speed, wasn't that basically a jet? Half an hour later, he arrived at the Liu family estate, calm, composed, and looking like nothing had happened. No doubt about it, this was a proper martial arts family. Even their residence looked like a miniature castle. At the same time, E's life field sensing picked up several powerful presences hidden within the estate. Yep, definitely not a place to mess around. Just then, a figure in a flowing white dress appeared at the gates. It was Liu Qingjie. She looked slightly nervous as she greeted him. You've arrived? Why mother asked me to escort you. Let's go meet her now. He simply nodded and followed silently behind her into the estate. Their feet stepped onto a plush, high-end carpet as they entered an elegantly decorated and spacious hall. Mother, he is here, Qingjie called softly. Almost immediately, the sharp click of high heels echoed across the room. A poised, graceful woman with a mature aura descended the stairs slowly. He looked up and was momentarily stunned. Liu Qingjie's mother was breathtaking. Time had not dulled her beauty. It had refined it. Like vintage wine, her presence only grew more alluring and elegant with age. Watching the scene unfold, he held his breath and screamed internally. Prime Minister, I understand now. A few days earlier, after the college entrance exam, Liu Qingjie had returned home, fully expecting her strict mother to scold her harshly. She had braced herself for punishment, but to her surprise, her mother simply invited her into the study for tea, a rare and quiet moment. Qingjie, relax. I watched the live stream of your battle with that boy. You did well. Ihi's strength would be impressive even in Huadu's elite exams. There's no need to beat yourself up. In this generation, you're the only one truly capable of carrying the Liu family's future. Your brother lacks the talent, he could never shoulder the legacy. But you're still a girl, and far too beautiful at that. Qinlan reached out and gently pinched her daughter's cheek, her expression a blend of tenderness and concern. Your father passed too early, and without any strong relatives to back us, the Liu family has been forced to retreat to this tiny corner of Anqing. If a major clan proposes a political marriage, we don't have the strength to refuse. That would mean the Liu family, our 100-year legacy, might be swallowed whole. He is exceptional, gifted, humble, with a clean background and limitless future. And from what I've seen, he's no power-hungry schemer that I'd like to see you with him. What do you think? Qinlan looked Lu Qingzhu straight in the eye, her tone gentle but firm. You don't have to answer me now. Spend some time with Yi first. Qinlan stepped down the stairs and said, Welcome to the Lu family. Yi barely resisted the urge to strike a dramatic pose and declare himself chosen by fate. Instead, he bowed respectfully. Hello, Auntie, just a small gift for you. Qinlan didn't even glance at the gift. Instead, she smiled and said, I heard from your principal that you're interested in advanced martial techniques. Qingzhu will take you. He was stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. No tests, no hoops, just pure generosity. Qingzhu will guide you to the Lu family's martial vault. But keep in mind, no techniques can be taken out. It's 1 day of study, and that's it. In the deepest part of the vault, there are 3 Xianhuang class martial arts. Whether you can learn them depends on your own ability. Upon hearing that even Xianhuang level skills were on the table, he inhaled sharply. Understood. Then allow me to thank the Lu family for this incredible opportunity. And he specifically thanked the Lu family, not Qinlan personally. That one-word choice carried weight. It implied a formal acknowledgement of favor, a future promise. If the Lu family ever needed him, he'd be there. Qinlan was very pleased by the nuance. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. He, however, was starting to feel weirded out by the oddly intense way she was staring at him. Soon, Lu Qingzhu began leading him to the martial vault. As they walked together in silence. He couldn't help but notice, was it just him, or was Qingzhu acting way more shy than before? Qingzhu, why do I feel like you've been avoiding my eyes this whole time? He suddenly stepped forward, locking eyes with her startled gaze. It was like staring into the eyes of a frightened deer. Lu Qingzhu had never been this close to a boy before. She could feel his warm breath brushing her cheek, sending a strange tingle down her spine. Flustered, she backed up half a step. And no, I wasn't. Why are you getting so close all of a sudden? Still bickering, the two continued on until they arrived at a hidden underground stone chamber. He reached out and ran his hand along the rough, solid surface of the wall. It was obvious this stone wasn't ordinary. Qingzhu spoke up. This is force-dampening stone that IT was excavated from a secret realm. Even a warlord-class blow wouldn't crack it. Yi's eyes lit up. Can I punch it once? She blinked in surprise. That was not the reaction she expected. Most people would be in awe, not eager to smack it. Go ahead. Yi clenched his fist, every cell in his body surging with atomic energy. Blue light surged across his knuckles. His punch sliced through the air and slammed in the wall with full force. A shock wave erupted, sending Qingzhu's white dress fluttering. But instead of an explosion, the blue energy was absorbed directly into the wall. The IT rippled outward like water on a calm lake, dispersing in waves, not even a scratch left behind. He could feel it clearly. His normally unstoppable, all-out punch had been swallowed like a stone dropped into the sea. Over 90% of its power simply vanished into the wall. Come on, I'll take you to pick a martial art. Lu Qingzhu, seeing him finally take a loss, couldn't help but smirk. She walked ahead, her steps noticeably lighter. The skills here sorted by category, movement techniques, defensive forms, body cultivation, swordsmanship, that sort of thing. As she spoke, she handed Yi a sleek black and gold ID card. Just swipe this to access whatever you want. The Xianhuang class techniques are in a private chamber at the very back, also car protected. But listen, you won't master one in a day. Team most, you'll scratch the surface. Honestly, she added, I don't know if my mother did you a favor or set you up that I could help you pick a few high-tier skills that aren't Xianhuang level, but they'd be way easier for you to learn and actually suited to your style. Yi grinned. Look at you, worried about me? Then he turned serious. If I don't even dare to face the strongest option when it's right in front of me, I might as well quit now and go home. Seeing how determined he was, Qingzhu said nothing more. She stepped forward and opened the thick black stone door to the vault. Inside were 3 secure cases, each labeled with a name. 2 of them read ephemeral shadow stepan primordial jade fingers, the very techniques Qingzhu had shown before. The third one, though, was unfamiliar. flesh-bound demon prison. You can't just read Jianwang techniques like a book, Qing Zhu explained. They're encoded with something called martial resonance, a kind of spiritual rhythm left behind by the original creator. If you can't feel it, or if your own nature clashes with it, you won't even be able to start training. Put simply, these techniques are alive. You don't choose them. They choose you. He nodded, then confidently pointed at the one with the most brutal-sounding name, Fleshbound Demon Prison. I was born for this technique, he declared, full of swagger. Lu Qingzhu opened the case. Inside wasn't a scroll or a book, but a fearsome bronze statue. The statue was a hulking figure with rippling muscles, and in the grooves of its body, twisted, ghostly faces screamed silently, as if 100 evil spirits had been forcibly sealed within. The aura was downright chilling. As the statue was revealed, he blinked in shock. Wait, Thesis the martial technique? And then he really started hearing ghostly wails echoing in his ears. Xianhuan techniques aren't always written, Qing Zhu explained. They can take the form of statues, paintings, relics, anything capable of holding martial resonance. That's what makes grandmasters so mysterious. Only grandmasters can distill that essence, what we call martial resonance, and seal it into an object for future generations to inherit. With her explanation finished, Qing Zhu turned to leave. From here on, it's up to you. Wait, hold on, what do you mean up to me? You didn't even tell me how to learn it. Just feel it that if the resonance chooses you, it'll come to you. He stared at her, utterly baffled that is she trolling me right now? Ugh, whatever. Thinking too hard gives me a headache. He yawned, dropped flat onto the floor, and muttered, if it's all about fate, I'll let fate find me in my sleep. And just like that, out cold. Watching from the surveillance room, Lu Qingzhu let out a sigh and facepalmed. Honestly, this is so you. Suddenly, he found himself in a strange new space. An old, decrepit temple covered in dust. The angry-faced deity on the altar had one arm broken clean off. So this is what they meant by entering the resonance realm. This whole place is the martial resonance, the spiritual echo of the technique. He tried channeling his power, but nothing that in Ochi. Not even a flicker of atomic energy from his Demoner template that IT was like being reduced to a powerless civilian. Thankfully, the monster interface still worked frowny face warning. Host consciousness detected inside unknown domain. Engaging mental body reinforcement to prevent death. But it wasn't just the system that a rough, savage voice suddenly thundered in his ears. On the remaining arm of the Wrath-Face Guardian statue, a massive brute now stood, built like a battle-hardened grizzly. The man had eyes like a hungry wolf and stared he down. My martial legacy ain't for weaklings. Only real iron-blooded men can carry it forward. If you're not one of them, I'd rather let it rot in the ground. Prove you've got the guts, kid. He looked identical to the statue outside. Every scar, every snarl, exact. When the storm hits and the night parade of 100 ghosts begins, you're guarding this dump. Let a single demon defile this altar, and you fail. You win, I'll teach you a trick or two that you lose. The white ghost will eat your soul, and you'll go mad. Martial path? Over, so if you're just a soft little punk, run. Drip, that a cold raindrop leaked through the broken ceiling and landed right on Ihi's face. When Ihi snapped out of it, the savage brood on the statue's arm had vanished. The trial had officially begun. Behind a Wrath-Face Guardian's throne, he found a rusted, battered longsword. Alone, sword in hand, he stood at the temple's shattered gates. The rain intensified. Thunder cracked through the sky, and a blinding white bolt lit up Ihi's face, as if marking the signal. The night parade of 100 ghosts had begun. Countless shadowy figures shrieked and lunged at him from the darkness. He was already in position, completely ready. As the first specter dove at him, he didn't hesitate. He slashed straight at its head. The moment the blade struck, the rusted sword flared with golden light. The specter let out a piercing wail and dissolved into ash. Knew it, he muttered. No way they'd throw me into a trial without something to fight back with. These bones must be hiding more gear. A grin crept onto his face. He was fired up now. No longer guarding the temple passively, he charged forward, sword in hand, into the heart of the spectral swarm. As he charged forward, the savage brute reappeared in the background. Arms crossed, he watched he leave the temple with a scornful sneer. These white ghosts are laced with my killing intent, and this little rookie thinks he can just walk out of the safe zone. What a joke. Another idiot. Each generation gets dumber. Guess I'll be cleaning up another corpse today. Meanwhile, he was having the time of his life, slashing through ghosts like weeds. Just then, another specter lunged at him, but its claws phased right through him, missing entirely. What the? The brute froze in shock. Why can't my ghost touch him? What is this kid made of? Turns out, inside this spiritual trial, Ihi's monster template had automatically activated a guardian mode, rendering him untouchable. Wait, does this mean I'm literally invincible right now? He broke into a wicked grin. His laughter even started to sound a little unhinged. And so began the massacre. His sword skills were trash, but it didn't matter. He leapt, slashed, stabbed, and spun. Ghosts fell like chopped vegetables. The savage brute stared in disbelief. When did my trial become a joke? How is he unaffected by my martial resonance? Simple, he said smugly. Hard work and constant practice. Of course, that punchable face didn't show the truth. He was just shamelessly cheating with a built-in hack. Hard work, huh? The brute chuckled darkly. You've handled the ghost, I won't go back on my word, but whether you can handle this inheritance, well, that's a different story. As he finished speaking, thunder cracked across the sky. The wrath-faced guardian statue collapsed, revealing a dark, ancient well beneath it, a bottomless pit. Just one glance into its depths sent a chill down Ihi's spine. Inside that well lies the purest essence of malice I forged in life, the flesh-bound demon prison technique. Its true form is down there, if you can absorb it. The brute didn't even finish his sentence. He had already jumped in. Huh, good. That's the kind of guts I like. He couldn't help but grin, truly impressed for the first time. In his prime, this man had been a legend, one of the few to conquer an S-rank secret realm. His rise and fall were both tied to one technique, flesh-bound demon prison. But as age weakened his body, the very malice and vengeful spirits he had sealed within began to claw back, twisting his mind, driving him mad, until he started killing those closest to him. To stop himself from falling further, he ended his own life in his final moments. He fused his lingering rage and spiritual imprint into the statue, creating a legacy only the worthy could claim. Even after 100 years, the malice here hasn't fully faded. For an ordinary martial novice, it's a death sentence. But if Ihi can conquer the curse that destroyed its creator, then on the path of flesh-bound demon prison, he'll surpass him. In the surveillance room, Qinlan walked over to Lu Qingzhu. Together, they silently watched Ihi, who was now deep inside the martial resonance realm. Suddenly, Qingzhu gasped. Mom, what's going on? On screen, Ihi's body was now surrounded by a strange, ominous aura. His limbs twitched violently, as if needles were piercing his flesh. Just moments ago, he'd been smiling in his sleep, like he was having the time of his life. Now, he was convulsing like he'd been electrocuted. Worse, tiny streams of blood had begun to seep from his pores. Qinlan, however, showed no panic. She calmly inhaled from her slim cigarette, then exhaled. This third Chewang technique. Your grandfather stumbled upon it late in life. He tried to train in it. But even with his mastery, the resonance rejected him outright. It injured him severely. Since then, no one in the Liu family has dared touch it again. The stronger the power, the harsher the price. Heavy lies the crown. And since he chose to claim that power, he must be ready to... She stopped mid-sentence, eyes suddenly widening. On the screen, he yawned, then casually stretched, looking like he just woke up from the best nap of his life. The room went quiet. Qinlan looked mildly embarrassed. Qingzhu, on the other hand, grinned and said, "Mom, maybe E's cultivation isn't as dramatic as you made it sound." E opened his eyes and stared at the cracked, crumbling statue in front of him. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior, for passing down your legacy." Then, the final echo of the brute's voice rang in his mind. "Kid, you're the most gifted person I've ever seen. Maybe you're the one who can uncover the truth behind the secret realm we never could. That unfinished mission now falls to your generation." E sighed internally. "Man, you've got me all wrong. I'm just using cheat codes." He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within. Fleshbound demon prison, a body like a living Azura. Okay, so my stats didn't go up at all, but now that I've got Ishinwang technique in my arsenal, my combat powers easily doubled. Just then, the stone door creaked open. Qin Lan and Lu Qingzhu stepped into the chamber. "E, did you succeed?" E grinned, flashing a row of bright white teeth. "Yet I nailed it." Qin Lan stared in disbelief. "This can't be. Even with Qingzhu's talent, it takes at least a full week. No sleep, constant immersion in the resonance, to grasp Ishinwang technique. E, how long were you in there?" "An hour. You seriously NP'd your way to mastery." Qingzhu glanced at Yi, who now wore a smug little grin. "Everyone always called me the genius, but the real genius is standing right here." Noticing the skeptical looks on both their faces, Yi chuckled. "All right, you want proof? I'll give you a little demonstration." He gathered his chi from the dantian, channeling it into his palm. Normally, martial chi was invisible, but this wasn't normal. What formed his hand was black and red, crackling with malice. A twisted, corrupted aura born from the spiritual trial that put it simply, it worked like an enchant from a video game, coding weapons or strikes to boost their damage and lethality. Mountain-crushing fist. He dropped his stance, spine tight like a bowstring, core engaged, then launched a punch that exploded with black-red energy. The blast sent a gust of force rushing toward the mother and daughter, making them instinctively step back, and in the air, they swore they could hear a ghost wailing. Even Lu Qingzhu, known as a martial arts prodigy, narrowed her eyes in disbelief. That punch just now, the precision, the pressure, it was insane. Was that seriously just a mountain-crushing fist, the most basic, overused technique in town? Qin Lan's gaze locked onto Yi, her expression unreadable. Yi, you really, she hadn't expected to be this wrong about him. Yi, on the other hand, was getting visibly uncomfortable under her intense stare. "Ma'am, please, your daughter's literally right next to you. Don't make this a weird romance subplot. I don't want to become the prime minister of this household." Qingzhu said sweetly, "Since you already mastered Ishinwang technique, want to try the other two? You still have a full day of learning time left." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and gave her daughter a sideways glance. "Girl, please, I'm trying to secure this genius as a future son-in-law, but he's not officially part of our family, yet we can't just hand over the entire Liu clan playbook all at once." He, having lived a whole second life, knew the importance of not being greedy. He smiled politely. "No need. Qingzhu Ishinwang technique is already more than enough. I'll need time to really master it. Also, Annie, I'm a bit tired, and there are things I need to take care of at home." Qin Lan appreciated his restraint even more. "Very mature. I heard from the housekeeper that you showed up on a rental bike. Can you drive? Head to the garage and pick a car. You'll need something more convenient." That reminded Yi of someone he'd seen earlier. "Actually, Annie, I saw this guy riding a motorcycle earlier. It looked seriously cool. Do you have any of those?" Qin Lan chuckled. "Oh, absolutely. You like motorcycles too? Same taste as my rebellious son. I'll give you his favorite one. The best in his collection." A few minutes later, Lu Qingjie arrived home, just in time to hear Aunt Hong, the housekeeper, muttering something about his mom bringing in a future son-in-law. "What? A son-in-law? I gotta see which lunatic thinks he's worthy of my sister. She's not just beautiful. She's a once-in-a-century prodigy in all of Anqing. No way some random guy is good enough for her. That rental bike punk from earlier really ticked me off. He scared off the girl I just picked up. If I ever see him again, I swear I'll teach him what real trouble looks like." Just as Lu Chengjie was fuming with rage, something whooshed past right in front of him. He turned, and his jaw dropped. Wait, that guy. That's the rental bike dude. Why the hell is he riding my custom motorcycle? Later that night, back at home, he pulled out 5 monster cores he had collected from his secret realm. Time to gulp them down and absorb the power inside. Last time, dry swallowing them nearly killed him. This time, he came prepared with some soul-boosting dipping sauce. He picked up a core, dipped it in his signature spicy sauce, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of energy exploded through his limbs, flooding his body with heat. He opened his system panel. Back in the Red Tree Mountain realm, he had used the Titan form template, standing around 50 meters tall. Compared to normal monsters, he was a behemoth. But compared to that thing, the mountain-sized, godlike entity hidden in the mist, he was tiny. All right then, let's go bigger. He dumped every single point into the Titan template. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the rarest of the cores, the green one streaked with golden veins, dipped it in sauce, and swallowed it like a hot snack. Just as he was about to let the special monster core be absorbed by his Godzilla template, a system alert popped up unexpectedly. Ding! Legendary Godzilla template has absorbed a high-level plant-based life form. Genetic mutation detected in progress. Do you wish to prevent the template from mutating? Yes/no. He hesitated. Template mutation meant it could evolve into a completely new subclass, could be stronger or weaker than if he rolled into a garbage form. That'd bear reverse evolution. Screw it, he muttered. Life's about taking chances. Rental bike to super bike, right? He hit do not prevent mutation. The system chimed again, frowny face mutation path unlocked. Legendary Godzilla plus plant attribute S-class variant. Planet Godzilla template. When the current template reaches 100% integration, there will be a 2% chance to evolve into Planet Godzilla. Absorbing more high-quality plant-based life forms will further increase that probability. Hearing the alert, he let out a deep breath. Phew, jackpot. Planet Godzilla might look similar to the regular version on the outside, but size-wise, it was on a whole different level. Over 300 meters tall, weighing in at more than 1 million tons, officially dubbed the largest Godzilla in recorded history. And power-wise, every stat was a straight-up upgrade from the legendary version. But first, his current template needed to hit 100% integration. Time to grind fast. As he was still mapping out his next steps, a deafening explosion rocked the outside world. Through the window, flames burst into the sky, lighting up the entire night. He froze. What the hell? Is this a terrorist attack? Armed forces had already moved in, sealing off every exit in the compound. Search every inch. Don't let a single one escape. Just then, someone knocked on Ihi's door. The original host was a loner. He had no friends, especially not the kind who'd show up unannounced at a time like this. He hadn't ordered food or received any deliveries. Oh, who on earth could it be? Staying on high alert, he braced himself. Suddenly, a woman materialized out of thin air, curves for days and a sly smile on her lips. Oh, my little brother, she purred. You're no ordinary fighter, are you? I was just planning to hide something here and tweak your memory a bit. But since you noticed me, looks like I'll have to rough you up. I don't even think about running. A venomous aura slithered around Ihi. Locking onto him like a predator, he realized there was no way to drag the fight outside. Whatever, he muttered. I've got money, I'll just buy a new place after this. The woman tilted her head in confusion. Huh? What did you just say? He calmly pointed at her. I said, you're already dead. Meanwhile, out on the street, an elite SWAT martial artist had engaged a criminal in battle. He slipped up. Take him down. The SWAT team moved in unison, striking with surgical precision. The enemy, cornered but unfazed, sneered. Yao Imei, you must escape with the golden genome. I'll cover you. I, Zhou Yi, will draw their fire. Ha ha ha. Come at me. Trading my life for yours. Totally worth it. Then he unleashed the blood-burning forbidden art, his body erupting in a surge of crimson energy. Just then, a dazzling blue beam exploded overhead, piercing the sky A charred human figure crashed down in front of Zhou Yi, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Yao and Mei, wasn't your nanosuit white? Why do you look like burnt toast now? I just risked my life to buy you time. What happened? Don't tell me someone's still chasing you. Yao Mei climbed out of the crater, her face grim. She had nearly been taken out. If not for the nanosuit's auto-repair function, she'd be in critical condition. The package is stashed. We need to move now. Without hesitation, she tossed several smoke bombs, custom-made to disrupt martial artists' senses. The SWAT officers immediately realized something was wrong. They're trying to escape. Taking advantage of the cover, the two slipped into the underground sewers. Half an hour later, they emerged from a narrow alley, leaning against a crumbling wall, gasping for breath. We finally lost them. Gotta say, these nanosuits are worth every penny. Took that hit like a champ. But just as they began to relax, Ihi's voice echoed through the alley. Hey, gorgeous, still haven't explained why you barged into my house, have you? You see, there's a tiny problem here. You thought you were picking a random neighbor to mess with, but you picked me. And as a thank you gift for trespassing, I'm going to make sure you too have a very memorable time. Zhou Yi stared at Ihi in disbelief. How? How did you find us? He wasn't about to explain anything. Yao Mei had been contaminated with his nuclear radiation. It was like she was carrying a GPS tracker. And his philosophy, don't talk, just punch. Conveniently, his flesh-bound demon form needed sparring partners. And look who volunteered. Ever since mastering that technique, he had gained total control over his own body. The sheer force of his energy ruptured the air as his fist, heavy as a wrecking ball, rocketed toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi crossed his arms just in time to block. Mountain-splitting fist. With a deafening boom, a black-red bolt of energy shot through Zhou Yi's defense like lightning. He felt like he'd just been hit by a freight train, blasted straight off the ground. Coughing up blood midair, he crashed hard, dazed and shaken. And that was just Ihi's right fist. The left fist came right after, smashing down from above. Watching Zhou Yi get launched like a rag doll, Yao Mei gasped. What kind of insane martial art was that? A 6-tier warrior just got demolished by a kid whose aura screams beginner level. Mister, who trained you? Ihi beamed brightly, all sunshine and menace. Me. I was trained by the legendary Emperor Mola. Emperor Mola? Yao Mei had never heard of the name, but she now realized this town hid monsters. Just then, Zhou Yi's voice rang out from behind. Don't get cocky, kid. Zhou Yi was furious. He'd just survived a brutal fight, burned up his blood energy, and was running on fumes. Still, even at 70% power, he wasn't about to be humiliated by some punk trainee. Activate. Beast form. Iron Horn Rhino Beast. Instantly, his skin took on a metallic sheen, glimmering silver like forged steel, and from his forehead, a thick silver horn burst forth, glowing with power. Zhou Yi stepped forward. The ground beneath his feet cracked with a thunderous boom. He watched him prepare for an all-out brawl that he casually rolled his wrists, his cells surging with nuclear fusion. Now that's more like it. But the next second, a figure silently emerged behind him. It was Yao Mei. Didn't expect my nanosuit could turn invisible, did you? I'm the real assassin here. He spun around instantly. Boom! A punch straight to her gut. Her nano armor seared with scorched marks as she was blasted into the air, unsure if she was even alive. I don't care who you are. Stay out of my way. I don't do mercy, not even for pretty faces. He turned someone like Lu Qingzhu into a swollen mess. What chance did she have? Zhou Yi saw his partner fail miserably. That useless woman, she couldn't even land a sneak attack. With a furious roar, he charged like a runaway train straight at Ihi. But he had been waiting for that moment. Their fists collided. Waves of force rippled through the air, visible to the naked eye. Ihi's punch, charged with killing intent and atomic lightning, slammed into Zhou Yi's silver armor. But all it left were charred streaks. He raised an eyebrow, mildly impressed. Oh, didn't expect your defense to be this tough. Zhou Yi grinned, full of smug confidence. Kid, this Iron Horn Rhino Beast form of mine, Not even a tank shell can scratch me. What have you got that can break through? And it wasn't just defense. His offensive power had skyrocketed too, that he could hold his own against high-level fighters for a while, maybe even land a surprise critical hit. But in a drawn-out slugfest, he was finally starting to fall behind. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Die, brat. There was a twisted thrill in crushing a rising genius with his own hands. He sneered, triumphant. Doesn't matter how cocky you are. Against me, you're nothing but a joke. But suddenly, he froze. He had vanished. Wait, where the hell did he go? He turned around and nearly wet himself. One of the giant's toes was bigger than his entire head. Standing before him was a towering monster, over 30 meters tall. Through the mist, two ghostly blue eyes burned like spectral flames, unleashing a pressure so overwhelming it made the air feel heavy. What is that thing? Zhou Yi's mind went blank. When faced with something that massive, human instinct triggers only one reaction. Fear. Was this some new beast? Or could it really be that brat's transformation? He didn't waste a single word. He simply raised a hand and brought it down like a falling mountain. Zhou, he felt a hurricane-level windstorm slam into him. The ground exploded beneath him like it was hit by a missile. By sheer reflex, he leapt out of the way. A second later, he realized if he'd been even a split second slower, he'd have been obliterated. But he didn't just have one hand. Just as Zhou, he thought he'd narrowly escaped. Wham! The other hand came crashing down. This time there was no lucky dodge. Zhou, he took the full hit, flattened into the ground like a rag doll. Yi's right arm rose again, glowing, humming with energy. In a flash, thunder roared down with his punch. Blow after blow rained down like a violent storm. Zhou, he felt his bones shatter, his organs rupture, and his very soul nearly pounded out of his body. System notice. Host He, Titan form activated. Comprehensive physical index, 23.8 to 294. Nearby, Yao Mei forced herself to stand, only to freeze in horror, a 6th-tier martial artist being used as a punching bag. Her heart sank with regret. I was such an idiot. Why did I mess with this monster? If this keeps going, Zhou Yi's gonna die, for real. She couldn't let him die here. There was no running now. Only one option left, a desperate counterattack. Perched atop a nearby building, she stared at the towering giant whose body eclipsed the structure itself. She leapt down in a swift, calculated arc, her form twisting midair. In a flash, she reached the giant's throat. Around his neck, tight yellow threads glinting faintly, molecular wires from her nanosuit, sharp enough to slice through reinforced alloy. She figured this transformation came from some kind of genetic ability. Big as he was, the human body still had its weak spots, and the throat was one of them. A crimson flash split the air, but what shocked her most, the giant didn't even fight back. He just let her slice his throat wide open. The giant's colossal head came crashing down. Boom! The ground trembled beneath the impact. Yao Mei exhaled sharply, her voice trembling. Did I do it? But then, her eyes widened in terror. The giant's mouth slowly opened. Deep in his throat, a glowing blue light pulsed to life. A rising hum of destruction rang in her ears, building, swelling, deafening. A monster, she whispered in despair. In that moment, it felt like even the heavens had sentenced her to die. The last thing she saw was an endless blaze of radiant blue. The atomic breath consumed her completely. The blast pierced straight through a nearby skyscraper, leaving a dazzling blue arc slicing across the sky. As the breath ended, a wave of scorching air erupted, engulfing the entire area in a sea of searing heat. He slowly stepped forward, making his way toward Zhou Yi. He loomed over the bloodied, broken man at his feet. In a low, rasping voice, he said, "Your turn." Zhou Yi, bones shattered, still struggled to rise. "You monster," he hissed. Yi stared down, cold and emotionless. "If you choose to kill, you'd better be ready to die. That's the fairest rule there is." Just then, sirens blared in the distance, growing louder by the second. The battle had drawn too much attention. Security forces were closing in fast. And just as he prepared to finish Zhou Yi off, he suddenly laughed, eyes filled with venom. If I'm going down, I'm dragging you with me. That woman, Yao Yimei, the one in the nano suit, she hid something in your house, something called the golden genome. Zhou Yi let out a twisted laugh. It's yours now. The endless manhunt begins. Run. Run as far as you can. I'll be waiting in hell. He cut him off with a swift kick to the head. Run your ass. You talk way too damn much. The sirens were getting closer. He had to get rid of the body. Fast. This time, he might have gone a bit overboard. Especially with that giant hole punched clean through the building. Yeah, definitely too much. He hurried back to his apartment under cover of night. He immediately contacted Qin Lan for help. Aunt Qin, how's the police investigation going? Handled it, she replied coolly. But things are getting messy on Blue Star lately that you'd better lay low until Huadu University starts. Relax, Aunt Qin. You know me. I'm the picture of innocence. He let out a breath of relief. Good thing he gave Aunt Qin a heads up in advance. That atomic breath move of his way too recognizable. The cops would have been on him instantly. Back inside, he finally found what Zhou Yi had mentioned, the golden genome. So this is what they were fighting over. It was a sealed silver-colored cylindrical container on it, an Erie Company logo, a black eagle with outstretched wings. But the wings were just skeletal bones, no flesh. I've seen this before. That's the symbol of Laserbird, one of the biggest biotech conglomerates that I spotted it in the Prometheus dossier that guy from Huadu handed me. So those two must have stolen this thing from Laserbird and got hunted down while trying to escape. Judging from Zhou Yi's dying words, he clearly wanted to dump this nuclear-grade mess right into my lap. I glanced at what used to be my living room. Now just a disaster zone. Great, guess it's hotel life for now, that I'll find a new place tomorrow. Meanwhile, deep within the Swan Lake Rift, classified as a B-rank anomaly near Anqing, a squad of hunters had just taken down a Tier 3 elite bloodline wolf beast. How'd your side go? Not bad. Made a small profit. Suddenly, one of the female squad mates froze and pointed toward the horizon, her voice trembling. See, Captain? Look over there. Trees were crashing down like dominoes, and the thunder of countless footsteps shook the earth. An endless tide of magical beasts surged into view, stretching across the horizon. Atop the head of a crocodilian monster larger than a mountain sat a massive throne of bones, forged from countless white skulls. And it's common knowledge, when beasts die, their bodies don't leave behind bones. These must be the remains of high-ranking human warriors. Reclining on that throne was a massive black ape, lounging like a man, its gaze cold and commanding. Above its head, celestial anomalies swirled in the sky. That kind of phenomenon only appears for Overlord-class beasts, a Tier 5 apex beast, the crimson-eyed black ape king. Alert the military now. A Lord-class beast is leading a massive horde toward Anqing. We can't stop it. Only Grandmasters or higher can deal with this. Damn it. High-tier beasts rarely ever leave their own territory. Why is this happening? Every Lord-class magical beast is a walking natural disaster. They emit a special frequency. Only other beasts can hear it. Any creature below their rank is instantly compelled to obey. They gather around the Overlord, forming its personal army. The black ape atop the bone throne slowly opened its crimson eyes. It glanced at the hunter squad, cold, imperial, and utterly disdainful. The sky darkened. Dozens of massive stone spears materialized overhead, raining down like divine punishment. The squad broke into a desperate sprint for their lives. Emergency Overlord-class beast spotted in Swan Lake Rift. The horde is expanding, requesting backup. Repeat requesting. But before he could finish, a stone spike crushed him. His last words echoed in the comms. Overlord confirmed. Please respond. Hello? Hello? Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed black ape slowly rose from its throne. Then, chillingly, it spoke. Advance at full speed. The words echoed like thunder through the forest, and the beast tide roared back in response. Ferocious, bloodthirsty cries shaking the sky as the army surged forward behind their king. In Anqing, the piercing wail of a beast tide alarm tore through the silence. The entire city froze. Citizens stood in stunned silence, as if the world had glitched and it felt unreal, like a nightmare they hadn't yet woken from. Then, the mayor's voice came over the citywide broadcast system. Attention all residents, a massive beast tide has emerged from the Swan Lake Birank Rift. Estimated time of impact, 20 minutes. Our military has already been dispatched to the front lines. I now call upon all martial artists in Anqing. Report for duty immediately. That message snapped everyone back to reality. Panic erupted. Countless people rushed to escape by car, train, even plane. Please remain calm. Citizens, do not panic. Only children and students may board evacuation trains at this time. They are our future. If Anqing falls, they must be the ones to carry on. Inside the mayor's office, I told you to request reinforcements. Which cities responded? The secretary's face was pale. Mr. Mayor, it's not just us. Beast tide alerts are going off across the entire country, and O1's in a position to help. And the cities that haven't been attacked yet, they're busy fortifying their defenses, preparing for the worst. Then what about Huadu? What did they say? Did any grandmasters or above agree to come? Even just one? Huang Qing's voice trembled. Huadu's neighboring city, Guanshan, an S-rank rift just opened there. All high-level martial artists from the capital have already been deployed to contain it. Huang Qing slumped into his chair, face pale. His sharp political instinct screamed a truth he didn't want to admit. The entire nation of Xia had fallen into a trap. This beast tide wasn't a freak occurrence, it was a coordinated, premeditated assault. But he quickly pulled himself together, taking a deep breath. The resolve of his younger years returned to his eyes. There's no time to waste. The Battle of Anqing starts now. From this point on, we're on our own. Meanwhile, in the Chu estate, in the estate's training grounds, two figures were sparring fiercely. It was none other than Yi He and Chu Zhou. With a single punch, Chu Zhou was sent skidding backward across the arena floor. Yi smirked. Not bad, Chu Zhou. You actually took that punch. Since when did you learn Xian Huang combat techniques? Chu Zhou gritted out. Picked it up about a month ago, still rough around the edges. He stretched lazily, stifling a yawn. But you, buddy, only been a month, and you're already slacking off? Chu Zhou nearly exploded on the spot. Slacking off your ass, you didn't improve. You freaking evolved. Just then, a sharp alarm echoed across the estate. Both men froze mid-banter, their eyes locking onto the emergency broadcast speaker in the distance. Anqing is under attack. Chu Zhou's expression darkened. That was a beast tide alert. Anqing's university prep students have priority evacuation access. The message says, head to Anqing Airport to board flight B521 or B753, or to the high-speed rail station for train 423. He smirked. What? Don't tell me you're planning to leave. Chu Zhou closed his eyes. You're staying too? With your talent, you'd be better off getting out of here. You talk too much. Since when were you such a drama queen? If you don't get it, here's my answer, fight. Inside, Yi, the blood of Emperor Mola was already surging wildly. Meanwhile, in the Liu family estate, Liu Qingzhu stared firmly into Qin Lan's eyes. Mother, I want to go, I want to help defend Anqing. Qin Lan's voice turned uncharacteristically stern. Do you even have a real chance of surviving? Anqing has maybe 30,000 fighters. Add and retire veterans and volunteering trainees, maybe 50,000 tops. In the face of a beast tide that size, we're just paper boats in a tsunami. And that overlord-class beast? That's not something Anqing can deal with. It takes a grandmaster, at minimum, to stand a chance. Qingzhu, your life doesn't just belong to you. You carry the weight of our entire family. Liu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, then coldly said, if a martial family can't even stand against beasts, maybe it doesn't deserve to exist at all. With that, she turned and slammed the door behind her. Lan lit a cigarette, her eyes heavy with thought. "An Hong, we're leaving Anqing. What about that boy Yi? Send him a message. Let him decide for himself." Meanwhile, at the edge of the Swan Lake Rift, tens of thousands of martial artists had already gathered. "Old Chun, you're pushing 60. What the hell are you doing here? Shouldn't you be getting your granddaughter out of here?" "Shove it, old Zhang. If you a limping cripple can show up, why can't I with all four limbs intact?" "Ha ha. Who would have thought? 30 years later, and we're fighting another beast tied together." Old Zhang chuckled, leaning on his cane. "And that leg of yours? You lost it in that very battle." "Hey, old Zhang, once this tide's over, you gonna move in with your son in the capital? He lives in that flashy uptown district. Won't they laugh at a country bumpkin like you?" Old Zhang smiled. "Forget it, I'll stay here. Play chess with you, you stubborn old mule. I was born in this city, and when it's time, I want to be buried in it too." Around the city, Anqing's final military defense line was now fully deployed. Tanks that anti-aircraft turrets, Gatlings that heavy caliber cannons. All of it formed a steel wall. No beast was allowed to set foot inside the city. 60% of Anqing's armed forces and over half its high-ranking martial artists had already entered the rift as part of the Vanguard Division. Their mission? One thing only: scout the beast tide. Identify any Lord or Overlord-class beasts. And above all, bring that intel back alive. Suddenly, Huang Qing's eyes narrowed, danger sensed. A bloodied warrior stumbled out of the rift, one arm missing, body drenched in crimson. Medics rushed forward, trying desperately to stabilize him. "And Mayor, this flash drive, it holds all the Vanguard team's combat data." Huang Qing leaned in, voice tight. "And the others, where are the rest?" The warrior's dirt-smeared face twisted in pain. "Dead, they're all dead. The beast tide crushed everything. Not even the bodies were left intact." His eyes suddenly flew wide open, pupils trembling with terror and hatred. "Be careful of that crimson-eyed black ape. It trapped us. If not for that thing, thousands of us could have made it out alive." Before he could say more, a thunderous roar erupted from the rift. A massive stone spear shot out, spinning violently. It tore straight through a distant skyscraper, like paper. Rubble came crashing down in a deafening cascade. Huang Qing's pupils shrank. No, that wasn't random. It was aiming for the landmines beneath the building. It's trying to detonate them, to destroy our defense grid while we're still building it. Huang Qing roared in fury. "Damn it! The rift just launched an attack. Tank division, drop the restraints, fire at the rift, blast it to hell." Dozens of tanks and anti-air turrets opened fire in unison. A storm of artillery engulfed the rift in a wall of blazing flame. No beasts, just long-range attacks to drain our firepower? How the hell are beasts using military tactics? Huang Qing's expression turned grim, fists clenched. Damn it. What kind of monsters have they become? Suddenly, another wave of stone spears burst through the barrage, ripping through the air with deafening force. And this time, there were far more. Fortunately, the tank crews had repositioned in time, allowing the spears to smash harmlessly into the open ground. But then, one soldier heard something strange, a noise coming from the shattered spear fragments behind him. Before he could react, "Enemy infiltration!" someone shouted. A grotesque, many-eyed beast lunged out and bit the soldier's head clean off. That horrific scene wasn't isolated. Across the battlefield, similar ambushes erupted. Those spears were delivery pods for monsters. They weren't just projectiles, they were drop pods, launching beasts straight from the rift into our backlands. Huang Qing shouted again, voice hoarse and furious. "Don't let those spears land. Shoot them down mid-air. Every one that lands is a breach in our walls." At the rift's mouth, a massive crocodilian beast lay motionless, like a mountain of flesh and scale. The crimson-eyed black ape narrowed its glowing eyes, those scarlet pupils gleaming with disturbingly human cunning. It's time. Humans can no longer resist. Soldiers, flatten their lands. Leave nothing standing. A lord-class beast, a towering white-furred gorilla the size of a building. let out a thunderous roar, and charged forward. Behind it, the beast horde surged like a tidal wave, flooding toward the rift's edge and spilling into the battlefield. The white gorilla barreled through explosions, pounding its chest and howling skyward a primal, defiant war cry shaking the heavens. While it drew the fire, dozens more beasts slipped past, spilling into every direction, infiltrating the city like swarming shadows. Meanwhile, atop one of Anqing's tallest towers, he stared down at the chaos below. He could see it, clear as day. Humanity was losing control. What Anqing would become after today was anyone's guess. He hadn't been here long, only a few months since he'd crossed over. But this city, it already felt like home, and there was no way he'd let these monsters ruin it. With zero hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop, activating his Emperor Mola form Mandarin dove straight into the heart of the battlefield. Yo, Brother Luo, you've already taken down 5 beasts. And not bad, right? Kai Shaoling watched the two with a deadpan look. Seriously? You kill a few low-tier monsters and suddenly think you're war heroes? She scoffed. Luo Xian, you were supposed to be Anqing number 3 high's top dog. What a joke. Luo Xian wanted to snap back, but looking at Kai Shaoling's cold, no-nonsense stare. Yet he kept his mouth shut, for now. Suddenly, the air temperature plummeted. Everyone tensed. Chu Zhou, that blue magic core in your hand, did you just solo a tier 3 beast? Chu Zhou gave a calm nod. Didn't expect to run into you guys here. You didn't evacuate? Our parents are fighters. They're all on the front lines. As their kids, how could we just run away? Then someone shouted, panicked. Chu Zhou, look out. They pointed right behind him. Chu Zhou turned around, only to see a tank falling from the sky. The battlefield was pure chaos. Flying beasts swarmed the skies like a dark storm cloud. Suddenly, a whole damn tank flew past, nearly crushing the squad. One soldier cursed out loud. What the hell? Who just threw a tank? Clang. With a sharp sound, Chu Zhou drew his sword in one fluid motion. The blade sliced through the air like a crescent moon, unleashing a wave of sword light. The tank was cleaved clean in half, crashing to the ground with a deafening boom and leaving twin craters. Kai Shaoling's eyes snapped toward the source of the thrown tank and instantly widened in shock. Wasn't that the Lord-tier beast that first charged out of the rift? How did it end up behind enemy lines? Chu Zhou kept his cool. No, that's not the same one. The size and pressure, it doesn't match. But before he could finish, the creature raised its massive fist. Like a mountain crashing down, it hurled a punch straight at Chu Zhou, and if it landed, none of them would survive. Chu Zhou felt cursed. He didn't even have time to react. Was this really how it all ended? But lying down to die? That was never his style. Just as he braced for a desperate fight, a black and blue meteor came crashing down, slamming into the white ape's skull. The beast's head twisted sideways, and its massive frame collapsed with a thunderous boom. Roaring in fury, the white ape swung its giant hand to swat the attacker like a fly. But its enormous palm was stopped midair by a single finger. He didn't even flinch. Open wide. Time for your dental cleaning. He stepped on the ape's jaw, forced it open with sheer strength. Sheesh, the stench. How many people have you eaten, huh? This'll take some serious scrubbing. A dazzling stream of blue energy gathered in his mouth, buzzing with power. Then it blasted out like a cannon, straight down the ape's gullet. Black smoke and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. One shot, instant kill. Kai Shaoling and Luo Xian stood frozen, staring at that familiar blue glow. They turned to Chu Zhou, eyes wide in disbelief, silently asking, "Is that really Yi?" Luo Xian stammered, "Yi, that little freak who spits mouthwash, that's him." Watching Yi standing atop the white ape's corpse, Chu Zhou felt something stirring inside. Maybe, just maybe, Anqing could still be saved. Yi turned to them and said calmly, "This zone's yours. I'm heading out to back up the others." With a burst of atomic energy beneath his feet, he crouched and launched himself into the sky, soaring dozens of meters high. From above, he saw the city ablaze. fire and smoke rising from every street. But people were still fighting, refusing to give in. He shut his eyes, activating his life field scanner. He searched for the highest concentration of monsters, found it in seconds. One of the closest defense lines to the rift was under siege. A beast the size of a mammoth was charging straight through focused artillery fire, completely unfazed. One soldier shouted, "Guns are useless. Bayonets now," then tossed his rifle aside and ran straight at the monster. The others followed without hesitation. They dropped their weapons, drew their blades, and rushed in for close combat, willing to die if it meant buying even a second for the warriors. Against the indestructible mammoth-like beast, they chose the most brutal tactic: swarm it with bodies. They climbed all over it like ants, getting crushed one after another just to leave a wound. Corpses piled high in minutes, yet not a single fighter took a step back. Sure, the battle's outcome always came down to the clash between elite warriors and high-tier monsters, but even ordinary fighters and ordinary people had made up their minds to fight to the bitter end in this cruel world. Their mission was simple: hold the line, no matter the cost, until the real powerhouses returned to turn the tide. Just then, dark red shadows surged onto the battlefield. But instead of attacking humans, they lunged straight into the monster horde. Countless beasts were distracted by the swirling shadows, giving the warriors a golden chance to strike, and many landed the kill. The shadows then swarmed toward the mammoth beast, wrapping around it like chains, locking it down in place. As the warriors looked on in confusion, a brilliant blue beam descended from the sky, blasting straight through the beast's head. That same indestructible monster that had tanked artillery fire now had a gaping hole where its brain used to be. The giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. Another clean one-shot kill. The surrounding beasts shrieked in panic, backing away in chaos. He finally descended onto the battlefield, activating his radiant core battle form, his hands transforming into razor-sharp claws. With a roar, he unleashed another atomic breath. The earth trembled. A glowing orb of annihilation erupted mid-air. Any monster caught in the blast radius, not a single one would make it out of Anqing alive. At that moment, in other battle zones around Anqing, the frontline commanders noticed something strange. The beasts were pulling back. No, not retreating. They were regrouping, heading in one direction. A woman sprinted onto the scene, panting with urgency. "It's Ihi, Anqing's top scholar. He's joined the fight." The warriors instantly understood why the beasts were shifting. But one of them clenched his fists and barked, "No way. We won't let Ihi end up like Warrior Liu. He's still just a kid. He's Anqing's hope." With that, he charged out without hesitation. Intercept the beasts. Protect the scholar. Elsewhere, Ihi, fully unleashed in his radiant core battle form, punched straight through a massive monster skull, incinerating its body into ashes. The shockwave alone turned nearby beasts into bloody pulp, but more surged toward him, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. He let out a thunderous roar and slammed his fist into the ground. A burst of blue pulse energy exploded outward, sending monsters flying in all directions. Cracks spread out like spiderwebs beneath him, and lethal radiation flooded the battlefield. Heads up, a Lord-tier monster is targeting Ihi. Protect him at all costs. Damn it, if you want to kill our top scholar, you'll have to walk over my dead body first. With him here, Anqing still has a chance. Victory belongs to humanity. You monsters, go rot in hell. Hold the line. Our top scholar is almost here. You old vets seriously gonna lose to a high schooler? Don't embarrass yourselves. When he shows up, you better not let him see this base in ruins. Drive those beasts out, every last one of them. At this point, he had become more than just a fighter. He was a symbol of hope. And that hope had drawn 5 Lord-tier beasts, fresh out of the rift, into a full-blown charge straight toward him. Even elite human warriors struggled to break through. The rampaging beasts made it nearly impossible to close the distance. Just then, boom, the ground erupted as 4 colossal stone walls, each nearly 100 meters tall, shot up and encased the 5 Lord-tier monsters in a massive trap. Anqing's ultimate defender had arrived. Floating high above was Mayor Huang Qing, his combat level at the revered Xuanwu tier, unleashing his top-tier gene art. Earthpulse Fortress, but he knew better than anyone. This technique could only buy time. If they wanted to end this once and for all, the Overlord had to die. But those beasts weren't about to sit still. The white-furred Ape King leapt upward, stepping on the backs of its fellow monsters, launching itself skyward, trying to leap clean over the wall. Seeing the white Ape King about to leap the wall, Huang Qing blinked, vanishing and reappearing above the Earthpulse Fortress in a flash. He brought his palms together, then slammed one down on the beast's skull, which was the size of a car. A golden energy beam burst forth from his strike. The ape's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth all bled out at once. Its brain turned to mush. Its spine shattered like glass. This was the power of a Xuanwu tier warrior, someone who could crush Lord tier beasts with ease. Just as Huang Qing prepared to eliminate the remaining monsters, something caught his attention. His gaze locked on the dimensional rift. A massive crocodilian head was squeezing through. It was so large that its body couldn't even fully pass through the rift. This was the mountain-crushing crocodile, a Tier 4 Royal Lord class monster. A bead of cold sweat ran down Huang Qing's temple. He'd seen this creature in the frontline reports. It was a walking calamity. This monster was none other than the personal mount of the dreaded Tier 5 Overlord, Blood-Eyed Black Ape. Those spike-like projectiles raining down on the city, they were its doing. Earth element bloodline powers condensed into lethal missiles. And now that the mount had appeared, it could only mean one thing. The Overlord itself was coming. Huang Qing didn't hesitate. He slammed his palms to the ground and roared. Gene art, tsunami of stone. Waves of unstoppable energy surged outward like a mountain turning into a tidal wave, ripping across the battlefield. Huang Qing slammed his palms down again. The once solid earth began to ripple like water, rising into a massive swell. Over 100 meters tall, then it crashed down like a tsunami, aimed straight at the exposed head of the mountain-crushing crocodile. The beast's vertical pupils glinted with disdain. The undisputed king of Earth-type monsters. It had never seen a human dare to challenge it using its own element. Under its will, the wave of collapsing rock began to condense, shrinking, coiling, and compressing into a massive stone sphere. IT pulled in all the falling debris, shrinking the tsunami's impact and absorbing its force. But what the crocodile hadn't noticed, Huang Qing had already vanished into the sands, and he was now right in front of the beast. "You think I used Earth powers to challenge you?" he whispered. "No, I used them to get close." By the time the beast realized the danger, it was far too late. Xianwang martial art, earth-piercing spiral fist. Huang Qing's punch exploded forward, twisting with overwhelming force like a spiral drill. It smashed straight through the monster's eyelid, harder than diamond, and still no match for that punch. The crocodile's eye burst in a spray of blood and shattered mineral, and it let out a howl of pain and fury so deafening it shook the skies above Anqing. Windows across the city shattered. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The king had been wounded, and it screamed like a god in agony. The earth answered the mountain-crushing crocodile's fury. Within hundreds of meters, razor-sharp spikes erupted from the ground like teeth. In mere seconds, the battlefield had transformed into a deadly forest of stone. Luckily, Huang Qing had studied the beast's combat profile ahead of time. He'd ordered all warriors to stay at least a kilometer away, avoiding a potential bloodbath. "If your full body made it into Anqing, maybe I'd hold back," he growled. "But you've only brought your head through? That makes you pray." Huang Qing charged again, unleashing a flurry of high-tier martial skills in rapid succession. His fists and kicks tore through the air so fast they sparked flames, his form flickering like a lesser version of a thousand-armed war god. Every strike targeted weak spots. Scales flew, blood sprayed. The crocodile's armored flesh was torn open in every direction. If not for its powerful core's regeneration, the beast would have already fallen under that relentless assault. But the monster wasn't done. Enraged, it counterattacked. Spires of stone launched skyward again. Huang Qing was forced to halt his offense and defend. The mountain-crushing crocodile now resembled a living mace, covered in jagged spikes, every move capable of flattening anything in its path. No wonder it was the king of earth-type beasts. It could literally grow weapons out of its own body. Just then, behind Huang Qing, a stone pillar cracked open. From the darkness within, a single crimson eye stared at him, cold and unblinking. A chill ran down Huang Qing's spine. In ambush. In an instant, a thick arm covered in black fur lunged from the stone and seized his skull in a crushing grip. Little human, what did you do to my mount? Huang Qing's pupils constricted. That it was him, blood-eyed black ape, the Tier 5 overlord. It had been hiding inside the stone spire this whole time. Now, let me crush your head, so you can understand just how insignificant humans truly are. With that, it slammed Huang Qing into the ground with brutal force, aiming to kill in a single blow. Huang Qing's instinct screamed. This strike would kill him. He made a split-second decision. Sacrificing one of his arms, he barely escaped the fatal blow. But instead of rage, the blood-eyed black ape grinned viciously. Perfect. Now I know for sure. There's no one stronger than you in this city. Which means I can kill freely. It had seen through humanity's last card. And now, nothing stood in the way of its massacre. Huang Qing's face remained emotionless, as if none of this surprised him. With a wave of his only remaining arm, countless massive stone blades erupted from the earth, shaped by the Crocodile King's stone forest, and spun into a deadly storm aimed straight at the blood-eyed black ape. But the ape simply stood there, arms crossed, completely unfazed. Your resistance is meaningless, human, it said calmly. All you're doing is delaying your death. To the blood-eyed black ape, this wasn't a battle anymore. It was a game of fear and despair. IT wanted to see this city's strongest warrior break. That moment of fear would be its greatest prize. The stone blades, strong enough to shred tanks, slammed into its body like a pack of raging beasts. But it didn't block, didn't dodge, just let the blades carve its flesh. Black blood flew, yet it didn't even flinch. Like a twisted instructor grading an exam, it mocked, decent speed, but far too weak. Without a word, Huang Qing summoned another tidal wave of stone, launching a massive second assault. But the blood-eyed black ape leapt effortlessly, soaring over 100 meters in a single bound, and escaped the stone tide with ease. Boom! The tidal wave of stone crashed through the forest of spikes, pulverizing everything in its path. But when the dust settled, the blood-eyed black ape stood untouched. Not bad, it muttered, but still too slow. Huang Qing heard its mocking voice echo around him. Kneel. I don't allow lower life forms to look me in the eye. For a moment, he blinked. Caught off guard, he hadn't expected the beast to be this deranged. Then came the strike. The ape's palm descended like a collapsing mountain. Another thunderous impact. Huang Qing felt both knees crack in pain, but he didn't fall completely. He forced himself to stay half-crouched, refusing to kneel. The ground beneath him shattered into spiderweb fractures, yet his eyes remained calm, unshaken. The ape tilted its head in confusion. Where was it? The fear, the despair, the same look all the others had before dying. Why? It growled. Why aren't you afraid? Huang Qing placed his remaining hand on the ground and answered coldly. You think you're clever, beast, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just another arrogant animal. Bloodburn forbidden art. Earth pulse seal. Huang Qing roared that it wasn't a trap. It was a setup. He had lured the blood-eyed black ape here on purpose, because this place held his final trump card. Rumble. The ground beneath them liquefied, whirling into a vortex of sand with terrifying suction power. Within seconds, the ape had sunk halfway into the swirling pit. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Really? This is your ace? The ape sneered. You think you can seal me? How naive, Human, you can't hold me forever. The second your little trap slips, I'll tear everyone in this city apart. But Huang Qing just smiled, not with joy, but with grim pride. This isn't a trap, he said softly. It's a hymn, a human anthem, sung in the face of annihilation. He pulled up his shirt, revealing a glowing, star-shaped wound over his heart. 5 points, burning red. Then, he thrust his only arm through his own chest. Blood gushed instantly. The blood-eyed black ape froze. You, what are you doing? Huang Qing coughed blood, but his gaze was resolute. At the start of this war, I buried Anqing's one and only tactical nuke beneath Swan Lake. The trigger is embedded in my heart, and once that heart stops beating, the bomb goes off. The blood-eyed black ape snarled. You expect me to believe that? You're insane. No one would gamble their life like this. You think I'm scared? You're bluffing. But Huang Qing just smiled. From the moment this war began, I never planned on making it out alive. Because I'm the mayor of Anqing. My name is Huang Qing, and I once swore on the day I took office to give everything for this city, for its people, even my life. And now, I guess I've kept that promise. He closed his eyes. Then came the light and the heat, annihilating both him and the beast in a single, blinding instant. Boom! The sky erupted. A mushroom cloud rose like a monument. Massive, solemn, eternal. The warriors who had been warned and evacuated the blast zone stood in silence. They looked toward Ground Zero, eyes filled with tears, tears that flowed like rivers, but their gazes burned with pride. As one, they raised their hands and saluted the explosion. Chuzhou and the others bowed their heads, paying silent tribute. This wasn't an END, it was a funeral. A grand, unforgettable funeral. After the nuclear blast, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was vaporized in an instant, leaving behind a single, massive crater of molten rock. In the endless sea of dark red lava, something stirred to shape, charred black and barely human, trembled. Chunks of carbonized flesh crumbled away, revealing scorched bone beneath. Embedded in the center of the ribcage was a dull, orange-hued crystal. Then, without warning, the crystal flared, like a dying flame reigniting one last time. Thin, pink threads of blood began to unravel from the magic core. They spread across the broken skeleton, weaving muscle, sinew, and nerves anew. Seconds later, the blood-eyed black ape's eyes snapped open. Its body, now a grotesque, blood-soaked figure, began to rebuild, skin spread. Black fur returned. Its blood-red eyes blinked open again, cold, merciless, and burning with vengeance. Struggling to rise, it felt the emptiness inside its core. So close, so damn close to being killed by that lowly human. Its gaze darkened. The bloodlust in its eyes was almost tangible. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. I'll slaughter every last soul in this city. I'll make every human beg for death before I tear them apart. The blood-eyed black ape roared in rage. To be pushed to the brink of death by someone it could have crushed like an insect was the ultimate humiliation. The blood-eyed black ape snarled. I'll retreat to Sin Domain, recover my strength, and then return to wipe this place off the map. But just as it turned, a sudden wave of killing intent slammed into it. Razor sharp and impossible to ignore. It spun around, only to see a young warrior streaking toward it, cloaked in blazing blue light. You going somewhere? The ape's pupils narrowed. It recognized that glow. The human brat who, alongside the mayor, had become one of its greatest obstacles. There you are, he growled. Shame I'm a little late. He roared, pushing his body past its limits. Cells in his arm ignited into full atomic reaction mode. Blue lightning tore through his muscles, peeling flesh away in sparks. Atomic strike fist. His punch landed square on the ape, but shockingly, it didn't dodge it. It took the hit head-on. Boom. The sky exploded in a blast of blinding blue light. The blood-eyed black ape roared. marching forward through the torrent of energy, defying the blast with sheer brute strength. E's eyes widened. It's pushing through. The ape sneered, "Foolish little genius. You should have stayed in the backlands. But no, here you are, gift wrapped for me. This is my chance to rip you apart." But he smiled coldly. "If you had run, my mini tactical nuke might have missed you. But since you stayed, why not enjoy a second helping?" Deep within He's body, the atomic reactor roared to life. Nuclear fission ignited at full force. Blazing arcs of blue lightning exploded from his flesh, dancing across the battlefield like a storm of electric foxes. The blood-eyed black ape's expression shifted. That energy signature, it was unmistakable. Another nuke? Its voice cracked. You damned human. What the hell?" But before it could finish, it was swallowed whole by a flash of pure light and searing heat. Several kilometers away, human warriors were still holding off the remaining beasts when someone shouted, "Look, over there." Was that another nuke? Though the second explosion was far smaller than the tactical nuke triggered by Mayor Huang Qing, that mushroom cloud that pulsed through the earth, it was unmistakable. Could this be another trick left behind by the mayor? Only Huang Qing would think this far ahead. As the dust settled, the blood-eyed black ape stumbled from the crater, half dead, scorched, and gasping. Its eyes widened in horror. "You monster!" From the smoke, a colossal figure emerged, over 40 meters tall. Its skin was as rugged as volcanic rock, streaked with glowing blue veins. Spinal spikes jutted out like swords, and a thick, armored tail swayed lazily behind it. One flick could crush a cliff, the titan in imperial magra armor. The ape's face twisted. "Why the hell do you look more like a monster than me?" Even most lord-tier beasts don't have this kind of aura. E's glowing blue eyes narrowed as he looked down at the blood-eyed black ape, now a pitiful speck beneath his towering feet. "I'm not like you, you balding monkey." Without warning, he raised a massive claw and brought it crashing down. Boom! The impact thundered through the battlefield, sending shockwaves and smoke rippling in every direction. The blood-eyed black ape was launched like a rag doll, slammed into the distance, bouncing across hills like debris. He gave a cold smirk and charged after it. "Don't run now, little monkey." Mountain-crushing fist, black flash. Enraged, the prideful beast refused to be humiliated. With a roar, it spun around and threw a wild punch with its mangled arm. "Don't you dare underestimate a lord." Their fists collided with an earth-shattering blast. The air itself split open with the force of the impact. The blood-eyed black ape was blasted away in a perfect straight line, like a meteor on a crash course with the horizon. But E's arm didn't come out unscathed. It twisted from the force, flesh torn, bones cracked. Even in its half-dead state, the ape's power was terrifying. It may have looked skinny, but it was still a beast. Even with his titan form, his stats well past the 30-point threshold, he found himself unable to completely overpower the ape. It had actually injured him. Fortunately, the titan's hyperregeneration kicked in. In just a few seconds, his arm was good as new. He looked down again, eyes cold. "Still standing? Too bad. You're already beneath me." The blood-eyed black ape stared at He's arm, fully healed within seconds. Its face twisted. That punch, that full-force blow, and it just heals. Are you kidding me? Finally, it gave up any notion of killing He head-on. Nope, I can't win. Can't win. Can't freaking win. This human was a monster. And so, the great Tier 5 overlord turned and ran. He watched the retreating figure with a cold smirk. "Run? You think that'll help you now?" Suddenly, the glowing cracks on his chest ignited, and a brilliant blue spinal structure, like a crystal blade, shimmered down his back, pulsing with pure, godlike power. "A filthy beast like you doesn't deserve to be the reason Mayor Huang gave his life." With a roar, he unleashed his finishing move, atomic breath. A divine beam of sky-blue energy blasted from his mouth, cutting through the battlefield like a god's wrathful sword. Boom! The blood-eyed black ape took the hit head-on, staggering as flames engulfed its body. But after everything it had endured, Can it still survive this? The atomic breath struck like divine punishment, slamming the massive blood-eyed ape straight into the earth and leaving a gaping crater. He narrowed his eyes. He sensed that the beast wasn't down yet. It was trying to escape underground. Without hesitation, he unleashed Godzilla's biomagnetic field. Waves of energy spread like a net, locking onto a swift-moving presence beneath the soil. As expected, the ape was tunneling madly, aiming to reach the entrance to the forbidden domain just ahead. He smirked, bloodlust flashing in his eyes. "You're not going anywhere, you damned monkey." The second blast of atomic breath erupted with a thunderous roar, tearing through the ground. A beam of blinding white energy ripped open the earth, blasting the ape out of hiding, flinging it through the air in a mess of blood and mud. Crashing hard onto the ground, the blood-eyed ape roared in fury. "Damn it! I was so close! The gate to the domain was just ahead, if it weren't for this damn human." But before it could finish, the sky darkened as a colossal fist descended, wrapped in a violent shockwave. Boom! The ape was smashed back into the crater, dust and debris exploding everywhere as its insides churned from the impact. Yi's voice cut through the air like a steel blade. "You dared lay hands on Mayor Huang? This is the price that I'll make you beg for death." After being crushed blow after blow, the blood-eyed ape was on the verge of mental collapse. It forcefully burned the last reserves of its core energy, restoring its right arm to peak strength. Veins bulging, cracks forming across its skin. With a sky-shaking roar, it lunged forward like a beast gone mad. "Die, you pitiful insect." The ape's colossal fist came crashing down, trailing a trail of destruction. But Yi didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, meeting the strike head-on. Fist met fist. The impact compressed the air into a vacuum, black and red lightning streaking across the sky. Yi's arm exploded on contact. Muscles tore, blood sprayed, and bones shattered like brittle glass. And yet, there wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes that he smirked coldly, staring the beast down like it was already defeated. That one punch had drained the last of the blood-eyed ape's strength that it was finished. He began channeling another atomic breath, the destructive energy swirling in his throat, ready to unleash a blast that would end it all. But before he could fire, a sudden jolt of soul-ripping pain exploded in his mind. His vision blurred, nearly passing out on the spot. Gritting his teeth, he quickly surged demonic energy through his core, activating the star god's protection to forcefully anchor his crumbling spirit. Regaining control of his spirit, he scanned his surroundings, every muscle tense for battle. From the charred ruins, countless slender white arms had silently sprouted, elegant like carved jade, swaying gently in the wind, beautiful and terrifying. The heavily wounded blood-eyed ape was being carried away by those arms, passed along slowly like some twisted relay toward the distance. Yi's gaze turned sharp as a blade. With a flick of his wrist, he attempted to pull the beast back by force. But the moment he moved, he felt it. His own titan body had been bound. From his shoulders to his elbows and knees, the same pale hands had grown out, locking up his joints like a frozen machine. "You think some parlor trick can hold me?" he roared, detonating the atomic reactor within. His power surged like a volcanic eruption. 200 degrees Celsius, 400 degrees C, 800 degrees C. The moment his core broke past 1,000 degrees C, the 40-meter giant exploded in a blinding blaze of cobalt blue. The Godzilla-like armor melted away, revealing molten blue flesh beneath. His entire body now a walking furnace of destruction. The ground beneath him boiled and cracked under the heat, and all the jade hands binding him were instantly reduced to ash. Meanwhile, the crippled, blood-eyed ape had been carried by the sea of hands to within 50 meters of the rift to the secret realm. As it looked back at the towering titan, closing in like a wrathful god, for the first time, it felt the chilling grip of death. Nothing was left but pure, primal fear. He crushed the charred earth beneath his steps, each footfall scorching away entire fields of ghostly arms. With a furious roar, he extended his blazing hand, about to snatch the beast back from the brink of escape. But at that very instant, an eerie woman's laughter echoed from within the towering rift. It was sharp, chilling like nails clawing at the soul. Then, pale arms surged out like a tidal wave, pouring from the crack in endless waves. At the center of the tide, a woman's head slowly emerged, her face partially hidden by two long, mask-like white hands covering her eyes. Only her lips were visible, curled into a disturbingly elegant smile. Seeing that grotesque figure emerge, Ihi's heart sank. What the hell was that, another beast? No, this wasn't just a beast. That overwhelming pressure. It had to be beyond apex class. If her true form descended, he'd be vaporized before he could even kneel. As if sensing his presence, the woman's head twitched. Her mouth suddenly opened wide, emitting a screech so piercing it felt like the wail of a banshee ripping through the world. The sound wasn't just noise. It penetrated the giant's defenses and slammed straight into Ihi's consciousness. He howled in agony as the psychic shock tore at his soul like burning razors. Then, crack, the back of the Titan's neck split open in a gory explosion. Bursting out through the torn flesh, Ihi emerged, soaked in blood, eyes glowing red with unhinged fury. He roared with madness. You think you can massacre all those people and walk away untouched? Dream on. He poured every last drop of atomic energy into the Titan's core, detonating it from within. The Godzilla-fused Titan entered a full meltdown. Its blue plasma veins surged wildly, burning away flesh until only a blazing skeleton of bone and blue fire remained. He controlled the flaming husk like a chariot of wrath, charging straight toward the rift. Every reaching hand along the path was incinerated, the earth torn asunder like hell's gates opening. He bellowed with teeth clenched. Here's a little gift from back home. It's called a nuke. Hope you like it, witch. The giant's burning skeleton stomped into the rift, and in the very next instant, a blinding surge of blue and white light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. The woman's head locked eyes with Ihi until the last moment, her gaze brimming with unyielding fury and hatred. The searing light burst through the rift, sweeping across the battlefield like a newborn sun, burning away all the smoke and darkness that once shrouded the ruins. Several kilometers away, stunned warriors looked up in shock. Look, the rift, it just blew up. Wait, is that Mayor Huang? Did he actually take down that apex beast? Stay sharp. Now's our chance. Don't let his sacrifice go to waste. Anqing still has hope. As the nuclear-level blast swept across the battlefield, the blood-eyed ape was reduced to nothingness. And as if the rift had been severed, the flood of invading beasts abruptly dwindled, cut off at the source. The warriors of Anqing launched a full counteroffensive, fighting nonstop for an entire day and night. They slaughtered every last monster still lurking within the city, until the final beast collapsed and the exhausted defenders finally dropped to the ground like survivors from hell itself. The battle for Anqing was finally over. Victory had come at a devastating price. Over 80% of the warriors and soldiers perished in the bloodbath. Nearly the entire defense force was wiped out. But still, Anqing stood, deep within the scorched ruins of what was once Swan Lake, now ground zero for a nuclear apocalypse. On the charred Earth where radiation still hung thick in the air, he slowly opened his eyes. After lying unconscious for days, he had finally awakened. Though he had poured every ounce of atomic energy into detonating the Titan form, this land, bathed in fresh radiation and nuclear residue, had ironically become the perfect battery, keeping him alive and slowly recharging his body. Glancing down at his hands, he let out a dry chuckle. That fight had pushed him to the brink. If Mayor Huang hadn't risked everything to drag the blood-eyed ape into the blast zone, if the fallout field hadn't become his advantage, and if he hadn't used the infinite monster template to keep detonating himself again and again, Then that monster might have slipped away with that cursed head intact. It was only through a perfect storm of timing, terrain, and sheer luck that he managed to kill a beast of that caliber. And even now, with all the power of the monster template, he knew one thing for certain. He was still far from the top. Beasts at the BG level were beyond terrifying. One misstep could mean total annihilation, that a victory like this might never come again. He lifted his gaze to the ashen sky, a sharp sense of urgency rising within him. I need more time, but I need to grow faster, stronger. The fastest path to the top was fusing with the planetary Godzilla template. But to do that, he had to gather the remaining plant-type monster cores, and time was quickly running out. In the blink of an eye, an entire month had passed. Through news reports, he gradually learned the true scale of devastation across the country. The nationwide rift outbreak had turned out far worse than anyone expected. 18 cities were attacked. 12 of them had completely fallen, reduced to bloody hunting grounds for monsters. The worst case was Guanshan City. After an unexpected S-class rift erupted, the entire city was swallowed by a mysterious gray fog, and all contact with the outside world was lost. In response, the National Martial Authority dispatched an elite strike team. 30 Schwammer-ranked warriors and 5 grandmasters, led by the great master Du Jingming himself. But even they vanished. When all rescue efforts failed, the nation's strongest shield, Patriot-class warrior Fu Hongsheng, entered the rift personally. 8 hours later, Fu Hongsheng staggered out, drenched in blood, carrying only 2 surviving grandmasters. From that day on, Guanshan was declared the 11th life-forbidden zone on the planet. The city's 1.8 million residents, every last one, were gone. He clenched his fists in silence. Even a Patriot-class warrior barely made it out alive. An entire city turned into a dead zone that humanity's survival was now hanging by a thread. He abruptly stood up, determination blazing in his eyes. Closing the news feed, he immediately dialed Qinlan's number. The familiar lazy voice answered. "What is it this time? Want me to teach you the other 2 incomplete martial arts from the Liu family?" He shook his head firmly. "This isn't about martial arts. That I need your help to acquire high-quality plant-type monster cores, preferably blue tier or even purple tier Lord-grade cores." There was a brief silence on the other end. Then came a soft chuckle, laced with amusement. "Your appetite's really growing? Huh. Lord-tier plant cores? Do you have any idea how rare those are? Plant-type beasts are rare enough. High-quality ones are practically legendary." Her tone sharpened. "So tell me, what do I get in return?" He didn't hesitate for a second. His voice was steady, resolute. "At the entrance exam for Huadu University this year, the Secret Realm trial, I'll team up with Liu Qingzhu and secure first place. Guaranteed." Qinlan let out a soft chuckle, her red lips curling slightly. "Are you underestimating the top prodigies from the other provinces?" Her tone was casual, but held a note of warning. "Let me be blunt. Liu Qingzhu's strength might look decent here, but in the capital's top academy, she'd barely make the middle ranks. And just because you can suppress her in the ring doesn't mean you can compete with those real monsters." He remained calm, a quiet confidence in his voice. "Still, Aunt Qin, you're not betting the Liu family's future on anyone else, are you? So here's my offer. I'll put it in writing that if I fail to win first place, I'll serve the Liu family for life, be your personal assistant, your servant, your old age caretaker. No complaints, no regrets." Qinlan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her tone was equal parts exasperated and amused. "Huh. Serve me for life. You're really good at making bold promises, aren't you, little brat?" She exhaled softly, her voice sultry but resolute through the phone. "Fine, I'll help you, just this once. But remember, this chance only comes once." Outside Anqing First People's Hospital, a sleek black and gold motorcycle screeched to a stop. He hopped off, riding his generously gifted brother-in-law's prized machine. "Whoa, that's Ihi, the top martial candidate himself. We're all busted up in here, and he looks untouched. I heard he took down a whole horde of monsters. Ihi, I'm your fan. Can I get your autograph? Can I add you on Qping?" The crowd swarmed with excitement, and Ihi barely managed to wave them off. He never expected to be this popular in Anqing. He made his way to room 6, where Chu Zhou and Luo Xian were both recovering. The moment Yi stepped inside, he nearly burst out laughing. Chu Zhou, usually the city's poster boy for charm, was now wrapped head to toe in bandages, leaving only one eye visible. "Ha ha! Is that our pretty boy Chu Zhou? Look at you now. This is gold, absolute gold." Chu rolled his eye. "You here to check on the wounded or just to laugh at us? And what's with all the stuff you're carrying?" Yi shrugged innocently. "Fan gifts got mobbed on the way in." Just then, another voice chimed in. "Well, if it isn't he." Sorry you are?" "Luo Xian, that I was your first opponent in the qualifier." "What, already forgot me?" Yi blinked, but then caught sight of Luo Xian's injured leg, and his tone shifted. Yeah, Luo Xian might have been weak on the battlefield, but his spirit, that was a real warrior's heart. Luo Xian noticed both Yi and Chu Zhou giving his injured leg that awkwardly respectful, pitying look that he rolled his eyes. "Guys, seriously? Don't look at me like I'm already dead. The leg's not gone. Worst case, I'll get a limb repair surgery. And if that doesn't cut it, I'll slap on one of those new laser bird combat prosthetics. They come with built-in cannons now, you know." Just then, Yi's phone started ringing from inside his pocket. He glanced at the screen, unknown number. Without a second thought, he hit decline, flagged it as spam, and blocked it. Smooth, efficient, brutal. But 10 seconds later, BZZ, the phone buzzed again. Same desperate tone, different number. Someone really wasn't taking the hint. This time, the call was from his high school principal. "E, did you seriously block that bigwig from the Capitol? Unblock him now." E froze. Oh no, he just pulled the ultimate career suicide move. Blocking a VIP like he was junk mailed at IT was like slamming the door in a government official's face mid-speech, with a smile. E silently pulled the block number out of phone jail, removed the spam label, and answered, hoping this social damage could still be salvaged. "Hello, E. This is Wang Tao, head of admissions from Huadu University. We're calling to inform you that the Capital University will begin the semester 1 month early. A private train will pick you up in 3 days. Oh, you have any questions?" E's inner voice. What the hell could I possibly say? Ask for a delay, a summer break extension, but on the outside, he answered smoothly, understood that I'll follow the university's arrangements. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou also received a call from the same university. "Hello, Chu Zhou. This is Director Liu from the Huadu University admissions team. I understand that I'll be there on time." "Thank you, Director Liu." Chu ended the call like a model student, calm and polite. 2 future Capital University elites lying in the same hospital room. The place might as well be renamed the Top Score Suite. Gonna have to raise the price on this room, 0.5 grand per night, minimum. Luo Xian looked left, looked right, then slowly pulled the covers over his face. Yeah, he thought that he didn't belong on the bed. He should probably be under it. Still, before he reported in, there was one more important thing he had to take care of. Days later, the skies above the Swan Lake blast zone were still blanketed by thick gray clouds. Hundreds of tons of debris from the nuclear explosion had been hurled into the atmosphere, turning the entire region into a land of eternal twilight. And there, in the heart of the irradiated wasteland, Ihi sat cross-legged in meditation. The ground beneath him, scorched by unimaginable heat, had melted into a glassy surface, gleaming like warped crystal. Entering his Manhwa state, Ihi began channeling the lingering radiation from the air into his body. Jagged, obsidian-like skin coated his frame, while the crystalline spine on his back pulsed with blue light. Misty energy circled him, making him look like some celestial immortal. If that immortal were breathing in toxic nuclear gas instead of spiritual essence. His muscles, broad and powerful like an eagle mid-flight, slowly relaxed, and his pores released thick steam like a living pressure engine. His eyes snapped open, a sharp flash of blue cutting through his pupils that he pulled up his status panel to see the results of his 3-day training. Infinite monster template host, Ihi overall physique, 27.4 active template. Berserker Demonra template sync rate, 38.9% Titan form sync rate, 90%. After the battle against the blood-eyed ape, his Damonra sync had jumped by 1.5%, a massive leap at this level. And with 3 days of exposure to pure radiation and atomic decay energy, he'd gained another solid 6%. This wasteland wasn't just a battlefield. It was a training paradise. But time was up. He had to leave. He bent his knees, gathering atomic energy beneath his feet like a coiled spring. With a flash of blinding blue light, he launched upward, but a thunderous boom followed as a shock wave burst behind him, splitting the air like a sonic cannon. At Anqing's bullet train station, the PA echoed calmly. "Attention, passengers. Train G6666 to Huadu West will depart in 5 minutes. Please proceed to ticket check-in if you haven't done so." Inside the station, Chu Zhou stood with his suitcase, calm as ever, waiting near the platform. His eyes twitched as he looked to the sky, and a faint smirk crossed his lips. He's here. Boom! Boom! Explosive shockwaves ripped through the sky. All across the station, martial artists instantly went on high alert, hairs standing on end. That pressure, is it another high-level beast? We just survived one invasion. Don't tell me there's another. Still reeling from the recent chaos, fighters instinctively entered combat mode. Some had even drawn their weapons. "Relax, it's me." A familiar voice echoed from above. A split second later, a figure dropped from the sky and landed perfectly. No cracks on the pavement, no shockwave, just heat hissing from his glowing legs. Blue halos flickered around his calves as steam curled up. Ihi brushed off his pants with a grin. Made it just in time. "Holy crap, that's Ihi. Bro, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought another damn monster was coming." Even top-tier warriors burning their blood wouldn't create pressure like that, someone muttered. No doubt about it. He's truly Anqing's pride. Chu Zhou, however, barely blinked. "You've gotten stronger. Again." Anqing, once drowning in beasts, was now fading into the distance. For Ihi, this place was the first stop in his journey through this world. His origin. Farewell, Anqing. He turned toward the horizon, eyes steady. "Let's go Huadu." The special train for Capital University students gleamed in red, black, and gold, its design sleek and intimidating. Constructed from cutting-edge military alloys, the train could withstand impacts from thousands of tons, resilient even against king-tier monsters. Still, for insurance, at least 5 Xuanwu-level warriors have been assigned as escorts. Rumor had it that even grandmasters were stationed on board, quiet, unseen, but always ready. After all, this train carried the nation's most elite students, every single one a provincial champion, each destined to become a pillar of Xia's future defenses. Sitting by the window, Ihi curiously expanded his biofield to scan the train. As expected, a few hidden powerhouses stood out, but after gauging their energy, he estimated no more than 5 could last 3 moves against him. Chu Zhou sighed, side-eyeing him. "Seriously? Can you stop flexing for 5 minutes? We just got on the damn train." Suddenly, a deafening boom rocked the entire train, followed by a piercing alarm blaring from the speakers. "Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Capital University train is under unknown enemy attack." The announcement continued. "Professors and security staff are assessing the situation up front. All students must evacuate their carriages immediately. Don't engage with the enemy under any circumstance." The cabin, which had been calm seconds ago, erupted into chaos. No way. Who dare attack this train? Could this be a simulation? A test for us freshmen? Not necessarily. Xia's national defense is at its weakest point right now. Our Patrioteer warriors are still in recovery. Grandmaster Du Jingming is missing. Dozens of Grandmasters and Xuanwu elites died in the beast tide across multiple cities, with major powers eyeing the cracks. Yeah, this could be very real. What do we do? Evacuate or stay put? Tension filled the cabin as the nation's top freshmen debated their next move. Chu Zhou turned to Ihi with a sharp gaze. "What's your take?" Yi groaned from his seat, rubbing his temples. "So annoying. I just wanted a nap after 3 days of non-stop training." But before the words fully left his mouth, he was already on his feet. "Screw it, let's go check it out." Action always spoke louder than waiting. Their carriage was located near the rear. He and Chu Zhou moved forward, alert and silent, eyes scanning for clues. When they reached the fifth car, a blood-covered freshman stumbled toward them. Pale and shaking, he rushed forward, catching him before he collapsed. "Hey, hold on. What happened up there?" The blood-covered freshman panted heavily, eyes wide with fear. "They've already taken the first 3 cars. The enemy uses some kind of domain ability, pulls people into a separate space where no one outside could detect the battle. Our Schwanwell-level escorts, they're almost all dead. They joined forces to push me out of that space, told me to warn the rest. This isn't a drill, it's real. My name's Zhou Jingxian. I'm a freshman, just like you. Please, you have to run." His desperate warning sent a shockwave through the students. Many who had been preparing to move forward immediately froze. Uncertainty, fear, and doubt crept across their faces. Then, a loud and impatient voice broke the silence. "Danger, prove it." A burly student with a wild lion-like mane stepped forward. His gaze was sharp, domineering, like a walking tank. "Where's the token your teachers supposedly gave you? Where are the other survivors? Why is it just you who made it out?" His eyes narrowed. "I've got a friend in those front cars. He's strong enough to be the freshman top rank. And you expect me to believe he escaped and hadn't?" With that, he turned and marched toward the front of the train. Several other freshmen, clearly in favor of the trial by fire mindset, followed him without hesitation. Zhou Jingxian's face twisted in panic as more and more students ignored him. "Wait, please. I'm telling the truth. It's real. You'll die in there. Don't go." Just then, the freshman's eyes lit up as he locked onto Yi. "Wait, are you Yi?" "Yeah, how'd you know?" He narrowed his eyes, already sensing something unusual about the guy's internal energy flow. "A girl named Lu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She said if anything happened, I had to find you and tell you not to go to the front cars." "She told you that herself?" "Yeah. She took a hit to protect me, got seriously injured. I couldn't stop the others from rushing in, but you're different. She entrusted me with her final wish, to keep you alive." He was just getting choked up when, smack, he slapped him on the forehead. "Bro, seriously? She's not even dead yet, and you're already doing the last wish speech?" With a sigh, he patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. "Let's go check it out." "You're actually going?" Chu asked. "Of course that I promised, Aunt Sheen." But Zhou Jingxian suddenly stepped in front of them. "No, I can't let you go." He blinked, completely deadpan. "Dude, with that level of stubbornness, how the hell did you even get accepted into Huadu?" Chu Zhou, at Yi's sharp command, the legendary #1 enforcer didn't hesitate. 2 fingers sliced through the air. An arc of sword energy shot straight toward Zhou Jingxian. Zhou Jingxian's eyes narrowed. "Really? Straight to violence?" He sneered. "A refined girl like Lu Qingzhu would never hang out with thugs like you." As Crane City's top scholar, he casually dispersed the attack with a flick of his wrist. But the moment he dropped his guard, BM, Yi's fist drove straight in his gut with crushing force. An O flash, an O technique. "Just power. Shut up," Yi muttered, pulling his fist back as Zhou doubled over. Zhou was seeing stars, nearly coughing up blood, until he stuffed a blood recovery pill into his palm. "Keep that or on a tight schedule." He dusted off his sleeves. "Chu Zhou, let's go see what kind of mess we're dealing with up front." The two reached the doorway connecting to car 3. The air felt heavier there, like it was holding its breath. A swirling layer of murky gray energy shrouded the door, pulsating faintly. It looked like stepping through it would lead to a completely different dimension. He looked around, spotted an abandoned suitcase nearby, picked it up, gave it a test swing. "All right then, let's see what we're dealing with." The suitcase vanished into the mist without a sound. No impact, no echo, nothing. It was like the fog swallowed it whole. Even Yi's life force detection completely failed to penetrate the haze. He squinted. Plenty of freshmen walked this way earlier. Looks like they all went in. His eyes gleamed with interest. "Fine, let's follow the crowd." Without another word, he and Chu Zhou stepped into the swirling mist. Their figures twisted unnaturally, then dissolved into the haze like ink in water. He blinked as he emerged on the other side, only to find Chu Zhou gone. They entered together, shoulder to shoulder. Now, not a trace. A wave of dizziness hit. He scowled. Someone's messing with us. A faint light flickered ahead. He steadied himself and moved toward it. Let's see what's out there first. As he crossed the threshold, cold wind slammed into him. No train and no carriage. Just an unfamiliar, desolate landscape. The sky was a dull gray, like a dying breath. All around him stood crumbling ruins of forgotten buildings. For once, E's expression turned grim. His life force sense, gone. Not just suppressed, erased, or worse, completely blocked by the strange dimension he'd just entered. When faced with unknown territory, he went with his go-to move, find a high ground. He bent his knees and launched himself into the air like a missile. Moments later, he landed atop a crumbling skyscraper, scanning the eerie horizon. Without wasting a second, he summoned his inner force. Dense martial energy surged through his arms. He shaped his hands into a sphere, pulling in volatile atomic energy. Even though his life force sense was jammed, he could still feel it. A hostile gaze, watching him like prey. He sneered, "You think hiding makes you safe?" Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from his hands, blasting searing heat into the air. The gray cloud shattered, and the still, silent city was finally jolted awake by the thunderous blast. He hurled the energy sphere high into the sky. A heartbeat later, a terrifying blast erupted among the clouds, its blinding light and searing heat ripping the gray mist apart. The deafening shockwave shattered the silence of the entire city. Across the city, freshmen who had been scrambling to escape some unknown threat froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the massive explosion overhead. What the hell? Another huge blast. Damn, which powerhouse is this? Making an entrance this flashy. Some looked on without a shred of worry about the trouble it might bring. Some shouted in admiration, and others remained cold and indifferent. But to Chu Zhou, this was unmistakably He's signal. Sword in hand, he surged forward, racing toward the source of the explosion. In a high rise elsewhere, Lu Qingzhu's pale face reflected the blue-tinged light flashing through the window. She knew instantly. It was He. He had told her not to let him come. Standing atop a rooftop, he scanned the restless city below. He knew this move had drawn in both allies and enemies alike. Then came the heavy thud of footsteps behind him. From the silhouette alone, he could tell it wasn't human. It was a bizarre figure clad in black, wearing a white pig-headed mask. In its hand, a rusty chain dragged along the ground, the other end bound to a blood-stained dagger. One look at the bizarre outfit, and he knew this guy was trouble and testing the waters. Blue flames erupted under his feet, scorching a deep mark into the ground as he shot forward, swinging a fist straight at the pig mask. "Playing creepy? I'll rip that mask right off your head," he snarled. But just as his punch was about to land, the pig-headed man's dagger shot out like lightning, even faster, completely bypassing He's protective energy field. The blade pierced through his defenses like a demon's scalpel, stabbing deep into He's abdomen, and the same moment. He's fist slammed square into the pig-headed man's skull. Heat intense enough to melt steel erupted instantly, a torrent of blue energy engulfing the pig-headed man's head. Yet, even after taking He's nuclear punch head-on, the guy's skull remained completely intact. The pig-headed man tightened his grip on the dagger buried in He's gut, muscles straining as he tried to split He open in one savage pull. But no matter how hard he yanked, the blade wouldn't budge, locked in place. The realization flickered across his eyes. He grinned, his voice low and taunting. "Didn't expect my regeneration to be this fast, huh? My muscles alone can clamp your blade that you're not that strong, but this weapon of yours, it can bypass defenses. What the hell are you?" He clamped both hands on the pig-headed man's mask, prying open those snarling jaws with a wicked grin. "Open wide, pal. Time for a little dental work. mouth-to-mouth atomic breath. Boom! A blazing blue beam roared forth, flooding straight into the pig's gaping maw. The scent of charred flesh filled the air as the pig-headed man's struggle ceased. His mouth blown clean through, his neck severed by the searing heat. He hoisted the severed pig head, locking eyes with the hollow mask in a silent stare down. He smirked. Told you I'd rip it off. Guess I'm a man of my word, huh? What's this inside? Digging through the mask, he pulled out a pendant, his lips curling upward. Figures. Huada's trial. Beat the boss, get the loot, right? Inwardly, he deduced the masked man's weapon had been infused with a high-level warrior's aura, giving it its deadly sharpness. Once that aura faded, it was nothing more than scrap metal. But this pendant, what was it for? Could it be he had to hunt down every masked enemy and claim the pendants hidden in their masks? Just then, whoosh, a sharp whistle split the air. He felt a vicious wind rush toward him. Murderous energy erupted from within, manifesting as several shadowy maws that lunged from all directions, biting down on the arrow aimed at his forehead and snapping it in half. Already on to the next wave? He growled, I hate sneak attacks the most, and was about to charge forward, when agony shot up from beneath his feet. A razor-sharp spear burst through the concrete floor, skewering his foot and driving straight for his heart. At the same time, the shadowy archer seized the opening, loosing a rapid volley of arrows like a storm, each one aimed for Ihi's vital points. In the archer's mind, Ihi was about to be turned into a pincushion. Ihi sneered, think you can kill me with that? Dream on. With a roar, he summoned the giant's power from deep within his bloodline. Blazing heat burst across his body as massive rib bones sprouted from his back, quickly weaving together with molten, regenerating flesh, the demon armor personified. The spear aiming for his heart was forced aside by the giant's bone and flesh. Standing within the dissolving rib cage, he clamped one hand onto the weapon, refusing to let the attacker below pull it back and escape. He wrapped his other hand in black and crimson killing intent and slammed his fist into the ground. The violent blast shattered the rooftop, and he dropped down in one smooth motion to avoid any more ambush arrows. From afar, onlookers had no idea what had just happened, only that the entire building suddenly collapsed. Ihi sneered. Time to see who just tried to turn him into grilled meat on a stick. What he didn't expect was a rabbit's head. Sure enough, one of the Zodiac, a short figure in a black suit, wearing a red-eyed rabbit mask, stood before him, clutching a pristine spear. Apparently, as long as these masked fighters weren't killed, their weapons could regenerate endlessly. The figure bent his legs, and his calf muscles bulged to the size of basketballs. In the next instant, he launched forward with explosive force, shooting through the air like a cannonball. He twisted his waist and swung his leg in a horizontal kick, striking the rabbit-headed man in the torso. But the enemy's body was unervingly flexible. He spun several times midair, effortlessly dispersing the force of the blow. What the hell? He knows martial arts. A flash of cold steel followed, thrusting straight at Ihida. He frowned. This one was going to be tricky. At that moment, a familiar chill swept across the battlefield. An ice wall. The rabbit-headed man's thrusting spear froze mid-motion, locked in place by solid frost. Chuzhou's sudden arrival not only broke Ihi free from danger, but also trapped the rabbit-headed man within an ever-tightening maze of ice walls. That was close. Ihi, this rabbit's mine, Chuzhou called, leaping forward with his sword. His blade sliced straight for the rabbit-headed man's neck, but the nimble opponent twisted away in an instant. The masked fighter was clearly annoyed now. Sword and spear clashed in a blur, sparks flaring with every strike that in mere seconds, they traded dozens of blows. Even with the spear's reach advantage, the rabbit-headed man found no opening against Chuzhou's relentless swordplay. In one fierce bind, Chuzhou suddenly unleashed a burst of icy power, freezing the spear solid in the rabbit-headed man's grip. The instant the weapon was sealed, Chuzhou drove his palm hard into the rabbit-headed man's chest. Fortunately for the masked fighter, he managed to bring his spear up just in time to absorb most of the impact. But the next moment, a wave of dread hit him. Two massive hands, lying in wait all along, suddenly lunged out from the darkness. They clamped around him with crushing force, a mocking voice rumbling, "Finally caught you, little cutie." At the same instant, a massive stream of blue energy ripped through the sky, cleaving the gray heavens clean in two. A few minutes earlier, inside an abandoned high-rise, why is it still dead quiet over there? That loudmouth who barged in. You think he's already dead? He has to be. Those mass fighters can take on more than a dozen of us without a scratch. Their weapons can cut through any defense, way beyond what we can handle at our level. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. The woman sneered. That guy who came in blasting the sky was way too full of himself. Probably just some small-town kid who lucked his way in a Hwada, frog in a well, thinking he's all that. Honestly, the top scorers from big cities aren't even on the same playing field as those from small towns that I've heard that Yin Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe from Magic City, Lan Yusi from Deep City, and Xian Shun from Lily Island have already started hunting mass fighters, and no idea how they're managing it. That's strong. Then the freshman champion has to be one of them, right? No. Almost every freshman champion comes from Huadu itself. Against those monsters from Huadu, students from the rest of Xi'an Nation can't compare. The martial training resources they've had since childhood are worlds apart. Another boom split the air. The two of them instinctively looked up, their faces frozen in shock. They exchanged glances, both stunned. What the hell was that massive beam just now? A railgun. But how could there be a railgun here? Elsewhere in the city, freshmen actively hunting animal mass fighters also paused mid-chase, silently watching the blinding beam in the sky. Yin Zhengxiong planted his massive broadsword into the ground, its sheer weight driving the blade deep into the earth. The tip rested on the corpse of a horse-headed fighter. "Zhe, what do you think?" The jacket-clad Ouyang Zhe, also a freshman, replied in a low voice. That kind of attack doesn't match the masked fighter's style. Most likely, it's the work of another freshman. Aside from the few in Huadu, how could anyone else have power that insane? Yin Zhengxiong muttered, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "We have to go," Ouyang Zhe said grimly. "We've already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Lan Yusi from Deep City has at least the sheep pendant. Xian Shun from Liuli Island holds the snake, and a girl named Lu Qingzhu apparently killed the minotaur and took the ox. If the masked fighters really follow the 12 zodiac, that leaves only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon pendants. And the dragon, you know as well as I do, that thing is instant death that a boss you run from, not fight. As for the remaining pendants, that freshman who fired the blue beam definitely has a few. Xian Shun and Lan Yusi will almost certainly be drawn to him too. Zhengxiong, this game's already in the final round, and if we want to win, we'll have to take them from someone else. Half of Ouyang Zhe's face was hidden beneath his hood, but his eyes burned with raw ambition. Meanwhile, he had already slain the rabbit masked fighter and claimed the rabbit pendant. What's that?" Chuzhou asked, eyeing the pendant in his hand with curiosity. "Before you got here, I took down a guy wearing a pig mask. Found this pendant with a pig carved on it inside his headgear. If I'm right, this trial's goal is to collect every pendant hidden inside the animal masks. So, we're going to actively hunt the masked fighters?" Chuzhou asked. "Exactly. Back on the rooftop, someone took a shot at me with an arrow. Pretty sure he's one of them, slipped away in the chaos. But his arrow hit me, I can track him through that. Let's move." By the time they arrived, however, the place was deserted. All that remained were traces of a fight. Someone else had gotten here first. Chuzhou crouched down, running his hand over the scorch marks on the ground. They were still warm, which means they haven't gone far. They're still nearby. Chuzhou gripped his blade, lone frost, and swung instinctively toward a certain direction. A 10-meter spike of ice erupted from the ground, smashing straight into what appeared to be empty air. TSK, my optical camouflage got spotted. A sultry voice rang out as the figure shimmered into view. It was a stunning woman. Lurking nearby with ill intent, she was met with another flash of Chuzhou's blade, cold light slicing forward. But in the next instant, a sharply dressed man appeared out of thin air. The moment he materialized, the air temperature spiked, and his palm glowed red-hot like a branding iron. Lan Siyu darted aside. Genetic art, flame demon battle form. Xin Shen's palm slammed into the incoming ice spike, fire bursting within the ice, sending a billowing cloud of steam across the rooftop. Busted. Huh. Lan Siyu, your optical stealth is pathetic. As if you're the one whose powers clash with this tall, cold, pretty boy. You exposed us. Don't pin it on me. Lan Siyu shot back with a glare. He stepped toward them, cutting straight to the point. Were you lying in ambush for us? You've got it wrong. Handsome, Lan Siyu said innocently. We just took out a guy with a chicken mask. We were hiding to lure out more masked fighters. Beside her, Xin Shen casually clamped a cigarette between his lips, flicked his fingers, and lit it with a tiny spark. He clearly didn't buy their story. Oh yeah, then what's this supposed to be? He asked coldly. In a flash, his hand shot out, grabbing something out of thin air. A woman identical to Lan Siyu materialized, choking and struggling in his grip. Lan Siyu bit her finger in mild frustration. Even my clone got spotted. Looks like these two boys have some skill. Xin Shen smirked. I never expected you to pull off that sneak attack anyway. That would have been boring if you had. Time for me to step in. He flicked his cigarette to the ground, his cheeks swelling up like two oversized balloons. Then he spewed a massive cloud of black smoke toward Yi and Chuzhou. He crushed the clone's neck in his hand and pulled back alongside Chuzhou. But before they could retreat far, Lan Siyu whipped out a yellow folding fan etched with glowing runes. Sneering, trying to run? Lan Siyu lifted her fan and gave the black smoke a graceful flick. Wind rise. A violent gust surged forth, propelling the smoke until it swallowed Yi and Chuzhou whole. Xin Shen rolled a fireball between his fingers, smirking. Not done yet. Let's add some heat. Boom! The black smoke ignited instantly, blooming into a blazing fire cloud so hot it warped the air around it. Skill means nothing if you still lose to us, Xin Shen boasted, shooting Lan Siyu a smug eyebrow raise. But the next instant, a thunderous clap echoed like a cannon blast. He emerged from within the burning cloud, slamming his palms together. The resulting shockwave snuffed out the entire firestorm in an instant. The hell are you laughing at? He snarled. Xin Shen's worldview crumbled, snuffing out his flames with a single clap. That kind of power was unreal. Before he could dwell on the shock, Yi's fist was already in his face. Mountain-crushing fist overdrive. Xin Shen tried to block or dodge, but compared to that punch, he was painfully slow. In an instant, he was sent flying in a straight line, blasted away by Yi's strike. Lan Siyu hadn't expected Yi's speed and strength to be so overwhelming. The sheer physicality sent a chill through her. None of them had yet cultivated techniques to break through to the warrior stage. As martial trainees, their bodies were always held back by an invisible barrier. Even with Hwada freshmen having a higher ceiling at this stage, they still couldn't surpass that limit. But Yi's physique was far beyond any first years. To them, this was pure dimensional suppression. But her despair was only beginning. Suddenly, a freezing chill wrapped around her ankles. While she'd been fixated on the punch-throwing guy, Chuzhou had already frozen her feet solid. Damn it, I was so focused on the fists, I forgot about the ice guy. Even working together, Xin Shen and I can't beat them. They're monsters. Continuing this fight, there's no chance of winning. At that moment, Lan Siyu's mind held only one thought. Run. She let out a sharp cry, swinging her magic weapon with all her strength as currents of air swirled violently around her, forming a hurricane-like barrier. The ice at her feet shattered under the slicing wind, and her light frame was lifted into the air by the gale. No, I have to get out of here, she thought in panic and rage. But Yi's hand shot out, seizing her slender ankle. The shock nearly made her lose control. Get down here, Yi roared, slamming her into the ground. Dust and debris exploded upward as the impact carved a crater into the earth. He raised his fist again, ready to unleash another brutal strike. Gritting her teeth, Lan Xiu burned through a massive amount of martial energy, determined to break free. Xianhuang martial art, shapeless shadow scatter, she shouted as thick smoke erupted around her. Countless duplicates of Lan Xiu burst from the haze, scattering in every direction. He grinned darkly. Run, Xianhuang martial art, flesh prison, demon veil illusion, activate. From Yi's body burst a swarm of black and crimson demonic shadows, outnumbering Lan Xiu's clones several times over. They morphed into countless monstrous beasts, swarming in to tear her illusions apart. In Xianhuang martial arts, there were clear gaps in power, and her clones couldn't match Yi's shadows in either numbers or strength. Outmatched and unable to run, Lan Xiu felt a wave of despair crash over her. She realized, to her horror, that she couldn't even move. What are these things? Yi's grin was equal parts lecherous and menacing. Can't beat me. Can't run. So just accept your fate. One look at that expression, and Lan Xiu caved instantly. I surrender. I surrender. Take my pendants. In moments, 2 more pendants fell into Yi's hands. See? Would have been easier if you'd done that sooner. Now, tell me everything you know. Without hesitation, Lan Xiu sold out her ally Xen, spilling every detail about the snake and tiger pendants he held, along with the abilities he'd shown in battle. She also confirmed what he had already suspected. Winning this trial required gathering all 12 pendants at this late stage. Even if you didn't hunt others, they'd come hunting for you. Ouyang Zhe and Yin Zhengxiong from Evil City are among the top freshmen, and I bet they've already snatched plenty of pendants. Want to take you to them? Lan Xiu batted her eyes, her blue-violet eyeshadow glinting. I've got no hope of winning anyway. So why not stir the pot? Pit you all against each other. Let the tigers fight while I watch. Unfortunately for her, he just chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. But I do like your fan. At those words, a bad premonition surged through Lan Xiu's mind. Meanwhile, on another deserted street, Yin Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe were leaping swiftly through the steel jungle. By now, Xen and Lan Xiu have probably already made their move. Ouyang Zhe said coldly. Doesn't matter who wins. Once it's over, we'll just take the pendants from them. All they're doing is holding on to them for us for a while. Yin Zhengxiong didn't seem surprised. To him, it was simply the truth. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Zhe, look at that body, he said sharply. Ouyang Zhe halted, narrowing his eyes toward the grisly sight ahead. A corpse cleanly severed at the waist, tossed carelessly into the middle of the street like a dead dog. The face still bore an expression of anger, frozen in time. As if the killing blade had been so fast, Xen never even had the chance to feel fear before death claimed him. Minutes earlier, sent flying by a single punch, Xen tumbled dozens of meters before crashing into a street. That guy's a monster. Lan Xiu's probably done for too. Feels like he marked me. I'm sure he'll come after me. He thought bitterly. He hadn't expected to meet such an absurdly strong opponent so early. Maybe it was time to join forces with Ouyang Zhe and those two from Magic City. Then it came, a piercing screech of metal dragging across pavement. The sound made his skin crawl. He turned and saw, some 30 meters away, a figure advancing with a long tang blade in hand. The man wore a dragon mask forged from cold, black steel. Majestic yet hideous, he stood over 2 meters tall, his frame gaunt and wiry. But what drew the eye and chilled the soul were his pupils. Double pupils, both blood red, squeezed into a single eyeball that was a sight both otherworldly and deeply unsettling. Xen's face twisted in terror. Hey, it's the dragon. SEST. The streetlights between them flickered erratically, as if the current was being disrupted. Chun blinked, and in that instant, the dragon-masked swordsman seemed to vanish. Reappearing past him, he strode forward another dozen meters, and every streetlight behind him went black. Once the lights went out, everything vanished into darkness. When the lamps flared back to life, a corpse lay in the street, severed cleanly in two, the dragon-masked man, scooped up a snake pendant, then melted into the misty streets. Why would Xianchen die here? In this cut, Ouyang Zhe knelt to inspect the wound. This was the work of the Qianlong .1 strike, clean and fatal, absolute dominance. The only one capable of that is the dragon among the 12 zodiac masks. Yin Zhengxiong frowned. But wasn't the dragon supposed to be confined to that underground parking garage? I even led over 20 followers there to find you. And we ran straight into him. Only the two of us made it out alive. That I still can't believe that thing actually kills people. I thought this was supposed to be a trial, but that boiling hot blood? That was no illusion. At those words, cold sweat ran down Ouyang Zhe's back. The memory it dredged up was one he'd rather forget. So what now? Looks like Xianchen's pendants are gone too. Yin Zhengxiong's voice snapped Ouyang Zhe back to reality. The reason the Qianlong left the underground garage, Ouyang Zhe said gravely, might be that we freshmen triggered some condition, like eliminating all the other mass fighters, that would free the final boss from its restrictions, letting it roam freely. Just like the other Zodiac mass hunt freshmen on their own, the Qianlong may now actively target those of us holding pendants. There's no way to fight the Qianlong head-on that we have to move before he does. Take the remaining pendants from everyone else and make sure none of them fall into his hands. Determination hardened Ouyang Zhe's tone. He would broadcast a signal, draw all the pendant holders to him, and settle this in one decisive battle. Bloodline Awakening, Golden-Winged Dragon Rock, 4th tier, King-class bloodline. With a sharp cry, golden radiance erupted from Ouyang Zhe's body. Feathers sprouted along his cheeks, platinum dragon horns curled from his brow, and a pair of massive golden wings, over 4 meters wide and laced with dragon scales, unfurled with domineering force. Ouyang Zhe's golden wings beat once, launching him high into the air as a sharp, taunting cry tore from his throat. Wrapped in golden martial energy, the cry echoed across the entire city, a clear summons for challengers. Elsewhere in the dead city, Lu Qingzhu sat slumped amid the ruins. She'd only been on her way to Huada when she was inexplicably dragged into this eerie, lifeless place where countless freshmen had already been slain by the man in the dragon mask. I was with another survivor when we met a teacher. He said he could only take one of us out. I couldn't go. Not yet. In that moment of crisis, only one thought filled her mind. She had to warn that fool, Ihi, not to get involved. She didn't know if the classmate who escaped had reached him, but when she saw the blue explosion burst in the sky, she knew Ihi had come anyway. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to go to him. With his brute force, as long as he didn't face the dragon mass head-on, he shouldn't come to harm. Lu Qingzhu focused on healing until she could at least move again. Then a piercing, aggressive cry hit her ears. It was the call of a fellow high-tier bloodline. Her heart clenched. She'd been found, in her current state. There was no way to run. He'd locked on her aura, and he would be coming for the pendant in her hands. Lu Qingzhu didn't care much for the pendant herself, but she had a feeling he would need in her current state. She couldn't possibly fight them head-on, so her only option was to lure them somewhere else. High above, Ouyang Zhe felt the faint pull of a shared bloodline and turned his gaze in a certain direction. Lu Qingzhu. Back during the college entrance exams, he'd heard rumors about the fallen Lu family producing someone who had awakened the Nether Sparrow bloodline. As a fellow high-tier divine, bird bloodline holder, he had looked at her. If memory served, she also held the Ox pendant, an unexpected bonus. And now, she was moving toward a certain place, clearly trying to lead him to the Qianlong's underground parking garage. How adorably naive. The Qianlong's already out with his blade. The parking garage will be empty. Zhengxiong, I'll go catch someone. You wait here. Ouyang Zhe unleashed his golden martial aura, stirring a violent storm through the underground parking lot. The sheer pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. Lu Qingzhu, there's no escape, he growled, his killing intent palpable in the air. Suddenly, a chilling sound cut through the wind. A blade dragging along the ground, it pierced straight into Ouyang Zhe's ears. His spine stiffened. Cold sweat broke out instantly. That sound, he could never forget it. From the depths of the darkness, a pair of glowing, blood-red vertical pupils locked onto him like a beast sizing up its prey. Qianlong. No, that's impossible. That wasn't he supposed to be hunting the pennant holders? A dreadful realization hit Ouyang Zhe like lightning. If Qianlong was truly hunting for zodiac pendants, then with four already in his possession, it made sense he'd be drawn to the one place that held the most here. Staring into Qianlong's dual pupils felt like having death itself gaze back. Ouyang Zhe's entire body froze under the overwhelming pressure. Just locking eyes was enough to make him suffocate. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Ouyang Zhe suspected that Qianlong possessed something terrifying, an aura field that activated during one-on-one encounters. The moment their eyes met, he was forcefully pulled into it. There were only two ways out: meet the unknown condition, or take down the caster himself. He clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. How did he get pushed this far? His golden pupils narrowed sharply. He caught the subtle motion. Qianlong leaning forward, hand reaching for his blade that it was coming. The lights vanished. In total darkness, silence fell over the entire parking lot. Qianlong made his move. Ouyang Zhe burst forward, wings flaring, turning into a streak of golden light. He barely dodged, but the chill of that blade still grazed his back. His glow flickered. He couldn't even fight back. Even though he'd predicted the attack, he still got clipped, and Qianlong's strikes, they only got faster, deadlier. Ouyang Zhe could feel it. Next time, he wouldn't be able to dodge, that he had to take it head on. Yin Jingxiong had never met anyone more arrogant than himself. But today, fate threw two of them at him, back to back. He looked down at Yin Jingxiong with the swagger of a man who ruled the world. Seriously? You really had the nerve to open global chat just to trash talk? Xuzhou stepped forward, sword drawn, and pointed at Yin Jingxiong. Leave him to me, that I want to test my strength. Yin Jingxiong hoisted his massive broadsword, a violent aura surged around him, forming a phantom tiger that circled his body. You think you've got me cornered? That's rich. You punks got cocky too early. Xuzhou's eyes narrowed. He could feel the deadly intent radiating from the blade, as if just looking at it could slice deep into his flesh. Yin Jingxiong clearly wielded a dominant blade aura. In that case, Xuzhou had no choice but to go all out. Ice Vein, activate. The broadsword slashed through the air like a vicious crescent moon. Xuzhou moved like a slippery spirit fish, gliding across the frozen ground and narrowly dodging the blow. But Yin Jingxiong wasn't just a brute. Mid-air, he shifted weight with surprising finesse, arms flexing, and launched another slash from a new angle. The blade came crashing down like a mountain, but Xuzhou didn't dodge. He wanted to find out, between his sword intent and his opponent's blade aura, which one truly reigned supreme. Xuzhou instantly shut off all five senses, stepping into a trance-like state where man and sword became one. Soul-cutting sword intent. Compared to the college entrance exam a month ago, his intent now was far purer, sharper. He'd even begun to infuse his sword with his own elemental traits. Within the blade's glow, a faint dragon's cry rang out. The broadsword, roaring with tiger's fury, clashed violently with the dragon song of the longsword. Blade chi and sword chi twisted and tore at each other, their roars echoing across half the street. Dragon versus tiger. He sat casually on his massive golden blade. Watching from the sidelines, he knew a warrior like Xuzhou had his own pride. Some battles had to be fought alone. Suddenly, Yin Jingxiong's brows twitched mid-duel that he sensed it. Ouyang Zhe's aura did a distress signal. Exploding with martial force, he tried to force Xuzhou back and retreat. But Xuzhou wasn't about to let him go. This opponent, he couldn't afford to lose. Yin Jingxiong snorted coldly. If I wasn't in a rush today, I'd make sure to break at least 8 of your bones. Just then, Yi's voice cut through the air. Talk tough and think you can walk away? Did I say you could leave? What? You think I'm just here for decoration? His fist surged with power and flew straight at him. What the? Yin Jingxiong barely saw a shadow before the impact hit him like a truck. His body shot through the air like a rag doll, smashing through 3 streetlights before crashing to the ground in a wild roll. Gritting his teeth in pain, he tried to sit up. What the hell, did a magical beast just swap me? That was me, he said casually. Your battle cry was just way too awful. Maybe I went a little overboard. You sucker punched me? Yin Zhengxiong shouted in disbelief. He shrugged. Nah, that wasn't a sneak attack. You were just too slowed and my fist came, and your brain didn't keep up. Yin Zhengxiong roared with fury. You arrogant punk, I'm gonna end you. In that moment, he completely forgot about Ouyang Zai's cry for help. 3 minutes later, he lay sprawled out on the ground. Lifeless eyes, motionless body. He spun a massive broadsword in his hand. Nice weight on this thing, I think I'll borrow it for a while. Don't mind, right? Yin Zhengxiong stayed silent, utterly broken. Just remembering how he kept slamming him into the ground like a basketball made his body twitch. He gave a rare smirk. Come on, don't be so down. Lasting 3 minutes against me is already impressive. Xian Shun, that guy got one punched. He examined the blade and muttered, but this weapon still needs some upgrades. With a simple motion, the blade began to morph, its shape twisting into something resembling a demon shark weapon. Just then, Chuzhou walked over. There was no pendant in his storage ring, but I did find this. He handed over a jade token with the word Ouyang carved on it. It was pulsing faintly, as if transmitting a signal. At this point, Ouyang Zai had already lasted 5 full minutes against Qianlong. But the price was steep. Both his golden wings had been severed, and every life-saving trick he had was spent. That was the terror of the domain. He'd even tried launching an attack, and lost an arm for it. Now, with blade energy raging inside his body, his condition had gone from bad to worse. He never imagined this would be as far as he'd go. His gaze fell on Qianlong's chest, where a bronze spike was embedded, a relic from a hidden ruin. If it struck the heart directly, it could block his martial energy and internal flow completely. Sadly, even after sacrificing an arm, he'd missed the mark by just 3 fingers. It still managed to suppress Qianlong's output by roughly 30%. But for Ouyang Zai, already broken and bleeding, it only meant one thing. What should have been a killing blow now required a second strike, a second he no longer had. His only chance to win was gone. Moments later, the lights flickered back on in the underground lot. With his wings shattered, Ouyang Zai was pinned to the wall. Qianlong's blade driven straight through his heart, a brutal, eerie image, frozen in time. Lu Qingzhu's heart trembled as she watched the darkness around Qianlong devour Ouyang Zai. Without a second thought, she turned and sprinted out of the underground lot. But she knew Ouyang Zai wouldn't last much longer, and she herself had no strength left to flee far. Just a bit more. She was almost at the rooftop. That monster Qianlong was terrifying. Compared to him, that ox brute was nothing. She was next, his next target, that if she wanted to survive, her only chance was to somehow draw Yi to her and escape together. This was the tallest building in the area. Yi had drawn them in earlier with a signal flare. Now, it was her turn to send a flare of her own. Gritting her teeth through the searing pain in her back, Lu Qingzhu forced herself onto the rooftop. Bloodline awakening. Nether sparrow, strange, glowing markings crawled across her face as violet black tail feathers spread out around her like a fan. Mustering the last of her strength, she let out a piercing cry. Then, with a heavy thud, she collapsed. The pain almost made her black out. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she silently begged, please get the signal. But just then, her eyes flew open in shock. She heard it. That unmistakable, chilling sound of blades scraping slowly across the ground. Lu Qingzhu stared down from the rooftop in disbelief, only to see Qianlong already making his way up the stairs. She hadn't expected him to find her so fast, and yet her first instinct wasn't fear for her own life. It was dread. She had to send the signal. He had to get away. But in that exact moment, Qianlong's domain activated. The instant her eyes locked with those blood-red pupils, she was already caught inside. A one-on-one domain closed in around her. The world dimmed, like someone had turned down the brightness of reality itself. The grinding sound of the blade against the concrete grew louder and louder, until Qianlong stepped into view, sword raised. As he slowly lifted the blade, time itself seemed to slow. All she could see was the gleaming edge of that weapon, drawing closer and closer to her eyes. Death was now only inches away. But in the very next instant, a sharp crystal-like shatter echoed through the air. The domain cracked. A figure bathed in blazing blue light burst in like a battering ram. "I promise your parents I protect you, and I keep my word." Qianlong was stunned, completely blindsided. Tears welled up in Lu Qingzhu's eyes. "Yi," Yi roared, fury in his voice. "You dare lay a hand on my woman? You tired of living? What even are you?" He raised the broadsword high, dark energy and atom-powered martial force flooding the blade. A massive black-red arc burst out like a moon slash, over 10 meters wide. He didn't know a thing about blade intent or sword principles, but with enough raw power and energy, the result spoke for itself. Qianlong tried to block it, but the impact force of the moon slash was overwhelming. He was sent flying off the rooftop, forced down by sheer power. The building beneath them cracked and split in half, collapsing in a thunderous roar. Qingzhu, Chuzhou, and my new recruit are waiting in an alley to the east. Go find them. I've still got unfinished business with Dragon Face over here. He didn't wait for a reply. He launched himself like a blue meteor, crashing down toward Qianlong's position, leaving Lu Qingzhu no time to speak. 1781. He landed with explosive force, sending waves of dust and debris flying in all directions. 1782. The sound of a blade scraping against the ground echoed once again. 1783. He turned his head. There he was, a shadowy figure holding a blade stepped out of the dust, barely scratched. Qianlong stood shirtless now, his clothes shredded by the earlier moon slash. And once again, that same cursed domain surrounded them. He narrowed his eyes. "So this is your little game, huh? Is this all you've got? Hiding your fancy domain? You seriously think you're untouchable?" Then Yi's sharp gaze locked onto something. Protruding from Qianlong's chest was a bronze spike. Could that be it? The same relic Yin Zhengxiong mentioned, the key to taking Qianlong down? But before he could finish the thought, Qianlong blurred forward, covering 20 meters in a flash. No, it wasn't teleportation, that he was just that fast, too fast for the eye to track. Yi's instinct screamed. All those sparring matches with Chuzhou had sharpened his senses. He knew that bone-deep chill when a cold weapon was closing in. Instantly, he raised his broadsword to block left. Sparks exploded as the blades clashed, glowing red from the sheer friction. The impact surged through Yi's arms, forcing his brows to lift. That scrawny body could produce this kind of power. He grinned. "Good. That'll make beating you down even more satisfying." Their battle tore through everything in their path. One towering skyscraper was sliced clean into pieces, crashing down in a thunderous collapse. As the debris rained below, Yi and Qianlong launched back into the air, clashing once more mid-sky. Dozens of fierce exchanges followed, each one faster and heavier than the last. Frustrated by his failure to break through, Qianlong let out a roar that shook the sky. He stared at the massive arc of blade, energy sweeping over dozens of meters. Even he had to admit, it was impressive. No wonder they call you the toughest boss yet. The force behind the strike sent he crashing to the ground like a meteor. But in that very moment, his Damonra armor snapped into place. His atomic core ignited. Blue light exploded outward, piercing through the dust like a rising star. The entire battlefield turned blue. Even Qianlong's face reflected the chilling glow. This was the first time since arriving here that Yi entered his true Damonra state. After all, no one else had been strong enough to force him into Phase 2. A blue blur shot upward like a beam of light, tearing through several buildings on its way into the sky. Its target clear, Qianlong. He's strong, a worthy opponent, he muttered, and I know he won't go down that easy. Just as expected, a withered arm pushed aside chunks of rubble and broken stone. Qianlong emerged, his dragon mask partially shattered, exposing those strange, piercing dual pupils. Blood streamed down his arm. He chuckled coldly. Now that's more like it. The unbeatable boss, taken down that easily. Please. Qianlong's body blurred, leaving several afterimages as he charged forward again. He braced himself, no longer underestimating the threat. He couldn't afford to slip up now. Blades collided once more, sending out a shower of sparks as power clashed against power. Faster, he thought. With that mask broken, Qianlong wasn't just quicker, he was stronger too. Qianlong's dual pupils flared open, scarlet light burst from his eyes. In that instant, Yi's broadsword snapped in half with a loud crack. The sudden break caught Yi completely off guard. At the exact moment the blade shattered, Qianlong surged forward like a bullet. His sword shot straight toward Yi's heart. But Yi reacted with pure instinct. His jaw clamped down and bit the blade midair. With the sword between his teeth, he smirked. Got you. A heavy black and blue claw shot out and clamped around Qianlong's wrist like a vice. The sudden grab startled Qianlong. His expression shifted for the first time. Then came the blow. A thunderous uppercut surged with black-red lightning, slamming straight into Qianlong's jaw. The air cracked with arcs of killing intent and energy. Qianlong's body was launched into the air, his mask shattering completely, revealing a grotesque face with no lips, no nose, only eyes. He didn't give Qianlong even a second to recover. One hand clamped onto Qianlong's sword arm, locking it down completely. His other fist blurred into motion. Technician number 23, at your service, he muttered with a wicked grin. Like a hurricane of steel, his punches rained down. Temple, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, groin. Every vital point was struck with terrifying precision. Each blow carried condensed killing aura, drilling deep into Qianlong's pressure points and meridians, wreaking havoc from within. And with the bronze spike still embedded in his body, his flow of martial energy was already severely blocked. The combined trauma pushed his body to the brink. Blood erupted from his pores as his aura collapsed. But even so, Qianlong stared at Yi like a coded boss in a video game. Relentless, locked on with deadly intent. With his trapped hand, he suddenly dropped his blade, then flicked it upward with his foot, aiming the tip straight at Yi's chest. But Yi was ready, effortlessly dodging the vicious strike. I knew it, that you're the type that just won't die easy, Yi sneered. Your only real shot at killing me was right at the start, when I first arrived. If you'd ambushed me, then using the element of surprise, maybe, just maybe, you'd have had a 30% chance. After all, up to this point, he hadn't even used his full strength. He flipped his palm, revealing a yellow fan engraved with runes. Time to take off. With a powerful swing, a fierce, swirling wind erupted from the ground. The artifact, now infused with killing intent, was far more potent than when it was wielded by Lan Yusid. It swept Qianlong up midair like a ragdoll. Dark red wind blades slashed across Qianlong's body while the vortex launched him dozens of meters into the sky. With no ground beneath him, he became nothing more than a helpless, airborne target. He leapt into the air like a blinding blue meteor. Faceless freak, I'm not done with you yet. First strike, nuclear impact fist. Boom! The explosion mimicked a nuclear detonation. Tiles shattered. Glass exploded. The surrounding buildings shook. Caught in the blast, Qianlong was violently launched backward, swallowed by fire and smoke. Blue flames burst from Yi's feet, giving him a midair boost as he rocketed forward again. Second strike, mountain-splitting fist. Black flash. From across the city, every new student looked skyward to witness the chaos. A glowing blue figure repeatedly pummeling some poor soul through the sky. Blow after blow, like playing cosmic ping pong, he drove Qianlong from the eastern district all the way to the western edge. With a final devastating punch, he smashed Chunlong into the city's outer barrier. So hard, the air itself rippled like water. Staring at the bloodied, broken mess that was Chunlong, Yi scoffed. A dragon? Pleased I thought you'd be something you're just a bug with an ego. Once seen as invincible and suffocatingly powerful, Chunlong now lay like a busted blood sack, his bones shattered, his strength gone. But even now, his body clung to one final command, kill. He stepped in front of him, lifted his broken blade, and delivered mercy the only way he knew how. Chunlong's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. He reached down and plucked the dragon pendant from his body. With this, he had collected every zodiac pendant, except the ox. The game was finally coming to an end. Yin Jingxiong couldn't believe it, that he had done it. And not just one, but crushed his way from the eastern district to the west. Every new student in the city had witnessed his overwhelming strength. When Yi stood before him, Yin Jingxiong couldn't even make eye contact. He didn't dare mention the broadsword Yi had broken. Lu Qingzhu finally exhaled in relief at seeing him safe, but her anger simmered beneath the surface. You shouldn't have fought that dragon-masked freak alone. Thankfully, Chuzhou had more sense. Let's be honest. If anyone but Yi had gone up there, we'd just be corpses on the floor right now. Lu Qingzhu fell silent. Chuzhou was right. She was too injured to even use martial arts. If she'd joined the fight, she would have just been a liability, forcing Yi to protect her. For the first time, she realized it wasn't orders from Qin Lan or pressure from her clan that drove her. Now, for once, she truly wanted to become stronger, because she didn't want to be the one holding Yi back anymore. Yi waved a hand in front of her face. Hey, Earth to Qingzhu, you zoning out on me? Her long lashes fluttered. Yi sighed. The ox pendant? Don't tell me I have to beat you up to take it. Snapping out of it, Lu Qingzhu's cheeks turned a soft pink. She quickly pulled out the ox pendant and handed it over. Let's try placing them in zodiac order, Yi muttered, rat to pig. Maybe that triggers something. He arranged them accordingly, but nothing happened. Everyone frowned, unsure what they'd done wrong. Yin Zhengxiong chimed in. From what I know, Chunlong wasn't meant to be a boss you hunt down. He's a programmed hunter, built specifically to track and kill pendant holders under normal conditions. You're not even supposed to collect the dragon pendant to clear the game. Hearing that, Yi took out the dragon pendant and rearranged all 12 according to the proper zodiac order, rat to pig. Instantly, the entire city trembled violently. Yin Zhengxiong's face paled. What was that? Did we trigger something? Above them, the ever-present gray fog began to swirl, slowly twisting into a massive vortex in the sky. He felt a strange pull in his chest and looked up. Look, what is that in the sky? Emerging from the center of the swirling clouds was a massive platinum gold eyeball. The moment Yi locked eyes with it, his body was hit with an intense free-fall sensation, like skydiving without a parachute. What the hell? The world around him flipped completely upside down. Somehow, he was falling upward, toward the eye in the sky. His body spun violently like being tossed into a giant washing machine. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was back on the train seated as if none of it had ever happened, like it had all been a dream. But judging by the reactions around him, maybe it hadn't all been a dream. Oh my God, I'm alive. A freshman clutched his chest, gasping for breath, eyes wide with lingering terror. I swear, I got killed by some dog-faced mascot. I was in that weird city just a second ago. How the hell am I back here? The train car erupted in chaos. Everyone began shouting over each other, recounting the nightmare they'd just survived. Some still hadn't mentally recovered from the trauma of dying. Just then, a comm chime rang out from the overhead speakers. Ding dong. Attention, students. Please remain calm. What you just experienced was an illusionary dreamscape constructed by the magical artifact, Mirage Eye. This was part of Imperial University's annual freshman trial. Take a deep breath and welcome back. The announcement continued. Special bulletin. In this year's trial, the team from Anqing, composed of Yi, Chuzhou, and Lu Qingzhu, successfully collected all 12 zodiac pendants and secured first place. Among them, Yi showed exceptional performance. His grand reward will be distributed after official enrollment. After the announcement ended, silence fell across the train car. Brief, stunned silence. Then chaos erupted. Who the hell is Ihi? I died early. I didn't see anything that happened after. Wait, didn't Ouyang Zhe from Moda win? Where even is Anqing? How did a no-name city's freshman beat out all the elites? Collected all 12 pendants? No way. I couldn't even beat a single mask. And yet the center of all this chatter, Ihi, simply sat there calm and quiet, as if none of it had anything to do with him. But at that moment, every freshman on the train had the same thought. We have to meet this guy. This wasn't just a top scorer. He was a walking legend. Meanwhile, the system's reward finally dropped frowny face congratulations. In the Mirage Eye trial, you surpassed all other freshmen. Reward, template draw ×1. He casually asked Chuzhou for a tissue and wiped his hands in his mind, he muttered, this time, no trash luck, please. Begin draw. The interface began to spin, faster and faster. Inside, the shrieks of countless, unnameable monsters echoed like a twisted symphony. Then came the sound, one mad, domineering laugh that drowned out all else. Draw complete. Template acquired. Grade 3D plus vampire. Raked. 1874. Bloodline abilities. Corpse infection, blood manipulation, immortality compatibility. 1% evolution form. Raked. Zerudo. At that moment, the Huada train rumbled steadily onward. When he first saw the words D-rank template, his heart sank. But the moment his eyes landed on the name Raked, they lit up. Inside, he grinned. He'd pulled an SR gold card. The bloodline itself wasn't much, but its advanced form had a time-stop ability that was broken beyond belief. Just then, a voice came from behind him. You're Ihi, right? Yin Zhengxiong instantly tensed. Worried his proud friend Ouyang Zhe would pick a fight with Ihi if it came to blows, he was ready to haul Ouyang Zhe straight to the hospital. Except there was no hospital on this train. Ouyang Zhe asked bluntly, You beat the Qinlong? He turned his head toward him and corrected flatly, Not beat, killed. At the word killed, a bead of cold sweat slid down Ouyang Zhe's face. Beating and killing were two entirely different levels, and having faced the Qinlong twice himself, he understood exactly how much weight that word carried. He drew in a deep breath and looked at Ihi seriously. I'm planning to start a new club at Huada. One completely separate from the student council that I want you to join, and I'll make you the president. For years, the freshman champion and the council president have always been locked down by Huadu locals. Ihi, your strength shows me a real chance to break that tradition. Join us. Ouyang Zhe's voice was firm, his gaze earnest as he extended his hand. The entire carriage erupted in chatter. Many felt they were witnessing the birth of a legendary organization at Huada, a historic moment. The famously proud Ouyang Zhe, inviting Ihi and even offering him the position of president. But Ihi simply shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting for power with the student council or building organizations that I prefer to act alone. He turned him down. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Who is this Ihi to reject Ouyang Zhe? What a waste. Ihi's refusal didn't draw the slightest displeasure from Ouyang Zhe. Instead, he smiled and handed over a business card. That's fine, here's my card. We'll always be looking forward to working with you. The train rolled on, the rest of the journey passing without incident until they reached their destination safely. Night had already fallen when Chuzhou spoke up. We're here. He glanced out the window and froze in awe. A futuristic cityscape unfurled before his eyes like a living painting. Neon lights wove a kaleidoscope of colors, while skyscrapers stood sharp and three-dimensional under the glow. This is Huadu, truly a big city. The Huada train pulled smoothly into Huadu high-speed rail station. A guide stepped forward. All new students of Huada University, please proceed through this passage to the campus. For many, it was their first time in Huadu, and they couldn't help but be awestruck by the city's dazzling prosperity and advanced technology. The sound of people swallowing in amazement rippled through the crowd. Led by Huada's staff, they arrived at a helipad. Please board in an orderly fashion. Your seat number corresponds to the one you had on the Huada train, the staff reminded them. Yi stepped up behind Lu Qingzhu and poked her in the lower back. The unexpected touch made her jolt, her ears turning visibly red. Xiao Zhuzhu, what are you doing? We're in public, she blurted, her mind flashing back to Qinlan's warning. Qingzhu, remember, even though you and Yi are engaged in name, you're not married yet. Don't act too close in public, and don't let him take advantage of you. Protect yourself, understand? He looked genuinely puzzled. In public? What are you talking about? I just wanted to ask. Why are we taking a plane? Lu Qingzhu couldn't help feeling a little cheated. How could Mama promise me to this country bumpkin? Because Hua Da's in the sky. In the sky, he tilted his head upward. Just then, a patch of clouds drifted apart, revealing the tip of a colossal structure. The Sky City that on Blue Star, technology in many fields was at least a generation ahead of Earth's. The Huada aircraft they were riding, for instance, could lift off vertically without a runway. A marvel of engineering. And the massive floating city, suspended above the imperial capital, was a man-made wonder Earth science couldn't hope to match. Its full name? Huada Aerial Academy City, a campus spanning nearly a quarter of Huadu's land area. The city was shrouded by a constant electromagnetic shield. As the Huada passenger craft approached, the shield automatically scanned and verified their identities, then opened a circular gate to let the aircraft glide smoothly inside. Once inside the Academy City, he could clearly feel his life force field being disrupted. His detection range was cut to about 100 meters. Truly, this was Huadu University. Upon disembarking, each student was issued a Huada student card. From now on, every aspect of training and daily life at Huada would revolve around that card. Next, the freshmen were escorted to their respective dormitories. Yi and Chu Zhou boarded an on-campus hover car, gliding through the bustling city until they reached a skyscraper over 100 stories tall. This is Huada's student dormitory, the highest in the world. Guys, I just dropped a joke no one on Blue Star would get. What's he talking about? Who's this idiot? Must be something wrong with his head. Yi's dorm was on the 42nd floor, Unit A3, while Chu Zhou's was on the 45th floor, Unit B7. They parted ways at the 42nd floor. 100 square meters single dorm. Huada really treated its students well. Yi took in the fully furnished room, complete with the latest model computer. There was even a massage bathtub, something he'd never experienced in either of his 2 lifetimes. He was definitely trying it later. The place felt no worse than a 5-star hotel. Sprawling out on the bed, arms and legs wide, he relaxed for a moment. But then he remembered the real task, maxing out the Vampire Rakud template. Back on the hover car, he had already figured out how to use the student card. By scanning the unique barcode on the card with his phone, he could log into Huada's exclusive app, Huada Pass. The Academy City's marketplace, their only accepted Academy points. Huada's own digital currency. He immediately converted the remaining 30+ million Xia Nation dollars in his account into points. Ding! 322.43 Academy points credited 0.10 million Xia dollars for just 1 point. Outrageous. Still, the marketplace carried goods you couldn't find anywhere else, all perfectly legal here. That privilege alone made being a Huada student worth it. He spent it all on blood attribute magic cores. More than enough to max out the Rakud template, he figured. After all, his ultra-giant humanoid template had hit over 90% compatibility with less than 10 million invested. Delivery in Academy City was lightning fast. In less than 10 minutes, a drone hovered outside Yi's window with a package. Student Yi, thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth progress in your cultivation. Please remember to leave a 5-star review. The sweet electronic voice faded as the drone zipped away. Yi tore open the package, revealing rows of neatly packed blue and green magic boxes. All right, bottoms up. A surge of energy poured into him, instantly converting into nutrients and reflecting as compatibility on his status panel. The overwhelming rush made his body strain under the pressure. Template, Vampire Rakud, compatibility 100%, unlocked. Overall physique, 29. Staring into the mirror, he saw his complexion grow even paler. His two fangs were now sharper, and faint blood grooves had formed along their backs. Once they pierced an enemy's flesh, he could drink their blood as easily as sipping bubble tea. He spread his fingers, watching his nails grow visibly longer in seconds. At that moment, a daring thought flashed through his mind, one you'd never see coming. The next second, he drove his hand straight into his own throat. Blood surged out, but hadn't even hit the floor before. The wound sealed itself completely, as if nothing had happened. So the vampire's regeneration really works. Still, he knew these physical mutations were nothing compared to his new power, the world. He stepped into the private training room built inside his dorm and couldn't help but marvel at Hua University's extravagance in a world where martial strength reigned supreme. Even student dorms came with training rooms reinforced to withstand a warrior's raw power, perfect for testing the world. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, certain unique individuals could awaken an extraordinary power. Stands. Stands are manifestations of a user's spiritual energy, each with its own unique form and reality-bending abilities. Now, he was ready to summon his own. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind as the outline of a stand began to take shape in the in the original world. Raikid's the world could shatter the sound barrier with a single punch. But now, his physical strength had already surpassed Raikid's. Just how powerful would his own the world be? Come on, hit me with your best shot. In the next instant, a fierce gust howled through the room, and a blur of gray streaked into view. Towering gray muscles, golden steel armor, and a cold, inhuman face. Half floating behind, he like some shikigami from Japanese folklore. Before he could even finish speaking, the world's gray gauntlet fist shot forward, breaking the sound barrier as it drove straight toward him. Feeling the violent wind pressure slam against him, he instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself. And with a deafening boom, crimson light erupted in all directions. Every bone in his arms snapped in an instant, and his body was sent hurtling back, smashing into the wall with brutal force. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and shook his limp, noodle-like arms. In the next moment, his blood slithered like living serpents, weaving bone and flesh back together until his limbs were fully restored. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Good. Fierce enough. Now it was time to test. Time stop. The world stopped time. A gray spherical field burst outward from him, draining all color from everything it touched, turning the world into black and white. Even the flow of light itself seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds. By the time it reached the 5th second, fine cracks began to spread across the surface of the gray domain. Only 5 seconds? Not good enough, he snarled, forcing the breaking field to hold together. His temples bulged, pain surging through his skull like fired. To shatter the template's limits. He had to pit his body against itself, just as an Olympic runner would risk it all for a fraction of a second more. At 5.1 seconds, sweat poured down his face, his eyes bloodshot. At 5.3 seconds, blood trickled from his nose, and vessels in his eyes burst under the pressure. At 5.5 seconds, the stand behind him began to fade and flicker, the gray domain trembling on the verge of collapse. Still, he clenched his teeth and held on. Finally, at 5.7 seconds, the black and white world crumbled apart, dissolving into nothingness. He knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from his nose before curling his lips into a smirk. 5 seconds might have been the original owner's limit, but it was far from his limit. The next morning, he walked alongside Chu Zhou on the campus path, noticing how the latter's gaze lingered on him more than usual. The sunlight's a bit harsh today. Is it? Yeah, a little. Ever since merging with the vampire template, he had developed an odd aversion to sunlight. It wasn't lethal like in the legends, but compared to the immense power he'd gained, this minor side effect was barely worth mentioning. Chu Zhou suddenly asked, "Have you read about Huadu University's new academic reforms this year?" "Nope, what?" He had spent the entire night sparring with the world and hadn't paid attention to anything else. They've scrapped the old class-based system and switched to a mentor group model. Basically, each academic year you follow a main instructor, and you can also take on secondary mentors if you wish. So, we're going to pick a mentor? Chu Zhou shook his head. Not we. I need to pick one that you don't. He raised a brow. And what's that supposed to mean? The freshman group announced it last night. You, as the collector of all 12 zodiac pendants, have a right to choose any mentor you want, and they can't refuse. Chu Zhou paused, smirking. They even made a special post about it in the group. Don't you think that's a bit high profile? The two walked together to the gymnasium, where a long line of students was already waiting outside. Normally, groups of 3 would enter the gym for testing, after which the mentors would light up a panel to select their candidates. You go ahead, Chu Zhou. I'll wander around. Since I can pick any mentor I want, it doesn't matter when I go in. He waved him off casually. After leaving the gym, he muttered to himself, picking a mentor, what a boring process. That was when he caught a faint trace of blood in the air. Normally, it wouldn't have been worth noting. But this scent carried a hidden, yet surging killing intent and a wave of guilt-ridden malice, like a deep-sea undercurrent, and it stirred the killing urge buried deep within him. Drawn in by the aura, he followed the scent through winding streets, heading into a quieter alley where the crowd thinned. When he finally saw the source, he froze in surprise. The girl took a huge bite of a steaming sweet potato, nearly devouring half of it in one go. What the white-haired, red-eyed lowly? Did she just walk out an anime? She sat there like a kitten, savoring every bite, and E's eyelids twitched. In a way, something this cute can't possibly be the source of that vicious aura. I must be imagining things. Yet despite her adorable appearance, the white-haired girl radiated a killing intent so fierce it felt suffocating. He stood frozen, still clinging to the thought that he must have gotten it wrong. Then, without warning, the girl turned her head and locked her crimson eyes on him. Kid, you've trained in flesh prison magic? He was stunned. How do you know that? The girl chuckled softly. Because that martial art, I'm the one who helped Little Tiger perfect it. E's mind instantly jumped to the fierce brute in the martial rhythm space who kept calling himself Old Man. Little Tiger, you don't mean. The white-haired girl planted her hands on her hips, nodding like a grumpy elder. Lu Qing Tiger. Over 90 years ago, he was my disciple. He raised a brow, incredulous. You've got to be joking. Sure, martial artists could live far beyond normal human limits, and a grandmaster in his 80s or 90s could still be in his prime. But this pint-sized baby-faced girl, while it was possible for a practitioner of certain secret techniques to alter their bones to a child's size, that pure, almost silly innocence she radiated, charmingly naive if you were being kind, empty-headed if you weren't, was something no Oscar-winning actress could fake. What? You don't believe me? Believe you? I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Give me 50. His words cut short as his heart lurched violently, goosebumps flaring across his skin, an icy chill gripping the back of his neck. It was as if his head had been set on the block, a blood-soaked guillotine, one that had claimed thousands, poised to fall. The killing intent was so pure, so sharp, that he could almost see his own head rolling to the ground. Instinctively, he tried to activate his time-stop ability, but suddenly felt something shoved into his mouth. His tongue brushed against it. It was a strawberry-flavored candy. Sorry, kid, guess I went a little overboard. Just don't report me to the school, okay? I only get 1 or 2 hours of freedom a week. That it's pitiful. The little girl widened her crimson eyes, try her best to look adorable. He ignored her dangerously deceptive cuteness, staring straight into her eyes. Who are you? She flashed a grin, revealing tiny tiger-like fangs. My name's Gong Cadet. I'm a very powerful grandmaster, and between you and me, that principal of Hua University, Shi Jingwen. When he was a kid, I made him cry. E's heart skipped a beat. If Gong Ku had perfected the Xianwang martial art, she could definitely help him break through his bottleneck, that a grandmaster specializing in killing intent. Perfect synergy with him. Definitely worth investing in. With that thought, he dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice solemn yet eager. I've wandered half my life without meeting a worthy master. Ahem. I wish to take Master Gongku as my teacher. Please, grant me this honor. Gongku blinked at him, a puzzled look on her face. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere was tense. 5 deans from Hua University sat at the front table, their presence drawing countless furtive glances from the freshmen undergoing their assessments. Even knowing it was nearly impossible, many still fantasized about being chosen as a dean's personal disciple, rising through the ranks to become Hua University's next shining star. But those hopes were doomed from the start. The 5 deans were here for one reason only: to compete for the same person. What the freshmen didn't realize was that the Zodiac contest was being broadcast live to the entire faculty of Hua University. From the moment the train's announcement sounded, the teachers had been closely watching how each student responded to this sudden crisis. Using AI facial recognition analytics, the system graded their response capabilities. Anyone who treated it as just another trial and charged into Zodiac City unprepared was guaranteed a low score. Once inside the city, their combat intelligence, practical skills, and leadership abilities during battles with the mass Zodiac warriors became key evaluation criteria. Even those who failed to defeat a Zodiac warrior could score high if they excelled in any one area. He was the only freshman to maintain a perfect score from start to finish. But what truly shocked the 5 deans wasn't just that. He had slain the boss Qianlong, a target not even meant to be attacked in the trial, one considered certain death for anyone who faced it. He probably had no idea just who the Qianlong he'd slain really was. That creature was a top-tier simulation created by China's supercomputer, Manhwa, using the complete combat data left behind by the national guardian, martial artist Fu Hongxiang, when he first enrolled at Hua University. Even Manhwa couldn't fully replicate the godlike power of Fu Hongxiang's divine dual pupils within the Mirage realm. Yet Fu was still recognized as the strongest martial artist in the history of China, and perhaps the world. His records at Hua University had stood untouched for over a century. For Yi to defeat a model trained from the data of such a legend, even without its full strength, was proof enough of his extraordinary talent. As long as nothing derailed his path, he was certain to become a grandmaster, perhaps even reach the level of a great grandmaster. The 5 deans could only suppress their excitement and wait patiently for Yi to choose a master. But then, a sudden urgent call came in. Bad news, Dean. He's just become the disciple of former Hua University professor and current special grade operative, Gongku. What? The 5 deans froze in shock on the spot. Outside the gym, Yi shamelessly went all in, dropping to his knees and wrapping his arms around Gongku's leg. Master, I made up my mind. It has to be you. Gongku shook her head and replied, Too bad. I think I've already been expelled from Hua University. He instantly started painting the dream. Teacher, you said you only get 1 or 2 hours a week to relax, right? Take me as your disciple, and within 2 years, I'll find a way to set you free. Gongku's eyes lit up at once. Really? Fine, I accept. Just as he had successfully talked her into it. 5 powerful auras suddenly closed in at high speed. Hold on, Senior Gongku. Didn't you agree not to interact with students during your leave time? And in your current mental state, you're not suited to teach anyone. That's right, Senior Gongku. Please head back home. Gongku's expression darkened slightly. She turned to Yi. Go home. Sure, what's your name? Yi immediately replied with full respect. Yi. Gongku gave a small nod, ignoring the 5 deans entirely as she turned toward the campus. All right then, Yi, come home with me. Soon after, Gongku led Yi all the way to Huada's Research Institute. She swiped her card and stepped into an elevator that descended deep underground. As the elevator dropped, Yi asked curiously, Teacher, why do you live so far out of the way? Gongku raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching into a wry smile. For decades, I had episodes and people got hurt that Hori located me to the underground levels of the Institute. Luckily, in recent years, I've been able to control myself, so I finally get a little time outside. So, I'm your first student in all these decades. Gong Ke glanced up at him. You have a strange way of thinking that shouldn't you be afraid? Sweat beaded on Ihi's forehead. Afraid you'll chop me up, teacher? As they spoke, the elevator arrived at level 666. Before Ihi was a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. To the far end stood a reinforced alloy door with an electronic timer mounted on it. He frowned. Such a huge research institute. And you made the hallway this narrow? Gong Ke replied flatly. Because this path was built for me alone. At that moment, the countdown on the display at the end of the corridor showed only 11 seconds left. Damn, we're out of time, run. Gong Ke bolted toward the far end like an arrow from a bow. She called back while sprinting. Every time I go out, the timer starts counting down. If I don't make it back in time, the principal's office gets an alarm, and then I'll have the entire university hunting me down. He felt his heart skip a beat and dashed after her, barely making it through the door in the final second. The alloy door slammed shut with a deep thud, and a strange electromagnetic field spread through the room. He instantly noticed his martial energy couldn't gather outside his body, meaning his combat skills would be severely weakened here. Gong Ke let out a breath and explained casually, to keep me from escaping, Sure Jingwen and his brats built me a 3-story house down here. It's got everything, training rooms, entertainment, but they also set up a high-powered electromagnetic field to suppress martial energy, so I don't get bored enough to smash the door down. He glanced around, curious about the lavishly furnished space, and realized it was more like a luxury apartment where Gong Ke was being kept than any kind of prison. Meanwhile, inside the president's office at Huada University, dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit, Shi Jingwen calmly listened to the report over the phone. President, bad news. He has just become Gong Ke's apprentice. Shi Jingwen paused for a moment, then spoke evenly. Leave it be. Remember, Huada's reform goal isn't to produce a group of mid-tier elites. It's to forge a single top-tier powerhouse who can carry Summer Nation and humanity on their shoulders. Give geniuses full resources and let them grow freely. Let He stay with Gong Ke for now. The freshman boot camp here in Huadu will wrap up soon. When that happens, we'll send him in as the whetstone to sharpen those blades still taking shape. Just then, a cold synthetic voice came from the computer. President Shi, freshman, he has entered the sealed chamber with Gong Ke. Status: normal. However, based on big data analysis, there is still a 5% chance that special class combatant Gong Ke will lose control when in prolonged contact with others. He has an 89.7% probability of not surviving until the Imperial University rescue, and even if rescued, a 95.3% chance he won't make it. Special class combatants are either death row level warriors granted reprieve or immensely powerful fighters who, for various reasons, cannot control their strength. Their freedom is heavily restricted, and only in times of grave national crisis are they unleashed onto the front lines as the nation's ultimate trump card. Shi Jingwen stepped up to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the glittering imperial capital beneath the floating academy city. After a moment's thought, he said slowly, "No problem, that I believe Ihi is prepared. Without the resolve to face death, how can one walk far down the path of slaughter?" His gaze darkened. Summer Nation doesn't have much time left. The fools in the Northern Berdon Federation and those lunatics from the Divine Descent Kingdom who worship ancient secret realm civilizations, they're all making their moves. The young generation must grow faster. Meanwhile, in the training hall of Gong Ke's quarters, she grinned. Well, it's been decades since I last taught a student. Now let's have a spar and see what you've got. Just recalling the guillotine trial he had just endured made cold sweat prickle the back of Ihi's neck. Teacher, you'll suppress your cultivation to the warrior trainee stage before sparring with me, right? He asked quickly. Gong Ke stuck out her tongue playfully, twisting her waist as she began to warm up. If you hadn't said that, I really might have forgotten to suppress my strength. Let's go. I'm ready, Teacher Gong Ke. Almost the instant the words left his mouth, the white-haired lowly's body twisted into an elusive arc, striking out with a snake-like, vicious hand chop, straight for his throat. With his sharp reflexes and dynamic vision, he caught the deadly move instantly. In less than a second, he attempted to dodge in at least 5 different directions. Yet every time, Gongke's hand strike was already there, cutting off his escape before it began. Realizing there was no way to dodge, he decided to meet her head-on. He instantly unleashed his core light battle form, a burst of blue energy erupting from his body as his speed surged to a new level. One hand shielded his throat while the other gathered killing intent, blasting toward the small figure before him. Trying to use Bloodline Awakening to boost your speed, defend, and counterattack me at the same time? Gongke let out a soft chuckle. The hand chop aimed at his throat withdrew almost without pause, and then she did something he never expected. Her slender arm coiled around his strike like a boneless serpent. In the same motion, she sprang behind him and gave a sudden, vicious yank. Agonizing pain shot through Ihi's entire body before he could even react, knocking him completely off balance. The searing pain shattered his bloodline awakening, forcing his power back to its dormant state. The scent of fresh blood seemed to ignite Gongke's battle lust. Her crimson eyes gleamed brighter with excitement as she murmured, "It's been a long time since I've tasted blood." He grinned back, just as excited. "You really don't hold back, do you? When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I'm no match for you at all, so I guess I'll have to break out some unfair techniques. Please, teach me well." First form, Titan's power. With a deep roar, blinding blue lightning exploded outward, engulfing the entire training ground. The template for the Colossal Titan had already been maxed out last night, and now, unleashing it again, its power was several times stronger than before. Facing the raging wave of blue light and heat, Gongke raised her arm, her expression turning serious. Golden light flickered in her crimson eyes as she muttered, "A move like this from a mere martial novice. Looks like I've taken in a monster for a student. In that case, your teacher will show some real skill." Heaven's Doomblade slash. Her hand chopped downward, releasing a crimson sword aura that sliced straight toward the weakest point in the lightning storm. Seeing this, he immediately halted the Colossal Titan transformation, switching instead to the primordial anthropomorph split form, Armored Anthropomorph. Based on a Godzilla skin, the Armor Titan's flesh and steel plating was dozens of times tougher than anything from the original Titan world. The moment the transformation completed, he raised his massive, black steel-clad fist and drove it toward Gongke. The enormous shadow descended, wind roaring from the sheer force of the strike. Gongke, however, showed no intention of dodging. Her cherry lips drew in a sharp breath. Facing the incoming fist like a runaway truck, Gongke's arm flashed, unleashing a lightning-fast hand strike, Calamity Spiral Nail. The moment they collided, the armor on Ihi's arm shattered instantly, followed by the sickening sound of torn flesh. The sight froze him in place. He hadn't expected her to break through his defense so easily. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Gongke's petite figure leapt and climbed up the giant's body like an agile ape, heading straight for its head. "Ihi, hiding inside this armored mouth. Get out here, boy." Just as her hand strike was about to fall, he instantly fired a barrage of bone spikes from the giant's faceplate. Her advance came to a sudden halt. Waiting for her was a gaping maw glowing with eerie blue light. "Master, since your slashes are so powerful, let's see if you can cut through this." As Ihi spoke, he began charging the energy for his atomic breath. Blue light flaring from the base of his spine, racing upward along his backbone toward his neck. But before the breath could be unleashed, he was stunned to find himself no longer in the training ground, but bound by countless massive chains that pierced his body, locking him to a 100-meter-tall guillotine. This was Gongke's killing intent domain. Not reality, but a mental illusion forged from pure killing intent. To break free, he would have to fight it with his own mental power. The guillotine's blade came screaming down. He instantly summoned his stand. In the next instant, time froze. A towering muscle-bound warrior emerged. At Ihi's command, the stand unleashed hundreds of punches per second, hammering the killing intent guillotine. Perhaps it was the stand's overwhelming spiritual force. Or perhaps Gong could never intended to keep him trapped here forever. Under the relentless golden barrage, the killing intent domain and its guillotine shattered to pieces. The illusion dissolved, and Ihi slowly opened his eyes. Gong looked at him with amusement. Awake? That turtle shell of yours is ridiculously tough. He glanced at the diamond-like crystal shards scattered across the ground, then at the giant's remains not far away, which were slowly vaporizing into nothing. He could already guess what had happened. He'd probably been violently yanked out from the nape of the giant's neck, and the hardened crystal armor he'd formed to protect his real body had been shattered in the process. That's not something a martial novice should be able to pull off. Teacher, you cheated, didn't you? Gong could turn her head away, feigning innocence. Cheated? Pleased that I beat you fair and square. No cheating involved. He raised an eyebrow, his tone dry. Really? Realizing she couldn't fool him, Gong pouted, putting on an almost pitiful expression. Thought I might have used a little more strength than I should have. You know how strong your teacher is. Sometimes I just can't hold back in 1 or 2 strikes. She blinked at him, her voice softening. Next time I won't cheat. Don't be mad, okay? Please don't leave. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. It was hard to imagine what kind of life a 100-year-old monster had lived to end up like this. Don't cry, I'm not leaving. Took me long enough to find a teacher like you. Why would I go? Hearing this, Gong quickly regained her usual composure, though her cheeks were still slightly flushed. Ahem, I wasn't crying just now, all right? She hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, I've got a pretty good grasp of your strength now. Not quite as good as I was back in my day, but compared to most people, you're exceptional. Oh, what do you want to learn? E's mind instantly went to the techniques she'd just used in their spar, the kind of skills suited for an advanced martial artist, and how she'd managed to slice through lightning and pierce his manifested arm. Gong nodded. Ah, you mean my slashing technique? That's not something easy to teach. You just need to cut enough things until you develop the right feel. What kind of feel? He asked curiously. Gong answered with a single, serious word. Line. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, there's always a perfect entry point, and a line where it can be cut effortlessly. I call it the killing line. Hearing this, Ihi finally understood. The killing line. So his master was nothing like Chun Long, another master of the blade. If Chun Long's slashes were all about overwhelming force and razor-sharp power, then his master's cuts were the precision of a butcher carving meat, every strike guided by flawless technique. Gong continued. Learning this will be troublesome. I suggest you first break through to the warrior realm. Without that level of martial cultivation, you won't even have the foundation to learn most of my techniques. Do you know the difference between a warrior and a martial disciple? It's not just about physical improvement, it's about the mind. Compared to a martial disciple, a warrior gains one crucial ability, inner vision. With inner vision, a warrior shifts from training on a broad, external level to refining their body on a microscopic scale. They can see their own meridians, acupoints, and even their internal organs, reinforcing them with martial energy to push the limits of the body to, in other words, strengthen the mind first, then the body. E's eyes lit up in sudden realization. He hadn't expected Gongku's teaching to be this profound. She truly lived up to her title as an Imperial University professor. Even if her personality was a bit odd, her knowledge was solid. And when it came to mental strength, after merging with the vampire template and awakening Varuto's power, his spiritual attributes had already seen a huge boost. That could give him a massive edge when advancing to the warrior realm. So, is there a difference in the cultivation techniques used to advance to warrior? He asked. Gongku explained. The mirror-breaking techniques and martial skills are ranked in 4 tiers. Heavenly Gang, Earth Fiend, Mystic Yellow, and No Grade. For students in regular colleges or low-tier academies, when they advance from martial disciple to warrior, the school can usually only provide a no-grade mirror-breaking technique. The advantage of a no-grade mirror-breaking technique, Gong Ku explained, is that it is almost no threshold. As long as your blood energy and martial energy are built up enough, you can break through. Over 80% of warriors advance using no-grade techniques. But for students at Hawaii University, our starting point is Mystic Yellow Grade techniques. What about the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend tiers? He naturally wanted the very best. Gong Ku smirked. Heavenly Gang Grade techniques and skills are almost all rare relics brought back from secret realms. You could count the ones in the entire world on 2 hands, if that. Our Imperial University does have one in its archives, but with your current strength and clearance, you won't be able to touch it. However, you can learn Earth Fiend Grade mirror-breaking technique. The one I've mastered is called the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. Xiaohu's Flesh Prison of Demons was actually inspired by this very method. Yi's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with curiosity and determination. Without hesitation, he declared that he wanted to learn it. All right, let's begin. Feel the killing intent I've created for you. The moment Gong Ku finished speaking, Yi was once again dragged into the slaughter-filled illusion she had conjured. Seriously? Again? He thought, staring at the thick, sticky blood soaking the ground. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Gong Ku was way too impatient, not even giving him a moment to breathe. Night soon fell, and the entire academy lit up with dazzling, golden lights, bathing the campus in a luxurious glow. After finishing his day of classes, Chuzhou headed back to the dorms. That was when he spotted Yi in the distance. He was about to walk over and greet him, but as he got closer, a sudden chill crept up his neck, as if a butcher's blade had been pressed right against it. The sheer, overwhelming killing intent made him instinctively draw his sword. The sound of the sword snapping him back to reality, he finally came to his senses. Sorry, Chuzhou, guess I overreacted just now. Chuzhou's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. What on earth happened to you today? It wasn't just a casual question. He looked perfectly clean, yet Chuzhou could almost smell the thick stench of blood, as if he had just waded through a mountain of corpses. And in truth, he had, just a few hours earlier, Gong Ku had filled her killing illusion with countless undead and walking corpses, forcing Yi to fight them with nothing but a blade, no powers allowed. So he spent the entire day swinging a battered knife. After severing thousands upon thousands of heads, he had grown accustomed to the sensation of steel slicing through flesh and bone, slowly sinking into the rhythm of slaughter. It wasn't until Gong Ku called him back that he finally snapped out of it. He realized he'd almost fallen into chi deviation just now, a stark reminder of how dangerous the Dishatir techniques could be. Even with mental fortitude far beyond that of normal people, he still couldn't stop the killing intent from seeping in. For an ordinary martial apprentice, stepping into Gong Ku's killing illusion would mean either a complete mental breakdown or becoming nothing more than a puppet of slaughter. After saying goodbye to Chuzhou, he returned to his dorm and took a long, cold shower. It was only the first day, and he was already exhausted to the bone. The nation's top university truly lived up to its reputation. Just then, Lu Qingzhu called. Normally dressed with perfect elegance, she was now sprawled on her bed in a bright yellow cartoon chicken pajamas set. My mom dropped off the stuff you wanted. It's right here with me. She also told me to thank you for helping me take first place in the freshman trial. Her long, pale legs swayed lazily, toes as smooth as pearls wiggling playfully. He replied that he'd swing by her dorm to pick it up. But she quickly refused, flustered. No need. You don't have to come out. I'll just send it over with a drone. He nodded, too tired to argue after such a long day. All right then, so you found your mentor today, right? Who is it? Dean Bai. Lu Qingzhu answered with a faint pride in her tone. She said I have great talent and decided to take me in as her student on the spot. It was, after all, an honor few could dream of, being personally taught by an Imperial University dean. What about you, Yi? Which dean took you? Yi thought for a moment, but chose not to answer. He wasn't about to tell her he'd turned down offers from 5 different deans. Otherwise, someone wouldn't be sleeping tonight. In the blink of an eye, Nearly half a year had passed, and the first semester of freshman year was coming to an end. For the new students of Hwada University, it had been an eventful term. Early on, Ouyang Zhe had joined forces with top talent from several provinces to form the Dragon Blood Society. As expected, they soon clashed with the local freshmen of Hwadu. The tension escalated into formal duels in the martial arena. Yet the Dragon Blood Society lost far more than they won, and their influence quickly declined. The most famous freshman now was Xiang Jianwei. In fact, most famous in Hwada was an understatement. His name carried weight across the entire country. After all, he was the top scorer in Hwadu's college entrance exams. During the live broadcast of the exams, viewers were awed by his strength, and rumors claimed even Fu Hongsheng had praised him as the next national guardian level warrior. As for Yi, who had once stolen the spotlight at the start of the semester, hardly anyone mentioned him anymore. He'd been absent from the public eye for over 3 months. At that moment, deep in the underground levels of Hwada's Research Institute, Gong Ku stood barefoot, her soft, pink toes pressing into Yi's back. Faster, come on faster, she urged. Each dainty step she took infused his body with her refined martial chi, laced with her insights into the killing heart Bodhi Sutra, reinforcing the martial realm he had just broken into. With his own martial chi sealed, he could only keep doing push-ups, feeling as though the petite lowly on his back weighed as much as a mountain. Oh, what's wrong, little minnow? Already giving up? You haven't even hit 10,000 yet, Gong Ku taunted. Gritting his teeth at her mockery, Yi summoned the strength to keep going. Seeing his determination, she stopped merely pressing her foot into his back. She began bouncing on it instead, sending an even more intense surge of martial chi through his limbs and bones. He let out a muffled groan, swallowing the metallic taste rising in his throat, and stubbornly pushed through. Finally, as the 10,000th push-up was completed, Gong Ku seemed to sense something and quickly hopped off his back. In the next instant, a cloud of blood mist burst from Yi's skin. His old, weathered skin peeled away, replaced by tender, fresh flesh that rapidly spread over his body, hardening as it met the air. It was like an insect molting, casting off the old, worn flesh to reveal a brand new body beneath. His clothes were gone in the process. Gong Ku quickly covered her eyes, flustered. Yi, exasperated, muttered, "When you cover your eyes, close your fingers too. Stop peeking." After 3 long months in seclusion, Yi decided it was time to step outside and feel the sun again. Gong Ku asked softly, "Will you come back?" Yi chuckled, "Of course that you're terrible at games. Better practice before I come back next time." After bidding Gong Ku farewell, he stepped into the elevator headed for the surface. He wasn't particularly fond of sunlight anymore, but after 3 months without it, he couldn't help but miss it. Walking along the streets gave him a strange, almost surreal feeling. He didn't linger or wander around. Instead, he headed straight for the Student Activity Center at Hwada University. One of the most critical parts of a student semester grade, there was the off-campus mission. Tasks ranging from hunting down wanted martial criminals, investigating secret realms, and aiding in beast-hide defenses, to striking at illegal organizations or even foreign forces. This time, his sole purpose for leaving seclusion was to complete his mission for the semester. When he arrived at the center, Chu Zhou was already waiting, dressed casually. Upon seeing him, Chu Zhou smiled. Finally, you've been keeping me waiting forever. Hey Chu Zhou, how's it going? How much stronger have you gotten? Broke through to the warrior level 2 months ago, Chu Zhou replied. When his eyes landed on Yi, he paused. Yi's aura and physique didn't seem much different, yet Chu Zhou could feel a far stronger pressure radiating from him. 2 months earlier, after his breakthrough, Chu Zhou had been invited to watch a private duel between Xiang Jianwei, the star freshman of the imperial capital, and Ouyang Zhe, vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. That fight lasted only 10 minutes before Ouyang Zhe admitted defeat. Chu Zhou was certain Xiang Jianwei hadn't fought seriously, yet even so, he still believed Yi's strength surpassed his. He had no idea about his friend's fanboy thoughts. His gaze drifted toward the street as he waited for another teammate to arrive. Moments later, Lu Qingzhu came into view. Even among the countless beauties of Huadu University, her presence made the others pale in comparison. She offered a warm smile. "Sorry, I'm late." He raised an eyebrow at her apology. "And what else?" Lu Qingzhu asked in confusion. Even after 3 months apart, having Yi's gaze fixed on her still made her ears turn red. After all, her mother had been whispering all sorts of blush-inducing couple advice in her ear. "Qingzhu, remember, you and Yi are a couple now. Even at school, you need to act like one." Thinking about her mother's words, her face flushed even deeper. "Does that mean we have to act like a couple right now?" She overthought for a moment. Then, mustering her courage, pouted and leaned toward him. He froze. "What are you doing? After 3 months apart, you're not even going to say hello first." Lu Qingzhu hadn't expected that to be what he meant. Flustered, she quickly turned away and ignored him. They soon stepped into the university's activity center, a massive 5-story dome-shaped building. In the first-floor lobby, a huge central screen displayed the latest popular missions, as well as the rankings of top-performing students. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu had already completed 3 missions, surpassing their quota. Today, they were here mainly to form a team with Yi. After browsing the mission list, they narrowed it down to 3 suitable ones: Serial Psychopath in Hung City, Beast Tide Investigation in Lian City, and Anomaly in Linshui County. Originally, all 3 missions were level 2, but the Linshui County mission suddenly jumped to level 3 today. The university's off-campus missions are ranked from level 1 to level 5, with difficulty increasing by rank. Freshmen can usually only take level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu had ever joined was a 10-person team job. Getting approval for a 3-person freshman squad to take a level 2 mission was already rare. Yi, however, had a special privilege card from Gong Ku, handed to him right before she left. "You're already capable of handling things on your OWN that in all of freshman and sophomore year. There are only a handful who can spar with you. You need high-difficulty missions to sharpen yourself. With this card, you can accept any mission on campus, regardless of rank. Just don't mess with level 4 or 5 missions. They're too unpredictable. Even Xuanwu-level warriors have died on those." Truth be told, Yi didn't want to try a level 4 or 5 mission, but out of consideration for his teammates' limits, he held back. Chu Zhou asked, "Which one are we taking?" Yi thought for a moment before replying, "Risk and reward go hand in hand. The first mission is pure pursuit. It'll be inefficient if the criminal investigation unit couldn't catch this rat in months. The challenge is in tracking, not in the kill. The second mission is auxiliary investigation. With the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Division involved, we'd be relegated to trivial tasks. Neither the main fight nor the real investigation would fall to us. The third mission, on the other hand, would be entirely in our hands and no safety net. Yes, but the bigger the risk, the greater the reward. That if we're too scared to face danger and just grow in a greenhouse, then why call ourselves warriors?" Yi's stance was firm. Chu Zhou nodded in agreement, and Lu Qingzhu felt the same way. Seeing both of them agree, Yi handed the mission registration form to the receptionist. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. An all-freshman team daring to take on a level 3 mission. This was madness. Didn't they know a sophomore squad had already been wiped out in Linshui County? Before she could refuse, Yi flashed his privilege card. Her expression immediately turned serious, and she called the Student Activity Center's director to confirm. Once verified, her tone shifted to respectful as she processed their registration. "May fortune favor your blades," she wished sincerely. Leaving the activity center, Yi said he needed to pick something up before heading to Linshui County. The first place prize in the Zodiac Pendant Tournament was either a dish-level martial art or a weapon forged from special-grade alloy. With Gong Ku, that old monster, as his mentor, high-tier martial arts were the least of his worries. So he chose a weapon that fit his style. After all, ordinary materials couldn't withstand the sheer brutality of his fighting methods. This weapon was forged from special-grade alloy, Starfall steel, a perfectly tailored war blade built to match his physique and strength. 3 months had passed. It should be ready by now. He rushed to the Mechanical and Magitech Academy's forge, eager to claim his weapon. The war blade measured about 1.2 meters long. Its broad, flat edge dark in color, but speckled with tiny, star-like glimmers, signature markings of Starfall steel. The spine of the blade was lined with dense, serrated ridges, adding weight and impact so that each swing could unleash devastating force. The hilt was wrapped in custom black leather for grip, with fine Starfall steel threads woven inside to channel martial energy directly into the weapon. When he drew the blade and swung it, the air itself seemed to split apart. Each strike came with a sharp whoosh and a flash of light that sent chills down the spine. Perfect, just the right weight, in a hollow feel. Fits like a glove, he thought, impressed. It had been crafted using his measurements from 3 months ago, yet still matched his newly enhanced warrior strength. Truly, Huada's master smiths were in a league of their own. After stowing the blade, Yi set off with Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu toward Lingshui County, a small, unremarkable town. With no secret realms ever appearing in the area, local warriors were rare, and the place felt far more outdated and closed off compared to the outside world. Most residents still relied on old buses, tricycles, or electric scooters for transportation. For this mission, the three of them were posing as ordinary university students. Huada had already forged their identities and complete background records. Upon arrival, Yi activated his life magnetic field to scan the surroundings. Although his range could easily cover the entire county, he deliberately restricted it to less than 100 meters. He didn't want to startle any rats hiding in the shadows. After all, in pest control, the hard part wasn't killing them, it was finding them. Let's go double check out the house Huada arranged for us first. Just as they were about to head out, a tricycle slowed to a stop in front of them. The elderly driver called out, "Hey kids, where you headed? Want a ride?" Lu Qingzhu instinctively started to wave him off, but he quickly stopped her. He had sensed something unusual in the old man's aura. Playing along, he smiled and said, "Sure, Grandpa, we're carrying luggage and could use the rest." Once they were seated in the tricycle, the old man pedaling glanced back curiously. "You boys look like well-educated students. Which school are you from?" "Here on vacation?" He answered calmly, sticking to his cover story. "I'm a local from Lingshui County, just bringing 2 classmates over to visit. I'm studying in Yinqing now." The old man's brows rose. "A local? Huh. Who are your folks? Can't seem to recall you." He chuckled. "My grandfather was Ishorong. He passed away a few years back. I moved away after that." He was glad he practiced some Lingshui dialect on the plane, and that the ID Huada prepared for him matched a real, verifiable person. Turned out the old man really did know Ishorong. His suspicion eased, and he grinned. Good, good. You still remember your roots. To a man like that's bound to have blessings." He dragged out the last word, eyes glinting with a strange excitement. Soon, they arrived at the old house Huada had arranged for them. Once Ishorong's home, he thanked the old man, got off with a suitcase, and stepped into the yard. Interestingly, the old man didn't take any fare. Instead, he reminded Yi, "In 2 days, we'll have Lingshui County's biggest festival, held only once every 3 years. You must come, but if you're too shy to step out, I'll come fetch you myself." Yi smiled. Got it. He could tell the man wasn't just being polite. He meant every word. The three stepped into the courtyard of the old house. Years of neglect had left the concrete ground cracked and riddled with weeds, giving the place a desolate feel. He motioned for Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu to step back, then slammed his foot down on the ground. In an instant, a wave of intense radiation swept through the courtyard and the entire house. Every insect dropped dead on the spot, and the weeds withered and rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pest control and weed removal done in seconds. Lu Qingzhu wasted no time inspecting the condition of the house, while Chu Zhou discreetly set up miniature surveillance cameras at the gates and around the perimeter. Come take a look at this." Following Lu Qingzhu's voice, Yi stepped into what had once been the owner's bedroom. There, embedded in the wall, was a wooden shrine. Inside sat a clay statue, its head draped with a small red cloth. A shrine made of wood should have rotted long ago if it had been here all along. Yet despite the thick layer of dust, Once it was brushed away, the shrine looked surprisingly new. That meant someone had placed it here later. Chu Zhou stared at the statue, an uneasy feeling creeping over him, and drew his sword, intending to smash it first and ask questions later. Lu Qingzhu thought Chu Zhou was being reckless. How could they destroy such a crucial lead without examining it first? He, however, fully agreed with Chu Zhou's approach. Seeing Yi side with him, Lu Qingzhu reluctantly compromised, but suggested, "At least let's see what's under the statue's veil before smashing it." As she spoke, she reached out and lifted the red cloth from the statue's head. In that instant, Yi suddenly sensed a surge of sinister energy and quickly shouted for her to stop. "Knew it! It's something filthy! Chu Zhou, smash it!" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Zhou's blade flashed from its sheath, cleaving the clay statue clean in half. What happened next was grotesque. From a split surface, thick black blood began to gush, and a wave of foul psychic energy erupted like an explosion. He immediately summoned his stand, seizing the formless, corrupted spirit in his grasp. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu couldn't see Yi's stand in their eyes. What poured out of the statue was a twisted lump of flesh, still writhing, still alive. With a single sweeping motion, Chu Zhou froze the grotesque mass solid in an instant. "What the hell is that?" A chill crept up Lu Qingzhu's spine. She had never seen anything this unsettling before. It was like a human who could easily crush a cockroach, yet instinctively recoils from touching it. She knew she could destroy the thing with a flick of her hand, but the filthy, unnatural aura it radiated still made her uneasy. He stepped forward, patting her shoulder, and infused her with a surge of pure psychic energy. Warmth spread through her body, chasing away all traces of feared. It was now clear. The strange happenings in Linxue County were tied to this bizarre clay idol, and their investigation had just taken a critical step forward. Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he told them to stay put. He had something to take care of. Earlier, he had left a radiation marker on the old tricycle driver that by his calculation. Now was the perfect time to reel him in. "No need for you to come find me, old man. This time, I'm coming to you." Meanwhile, in Linxue County's Jinshan Buddhist Temple, a 1,000-year-old sanctuary and the most magnificent, prosperous site in the county, nearly every resident was a devoted follower. Day and night, incense smoke curled into the air as worshippers came to pay their respects around the clock. Lu Jinsheng pedaled his tricycle up the mountain road, heading for the temple's rear slope. A rosy-cheeked young monk greeted him with a polite bow. "Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside." Good. Lu Jinsheng rubbed his calloused hands together, unable to hide his excitement at the thought of the blessing he was about to receive. The two entered a hidden passage carved into the rock wall. After a series of twists and turns through the winding tunnel, they finally arrived at their destination. Towering before them stood two 20-meter-tall, wrath-faced bodhisattvas, their 4 arms wielding demon-subduing staffs. Swords and great blades point one guarded each side of a crimson gate, its surface engraved with intricate golden Buddhist patterns. The young monk stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Abbot, the benefactor Lu Jinsheng, who has met the blessing standard, has been brought. He also says there's a matter he wishes to report." The young monk was about to push the door open when he suddenly froze, his brows knitting tightly as he glared into the void behind him. "Stranger, what brings you here at this hour? What's your true intent?" Before his words could settle, black muscles surged across his body, shredding his robe apart. The fair and handsome face twisted, replaced by a hideous lizard-like visage. Lu Jinsheng was so horrified he collapsed to his knees, trembling as he cried out, "A living god!" But in the next instant, he dropped from the sky, stomping directly onto the monster's skull. The head, harder than a steel helmet, collapsed instantly, and the neck shattered into fragments under the crushing force. In one continuous motion, he stomped the creature from head to toe into pulp. Blood and gore exploded outward, yet all of it was blocked by the protective barrier. He sneered in disgust, shaking his foot. "Filthy! Good thing my stand keeps this trash out. If it got on my clothes, cleaning it off would have been a nightmare. The moment Lu Jinsheng recognized Yi He, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Yi He, however, had no time to spare him a glance. For in front of him, the two wrath-faced bodhisattvas began to move. Their eyes blazed red, and their towering, gold-painted bodies started to stir. One brandished a demon-subduing cudgel, the other a demon-slaying sword, both charging at Yi He with overwhelming fury. Yet Yi He stood his ground, motionless. Behind him, his stand raised its massive, muscular hands, catching both strikes that carried the weight of dozens of tons. Each bodhisattva had an arm seized, held so tightly that escape was impossible. Abandoning the struggle, they made a ruthless choice. 6 remaining arms swung at once, bringing down 6 colossal weapons, all aimed straight at Yi He. Yi He rubbed the ring on his finger, and in the next breath drew out the Starfall blade. A crescent-shaped flash of icy light burst forth in his hand, with just a single casual swing. All 6 colossal weapons shattered on contact, their edges crumpling and breaking apart. The strike carried through into the bodhisattva's arms, exploding joint by joint like firecrackers, reducing both weapons and bones to fragments. Their crimson eyes blazed brighter, warping the very air around them. From within burst forth scarlet beams saturated with destructive power, all aiming to annihilate Yi He. But Yi He moved faster than their laser eyes. In the blink of an eye, his figure soared above the 2 statues. A flash of cold steel, and both wrath-faced bodhisattvas were decapitated. Their scarlet beams spiraled wildly out of control in midair. Lu Jinsheng hadn't even reacted before one of the stray beams sliced him clean in half. Boom! The 2 massive bodhisattvas collapsed, exposing sparking cables and mechanical structures within. So they weren't living beings after all, Yi He thought. From the start, he hadn't sensed a single trace of life force within them. But how could a backward little town like Linshui County possess such advanced technology? Was the answer waiting behind that door? Yi He gave a command, and his stand unleashed its full might, slamming straight into the gate. Golden fists rained down like a meteor shower, hundreds of blows landing within just 3 seconds. The vermilion gate warped and buckled under the onslaught. At last, it exploded apart, reduced to a heap of twisted scrap iron. He stepped through the vermilion gate and found himself inside a vast underground palace. Crimson pillars held up the chamber, while lotus lamps lined the walls, flooding the space with light. At the center towered a colossal golden Buddha, 70 to 80 meters high. The sheer size of it inspired instinctive awe and reverence. But he was unmoved. His cold voice echoed through the cavernous hall. "Since the guest has already arrived, little rat, how long do you plan on hiding?" Moments later, a monk draped in a purple gold kasaya slowly stepped out from behind the giant Buddha. With a weary sigh, he said, "Our temple bears no grudge against you, traveler. Why come here to bring offense?" He sneered, drawing the Starfall blade. In an instant, his slash split the monk clean in half. He spat in disgust. "Damn it, you just a robot? What, addicted to playing dress-up as a fake monk?" Another monk emerged from behind the giant Buddha, his voice chilling. "Your sins are far too heavy. Better you spend some time with the fiends of the 18th hell to temper that vicious nature of yours. Cut the crap." He snapped, lifting his blade to strike. But before he could swing, the entire floor of the underground palace began to sink. He plunged downward with it. After falling nearly 20 meters, he landed hard at the bottom. Around him, 18 massive holes split open the walls. From them poured a swarm of humanoid monsters, their black, gel-like skin glistening, faces twisted into lizard-like shapes. Each one radiated the energy of a level 1 or level 2 warrior. Their life force signatures were almost identical, like products of mass production. He sneered, "Trying to drown me in numbers? The last fools who tried that are long buried with weeds over their graves." He roared, pouring a surge of murderous chi into the starfall blade. The weapon swelled under its power, its blade extending to 30 meters in length. Xianlong blade art, Shura's 3 slashes. First slash, 1,000 miles of carnage. With a single sweep, Yi swung the colossal blade. A crimson arc of blade energy erupted, engulfing the entire hall. Within 30 meters of Yi, every lizard-like creature caught in its path was cleaved clean in half. The strike didn't stop there. The energy wave spread outward. Though slower in speed, the swarm of bioengineered soldiers packed like ants had no room to escape. They were cut down like fields of grass, harvested in one brutal sweep. Even as the 18 tunnels kept spewing more creatures, Yi's slaughter made their numbers meaningless. 10 minutes later, only corpses and rivers of blood remained at his feet. Not a single living thing was left. Standing atop the mountain of bodies, Yi climbed out of the pit. With one casual stroke, he severed the head of the monk from earlier. Even decapitated, the synthetic husk still repeated its pre-recorded line. "Your sins are too heavy." He narrowed his eyes at the glowing red optics, his voice cold. "I'm already tired of killing. Stop hiding, get out here." No sooner had Yi spoken than laughter echoed through the vast hall. "So, we've drawn the attention of a formidable foe. Impressive, but that's all you are." As the voice resonated, the giant Buddha seated in the center suddenly began to move. The grinding roar of gears thundered from within its body. The prayer beads hanging from its neck floated upward, transforming into hovering cannons. Its shoulders split open, revealing rocket thrusters within. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha had reconfigured itself into a towering mecha. "Sinner, your fate is sealed. Return to the cycle of rebirth." The massive Buddha hand rose, descending like a mountain to crush Yi beneath it. Turbines at its joints roared to full throttle, driving the strike with overwhelming force, intent on grinding Yi in a paste. Yet instead of fear, Yi's fighting spirit ignited, his gaze burning with defiance. As the colossal palm fell, he unleashed his transformation, awakening his titan form. Godzilla! In the next instant, the temperature in the chamber spiked to terrifying levels. Thick steam spread rapidly, shrouding the entire hall. The operator behind the giant Buddha hadn't even figured out what was happening when a towering black-armored titan, even larger than before, loomed into view. No chance was given to react. "Amit Ba," Yi sneered, mockingly chanting the Buddha's name before using his biological body's superior agility to hurl a massive punch straight into its face. Immediately after, Yi seized the Buddha's head with one hand and drove his iron-hard knee upward in a brutal strike. The impact shattered the mecha's facial armor, tearing open a gaping crack. Sparks erupted from its steel skeleton within, accompanied by a harsh mechanical alarm. Critical warning. Multiple damages detected in head unit. The Mecha Buddha staggered, its massive body tilting backward. The floating prayer bead cannons crossed their fire, unleashing a torrential rain of lasers that hammered into Yi's titan form. Yet the beams, powerful enough to pierce military-grade armored vehicles, left nothing but a few scorch marks on the black-armored titan. Not a scratch beyond that. The next moment, the Buddha's chest split open, revealing a cluster of crimson-tipped missiles. They launched in unison, slamming into Yi's body. The detonations rocked the entire underground palace, shaking it to its core. But when the smoke cleared, the black-armored giant still stood tall, flames licking across his body. He sneered, his gaze sharp. "All your toys are just heat-based weapons. Against a warrior, they're useless." With that, he invoked the power of the Warhammer Titan. The ground split open, and countless hardened bone spikes erupted upward, skewering the Mecha Buddha and suspending it in midair. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed a blazing atomic breath straight into the Buddha's chest. The mecha, already critically damaged, could no longer rely on its electromagnetic shields for protection. In the end, the atomic breath tore it apart, reducing it to a heap of wreckage. He reverted to human form, landing firmly on the ground. There, beneath the lotus throne where the Buddha once sat, he spotted a hidden passage leading deep underground. Half an hour earlier, inside a pristine, futuristic research facility, a researcher, eyes fixed on the surveillance feed of Ihi, spoke confidently to the elderly man beside him. "Doctor, the man has taken down the mechanical bodhisattvas. But rest assured, the gate built with our newest materials and structural designs is unbreakable." Moments later, on the screen, he didn't even raise his hand. The vermilion gate exploded in a twisted scrap, blasted aside by some unseen force. The researcher stiffened, forcing calm. "No problem, doctor. We still have our army of bio soldiers. Tens of thousands of them, enough to wear down even a Grand Marshal Master. Perfect chance to clear out some inventory." But soon after, the feed showed Ihi wielding a 30-meter blade, cutting through them like fields of wheat. One sweep, and entire hordes fell. The researcher's face turned pale. Drawing a sharp breath, he muttered, "Doctor, but it's fine. We still have our trump card. Trust in our design. This Mecha Buddha was engineered specifically to counter Lord-class beasts. Against a mere martial warrior, it'll crush him with ease." A moment later, when a researcher saw the Mecha Buddha torn apart by Ihi's bare hands, he was struck dumb. "It's fine, doctor. We still have." Before he could finish, the short old man beside him snapped in fury. "Shut the hell up. Enough with your cursed optimism. The enemy's already tearing through our front door, and you're still saying it's fine? The guards above might buy us a few minutes at best. We need to retreat immediately. Once we're out, trigger the base's self-destruct protocol. We cannot allow any of this information to leak." The old man was known as Dr. Fong, once a level 3 researcher for Prometheus. After Prometheus was disbanded, he was secretly recruited by Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird set its sights on the unremarkable Linshui County, quietly replacing all the monks of Jinshan Temple. Using the townsfolk's devotion to the temple, Laserbird began brainwashing them under the guise of bestowing blessings. One by one, the residents were lured into undergoing human modification, turned into free test subjects to fuel the organization's biotech research with endless materials and clinical data. But now, this facility had to be abandoned. Just as the core researchers were heading toward the escape tunnel, a beam of blue light suddenly sliced open the ceiling above. "Abbott, where exactly do you think you're running?" E's mocking laughter echoed through the hall. Several guards rushed forward, intent on killing him. But before they could even get close, Ihi's stand appeared, instantly snapping their limbs like twigs. Ihi strode up to Dr. Fong with a cold sneer, his gaze sharp as blades. "What do you want? We can negotiate," Dr. Fong stammered, even as his hand slipped into his pocket to trigger the base's self-destruct. 4 Laserbird had implanted micro-bombs into every key researcher and leader. Their families and friends were kept under strict watch as well, ensuring absolute obedience and preventing any leaks. But he had already caught the old man's trick. Before he could press the switch, Ihi crushed his arm in an instant. Dr. Fong flailed in agony, his throat clamped shut, choking like a fish dragged onto land. His short legs kicked wildly in the air, powerless. Only when he was on the verge of passing out did Ihi finally release him, tossing him to the ground like trash. Dr. Fang's lungs finally drew in fresh air again. When he looked back at Ihi, his eyes were filled with raw terror. Seeing him subdued, Ihi began his interrogation. "Now, you're going to tell me everything you've done here in Linshui County. 2 weeks ago, were you the ones who killed those 3 young martial artists? What the hell are you people doing here?" At that, Dr. Fong let out a twisted, deranged laugh. This lab's secrets will never reach you. There's a signal monitor wired into my brain. The moment I utter any corporate keywords, the bomb in my body detonates. Either way, I'm dead. So I'll take the quick way out." He bit down, shattering the poison capsule hidden in his mouth. Instantly, the entire facility glowed crimson, warning sirens blaring. With Dr. Fang's heartbeat ceasing, the self-destruct system linked to it activated. He only chuckled darkly. Laserbird, all of you really are nothing but suicidal fanatics. Too bad. In front of me, even death will be a luxury you don't get to choose. He then unleashed his vampire powers, driving his finger straight into the artery in Dr. Feng's neck. The corpse virus surged into his bloodstream, spreading rapidly through his entire body. The heart that had already stopped suddenly began to beat again, pounding even stronger than before. Normally, vampire bloodlines could indeed infect humans or corpses, turning them into corpse-born thralls. But most would degrade into mindless zombies, without healing ability, losing intelligence, and rotting away, save for a rare few with innate talent. E's virus, however, had been modified with the power of the founding Titan. That power could transform ordinary humans into Titans and grant him absolute control over them. Over the past 3 months, beyond honing his martial arts, he had delved into his template powers, experimenting with their chemical-like interactions. He discovered that when combined, their effects were far greater than the sum of their parts. For instance, by fusing Titan power into the vampire virus, he could now create perfect thralls, retaining their memories and talents, immune to sunlight, gifted with powerful regeneration, and bound in both body and soul to his command. As Dr. Feng's heart restarted, the base's self-destruct sequence immediately shut down. His body surged with vitality. Thin, sparse hair thickened once more. His frail frame bulked out, transforming him into a fit, broad-shouldered man in his 40s. Overwhelmed, he dropped to his knees, unable to meet the gaze of the youth who stood before him like a god. "My lord," he nodded in satisfaction. "This is the first time I've turned someone into a thrall. Looks like the experiment was a success. From now on, you'll be called Mad Doctor. Your past is irrelevant. The only thing left for you," his eyes gleamed coldly, "is to serve me." At that moment, a psychic link formed between He and the newly made Mad Doctor. This was the authority of the founding Titan, granting He, as the progenitor, the right to enter the spiritual worlds of all his bloodline subordinates. No more wasting time on surveillance. With a single thought, He broke into the Mad Doctor's mind, rifling through his memories of Linshui County to uncover when the city had first been compromised. Through those memories, He discovered that 8 years ago, Dr. Feng's team had been dispatched to Linshui by the Laserbird Corporation. There, they secretly used the villagers as subjects in experiments with biosoldiers and mechanical constructs. But just as their research began to succeed, an insidious cult called Xinjiang Heaven infiltrated the region without anyone realizing. With bizarre methods, they subtly rewrote the perceptions of the villagers and even the research team itself. Over time, symptoms began to show: eating raw flesh, constant lethargy, worshipping clay idols, and even sleepwalking en masse. Eating raw flesh marked the first stage of corruption, physical mutation triggered by that alien will. Lethargy indicated a deeper level of spiritual distortion. Worshipping clay idols meant the mind and body had been almost completely corrupted beyond salvation. And mass sleepwalking, that was the final sign. Their souls had already become food for that twisted will. The investigation revealed that in the past 2 years, the maximum lifespan of Linshui's residents had dropped to just 50 to 55 years. Anyone older than that had already been devoured by the alien will. In the end, the entire city was destined to become its food. This organization, calling itself Xinjiang Heaven, was in truth an anti-human cult, worshipping knowledge from ancient ruins and seeking the destruction of mankind. Dr. Feng speculated that the source corrupting the minds of Linshui's people and feeding on their life force was a demon fetus brought out from a secret ruin. According to his calculations, the fetus would fully mature 2 nights from now. Having pieced together the truth, he withdrew from the mental link. He suddenly recalled the old Tricycle Man's words, that in 2 days, Linshui would host a so-called blooming festival. By then, the entire city's population would be gathered.